Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Bishop by Jacki James. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Chapter 1. Rory. I put the final touches on the planter I'd made and sat back to look at it. It was by no means a masterpiece, but it was obviously a planter, so that was an improvement. The first few things I'd made were little more than oddly shaped lumps of clay. Gavin wandered over to check out the finished product. "Your pieces are getting better. All the practice is paying off." "They still aren't anything like yours." I shook my head. Gavin was a true artist when it came to his pottery. There was a reason I did it as a hobby, but he had a studio where he sold his work. "I've been doing it a lot longer. You're excellent at painting, though. I guess that comes from painting on cookies all day." "It's actually very similar." "Speaking of cookies, how are things going?" "Good. I got a massive order for a baby shower. Like, massive. The mom-to-be must have invited half the county to need that many cookies. Not that I'm complaining." "That's awesome, Rory." "Thanks. Hopefully the shower will be full of future brides and moms and all kinds of people who will order my cookies." "Once they eat them, I have no doubt that's what will happen. Your cookies aren't just beautiful, they taste so good. The ones you made for Keegan and Owen's wedding upstaged the cake, flavor-wise." "When you're making a cake for a show like that, you have to put structure over taste a lot of the time, so that isn't really Kelsey's fault. I'd met the cake designer on a couple of occasions, and she took great pride in her work. She was also super nice, so I felt like I needed to defend her, even if it gave me a little thrill to hear my cookies were a hit." "Whatever. I just know that I'd rather have your cookies any day of the week. And I'm not alone. I heard Keegan's sister talking about it. She was trying to convince her mother to ditch the idea of a cake for her wedding altogether and do a cookie tower. But her mother said a cake was tradition, so she had to have one." "Well, if his sister wants cookies, I'll be happy to make them." I glanced at my phone to check the time. It was already almost noon, which meant I'd stayed longer at the pottery class than I'd meant to. I needed to stop and pick up the supplies to get started on the order for the baby shower. I was starving, though, so I planned to grab food first. "Hey, I'm going to go grab some lunch. Want to come with?" "Sure. Let me check with Cooper first and make sure it's okay." I fought the urge to roll my eyes and nodded instead. Gavin was a grown-ass man, not a child. I didn't understand why he had to ask permission to do shit like go to lunch with a friend. When I first started hanging out with Gavin, I thought the idea of having a daddy sounded kind of cool. I had this picture of a big, dominant guy bossing me around in bed, telling me to call him daddy and make me ask permission to come. You know, like in porn. Not some controlling jerk who made you ask permission to go to lunch. Not that I was judging. Gavin seemed super happy with Cooper. I just didn't think it was for me, which was kind of a disappointment because the videos made it seem super hot. Wasn't that always the case? The pizza delivery guy never did more than deliver my pizza, and the plumber sure never looked like the ones in porn either. "Okay, I'm gonna clean up my area so I can get going. Just let me know what he says." By the time I'd finished cleaning up, Gavin had gotten a response from Cooper, and we were good to go to lunch. In all the time we'd been hanging out, Cooper had never told him no, so I wasn't sure what the big deal was with him having to ask. It made exactly 0 sense to me. "I'm headed straight to my home studio after we eat, so how about if I meet you there?" "I don't understand why you come here once a week when you have a place of your own with even better equipment." "High-dollar equipment doesn't make me a better artist, but the classes I've taken here have." That made perfect sense to me. I was totally self-taught in cookie decorating, but I'd watched about 1,000 how-to videos and learned lots of different techniques that way. We met at the Japanese restaurant near the baking supply store that we'd eaten at a few times. I wasn't a big fan of sashimi or sushi, but Gavin loved it. I didn't mind going to eat there, though. I loved their black garlic ramen, and the tempura battered veggies were amazing, not to mention the service was fast and the people were friendly. It didn't take long for us to place our orders and get our food. "Today's Thursday, so me and the boys will be getting together. You should join us." Gavin popped a piece of his sushi in his mouth and watched me, waiting for an answer. "I can't. I honestly didn't have time for class this morning or this lunch. This is a really big order, and if I'm going to have everything ready for the baby shower Saturday afternoon, I need to get started on it. What kind of cookies do you make for a baby shower? Oh, there are all kinds of options, but they're decorating the nursery and sea creatures, so that's the theme for the shower as well. I'm making the cutest little octopus and seahorse cookies, along with green, blue, and yellow onesies. Hundreds of them. It's going to be adorable. That sounds like so much work. I'll stick to my pots. But seriously, we get together every Thursday. You really should come with us sometime. Maybe next week, I said, even though that was what I told him pretty much every week. It wasn't that I didn't want to get to know his friends. I'd met some of them a couple of times, and they seemed like nice guys. But I didn't think I'd fit in with them. Not only because they were all in daddy-boy relationships, but also because they were all in relationships, period, and I was perpetually single. I'd been the last single guy in a friend group before, and I knew how that went. Not good. They all either wanted to fix me up with someone or ignored me altogether because no one wanted to invite the single guy to a couple's night out. Yeah, well, that's what you said last week. But don't worry, I'll win you over. That's my superpower. Winning people over? Nope, he said with a grin. Getting my way. Bishop. All right, man, you should be good to go. I handed Marcus the keys to his Chevy. Thanks. I know I should probably trade her in instead of fixing her, but they don't make them like they used to. He tossed the keys to his truck in the air and caught them. That's the truth, I agreed, because any car guy worth his salt knew he was right. You should join us at the club tomorrow night. I haven't seen you there in a while. I'll think about it. Do that, and then stop thinking and show up, he said with a laugh as he walked out the door. I wouldn't, though. There was a reason he hadn't seen me there in a while. It was because I hadn't been in the mood. Club Verde was a nice place, and once a month they hosted a daddy boy meet and greet, but the last couple of times I'd gone, it had been less than fulfilling. And it wasn't only Verde. I'd even tried one of the more hardcore clubs downtown, thinking I just needed something more exciting, but that didn't do it for me either. Was it possible to be going through a midlife crisis at 35? Seemed likely to me, especially on days like today where I'd spent the whole day bent over the hood of a car, so I felt 50 instead. Hell, maybe I wasn't going through a midlife crisis at all. Maybe I was just tired. I needed to hire another full-time mechanic and take a fucking vacation. The phone started to ring, and I sighed. And a front office person. I needed to hire one of those, too. Wilcox Automotive? Hey, Bishop. A deep, familiar voice boomed over the phone. Hey, Dustin, what's up? I took a seat and listened while he went on about a car he was thinking about buying that he wanted me to take a look at. Not that I minded checking out a car for him. Dustin was a good customer, and we'd been friends since high school. Hell, there was a time we were close as brothers, even. But that was before he left for college, and I opted for the Army instead. We'd lost touch, which was easy to do when you were stationed overseas for years at a time. I'd missed his wedding and the birth of his first child, but we'd reconnected when he moved back to town a couple years ago. Sounds like a good deal, he continued. And you know how nervous that makes me. I hear you, man. Can't be too careful, that's for sure. I'd already looked at a couple of them for him that we'd decided weren't a good fit. He was looking for a project car he could work on with his 11-year-old son. He figured they could work on it together, and by the time they got it done, it would be time for his son to start driving. Shoot me their contact info, and I'll go over and check it out. Thanks, Bishop. Swing by after and grab a beer. I haven't seen you in weeks. We need to catch up. Sounds good. I hung up the phone and headed back into the garage. I had one full-time mechanic and one part-timer, Rick and Maury. I'd hired Rick right out of vocational school, and he was turning out to be a great mechanic. Maury was on the verge of retirement and only wanted to work part-time to supplement his income. It had taken me a few years, but I'd finally built up enough business that I could support 2 full-time guys and still keep Maury on. Hey, boss. Rick stuck his head up from under the hood of a Nissan Sentra. "Don't forget, I have to be off this weekend for Kara's brother's wedding." "I haven't forgotten. As a matter of fact, if we really push, we should be able to get all our work cleared out so we can all have the weekend off." Chapter 2. Rory. "Don't you dare touch another one of my cookies." I spun on my roommate Devin and took a step in his direction, pointing my scribe at him. He took a step back and held up his hands. "Dude, keep your sharp needle thing to yourself. I didn't take your cookies." "Right. Then explain why I'm missing 6 cookies and you have blue icing on your chin, you nitwit." His hand shot up to his face, rubbing at his chin, trying to get rid of the evidence. "There were so many. I didn't think you'd miss a few." "I've been up for 32 hours. Do you hear me? 32 freaking hours decorating these cookies, trying to get them all done in time to get them delivered. I do not have time for your little innocent act. You knew they weren't for you. Now keep your hands off my fucking cookies." "Fine, I'm out of here. I'll go over to Cameron's place. At least I'm allowed to eat the food in his kitchen." I rolled my eyes and went back to putting little dots on the starfish cookies. I was so close to being done. I didn't have time to deal with Devin today. Luckily, I had extra cookies, so the ones he'd eaten hadn't thrown me short. It just meant I wouldn't have equal numbers of each shape. Not that I thought the client would care, but that wasn't the point. I did. "You really do need to get some sleep." Terrence, our other roommate, walked in, looking at the mess our kitchen was currently in. "I know, but this order took forever because the piping on the jellyfish took way longer than I expected. As soon as I finish these and get them boxed up, I'll get everything all cleaned up so you can use the kitchen." "Oh, please, sugar, you know I'm not about to cook anything. And I'm betting Devin will use this as an excuse to stay over at his fuck buddy's house all weekend. But I wasn't kidding. You need to get some sleep, or I'll be thinking you're taking the name of your little cookie company way too seriously." I glanced at the logo on one of the boxes I'd already packed, with the adorable little gingerbread man, with the words "Ginger Snapped" under him. "If anybody eats any more of my cookies, I sure the fuck will snap," I grumbled, pushing a plate over towards him. "Except those. They didn't make the cut. If Dev had asked, I would have given him some, but instead he took some of the good ones." He picked up one of the starfish that was missing a limb and popped it in his mouth, letting out an appreciative moan. "Damn, that's delicious. It's a good thing you won't let us eat most of them, or I'd be as big as a house." He popped one more in his mouth and took another off the plate. "I'm out of here. I'm meeting the guys at the park." He took a step, stopped, and then leaned back, grabbing one more. "Last one." I would have laughed at how ridiculous he was, but it would take too much energy. I checked the clock and did a quick calculation. If I finished these up within the hour, I would have enough time to shower while they set before I packed them up and got on the road. The baby shower wasn't until 3 p.m., but the BFF of the mom-to-be, who was coordinating the shower, had requested that everything be there by noon to give her time to get everything all set up ahead of time. I'd never stayed up like this to do an order before, and I didn't plan on ever doing it again. It was the largest order I'd ever gotten, and I'd underestimated how long it would take, but I wouldn't make that mistake a second time. I just needed to make it through this, and then I would have time to regroup. But I could do it. All I had to do was finish up, deliver the cookies, and after that, I'd come home and crash for 2, maybe 3 days and get all that sleep Terrence seemed to think I needed. Then I would make Devin a batch of cookies to apologize for threatening to stab him with my scribe. Not that I really thought the little decorating tool would do much damage. 2 hours later, I had the back seat of my 2010 Honda Civic filled with ginger-snapped boxes. I turned on my favorite true crime podcast, put the location in the GPS, and was on the road to drop off the cookies. The baby shower was being held at a place called The Grove, on the outskirts of one of the city's suburbs, so I had about a 40-minute drive to get there. But I was doing okay for time, and as long as traffic wasn't crazy, I should make her noon drop-off with about half an hour to spare. The trip started off okay, and I actually thought the traffic gods were going to smile on me. That didn't track with anything else that had happened that day, though, so of course it wasn't long before I hit a traffic snarl on the interstate. My GPS alerted me there was an accident reported up ahead. I contemplated an alternative route that I normally wouldn't take because it took forever to get anywhere that way, and I knew if I got off the main road and cut across town, it would add at least 20 minutes to the estimated time. But with the way traffic was, or wasn't, moving, who knew how long I'd be stuck if I tried to stay the course? I sighed and made a decision. I didn't have time to sit here all day. Luckily, I was in the right-hand lane, so I moved over on a shoulder and made my way up to the nearest exit. My GPS rerouted, which was good because I didn't know this part of town very well. As I'd suspected, it gave me a new arrival time for my trip that was slightly over 20 minutes longer. I was barely going to make it on time, but I was still good as long as nothing else went wrong. I stayed on that route until I'd made it most of the way across town. Then my car started making a weird, squealing sound. I wasn't sure what I was hearing at first, or if it was even coming from my car, so I turned down my podcast to listen. It was definitely coming from my car. Shit, I didn't have time for this today. I patted the steering wheel gently. I don't have time for this. Just get me where I need to go today, and I promise I'll make an appointment to get you all taken care of. The further I drove, the louder the sound got. I held my breath and pushed on, hoping I could at least get the cookies delivered before the worst happened. I checked the GPS and saw that I still had a good 30 minutes left to drive. Fuck. Fuck. Why me? Why now? It would be nice if, for once, things could go smoothly. I stopped at a light and focused on breathing. In and out. Like, by controlling my body's systems and staying calm, I could help my car manage the last little bit of this trip. Positive thinking could only do so much, though. As I learned, when the light turned green, I hit the gas, and the squeal turned into something that sounded a whole lot more like a pop, followed by a loud thunk, and then silence. A very final, dead kind of silence because, sure enough, the car had shut down completely. I tried to start it back up, but no dice. She was dead. I closed my eyes and took a slow, deep breath. My car had died. On the way to make the most important cookie delivery of what was looking like my very short career as a cookie decorator. Because the thing that made this delivery so important was that this family was very well connected, and their word alone could make my business. On the flip side, that meant their word alone could destroy it, and I had no doubt they'd have plenty to say if I failed to deliver the cookies. If I were a different kind of guy, I would have gotten out and opened the hood to see if I could figure out what was wrong. But I wasn't that kind of guy at all. I didn't even check my own fluids. I had that done when I had the regular oil changes done. Therefore, I didn't even bother. Instead, I flipped on my emergency flashers, rolled down the window, and stuck my arm out, motioning for the cars behind me to go around. I was about to call my brother when the guy behind me hopped out and ran up to the window. I heard the sound it was making while we sat here. That didn't sound good at all. Probably through a belt. Yeah, it started a bit down the road. I assume it won't start? Nope, won't even try. Okay, I'm not a mechanic, so I can't really do much to help. But if you put it in neutral, my buddy and I can push you off the road. That would be great. I'd feel a lot safer if I weren't sitting here in traffic. I put the car in neutral and steered the car to the side while he and his friend pushed the car off the road and into a donut shop parking lot. When the car came to a stop, they came back up to the window. You good from here? Got somebody you can call? I do. I'll call my brother to come get me. Thanks for your help, though. No problem. I watched as they jogged back to their car, hopped in, and drove away. I glanced into the back seat at the boxes and boxes of cookies and sighed. There was no way I was going to make noon. I pulled out my phone and made the one call I never wanted to have to make. It rang a couple of times, and then Misty Porter answered the phone. Put those over there by the punch bowl. No, not there, by the punch bowl. Don't you know what a punch bowl is? Good Lord. Hello? She sounded like she was already not having a great day, and I was about to make it worse. Hey, Misty, it's Rory Gallagher from Ginger Snapped. I tried not to sound half as panicked as I felt, because the last thing I wanted was for her to freak out. Oh, Rory, yes. Are you lost? Didn't you get the directions I sent you by email? I got them, and no, I'm not lost. More like stuck. My car died on the way there, but don't worry, my brother will be here shortly and will get you the cookies. It just may not be by noon. Meaning there was no way in hell I'd be there by noon. I didn't want you to worry or think I wasn't coming. I have boxes and boxes of adorable sea creatures here in the car with me, and I'll get them to you before the shower starts. I sat there and waited while nothing but silence met me on the other end of the line. Just as I reached the point I thought about asking her if she heard me, she spoke. Look, I don't have a cake or anything coming. Your cookies are it. They're what Brandy wanted, so I went with it, even though I would have rather used an actual bakery. You better get those cookies here before the shower starts, or I'll make sure everyone hears about it. That was all she said. I mean, it was enough, a nice little warning, and then she was gone. I stared at the phone for a second, and then made the next to last call I ever wanted to make. I'd spent most of my adult life trying to convince my family that I was a grown-ass man, and yet still, when shit happened, what did I do? I called my big brother to bail me out. I waited again while the phone rang. Hey, Bug, what's up? I rolled my eyes at the use of the old nickname, but I needed his help, so today wasn't the day to put up a fuss, as my meemaw would call it. Hey, Dustin, my car broke down. Can you come pick me up? What do you mean your car broke down? Did you make sure you had enough gas? I rolled my eyes and bit my tongue. Yes, Dustin, I have over half a tank. I said it broke down, not it ran out of gas. The guy behind me said it sounded like maybe it threw a belt, whatever that means. Shit. Where are you? Are you off the road? I told him about the guys behind me pushing me off the road, and explained where I was parked. I didn't tell him where I was going, but I knew that once he got here he'd run me out to the Grove so I could drop off the cookies. He might grumble a bit, but I could bribe him with the promise of a dozen of his favorite snickerdoodles. Okay, sit tight. Will do. Like I had any other choice. Chapter 3. Bishop. I was about to put a new coat of stain on my back deck when my phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Dustin. If he was calling me on a Saturday around noon, he'd probably found a car he wanted me to check out. I wasn't really wanting to stain the deck today anyway, so I answered the phone. Bishop. Hey man, I got a favor to ask. Yep, probably a car he wanted me to look at. Sure thing, what can I do for you? Are you at work today? No, worse. Chores around the house. Did you need something? No, I'm not calling for me. I'm calling for Rory. Your little brother? Okay, what's up? The last time I saw him, he was a kid, but Bug was hard to forget, with his red hair and face covered in freckles. He was a lot younger than we were, still in elementary school when we graduated, but he'd always wanted to hang out with us. His mother would never let him go with us because he'd had asthma and had to use an inhaler. She'd been really protective of him, keeping him close to the house most of the time, but sometimes we'd stay home and play video games with him. His car broke down not far from you. He called me to come and pick him up, but I can't do it. I have to take the girls to a birthday party. But I knew he was close to your shop, so I thought maybe you could run over and help him out. I didn't think about you being at home instead of at the shop. No worries. I live around the corner from the shop, so if he's close to the shop, he isn't far from me at all. Does he have any idea what happened? Not really. Rory isn't much of a car guy, but he drives a blue Civic that's in pretty good repair. Okay, you tell me where he's stranded and I'll take care of it. Dustin gave me the name of a donut shop not too far away. I know where that is. I'll head right on over and see what I can do. Little Bug. I hadn't thought about him for years. Last thing I heard about him was maybe 10 years ago when Dustin told me Rory had come out to his family. He had to be what, mid-20s by now? I wasn't sure how old he was the last time I saw him. He seemed younger than he was, mostly because of the way his mom had babied him. I didn't remember much about him. He was a kid and I was a teenager who was focused on my own insane life. But I remember Dustin had just gotten a car, so he must have been right around 16. The little guy had spent days carrying around this soccer ball because his mom had agreed to let him play. He was so excited, and we'd played out in the backyard with him a little bit. I'm not sure of the details of what happened, but I know he had an asthma attack on the field, and that was the end of him getting to play any kind of sports. I wondered how they were all doing now. Not only Rory, but the whole family. I'd spent a lot of time over at the Gallaghers growing up, but as an adult, I hadn't really had any reason to see Dustin's family, which was a shame, because their house had been a second home to me for years. I wanted to hurry because he was stuck on the side of the road, but there was no way I could go off and leave everything out. If I did, my dog Einstein would destroy it. He was a good dog, but he thought everything that was in the yard was there for his enjoyment. And to him, enjoyment equaled ripping things to shreds and scattering them all over the yard. It didn't take long to put everything away, and then I was in my truck and headed for the donut shop. I hoped it was something simple that I could fix right there. If it wasn't, I'd have to call the shop and get Maury to come in so he could bring the tow truck to pick up the car. It was nearing noon, so there weren't many cars at the donut shop, which made it easy to spot Rory's. It was sitting off the road in the parking lot. I pulled up right beside him and got out of the truck. He didn't get out to meet me, so I walked up and tapped on the window. He turned to look at me and gave me a cautious smile before rolling the window down. "Can I help you?" "Rory?" I asked. I was pretty positive it was him with the red hair and freckles, but I hadn't seen him since he was 8 or 9 years old, so I wanted to be sure. "Yeah." His smile disappeared and was replaced with a look of concern. "I'm Rory." "It's Bishop. Bishop Wilcox. Remember me?" "Oh!" His face lit up again with a brilliant smile. "Of course I remember you. You used to let me kick your ass in Halo on the regular." "I love that you think I let you." I grinned back at him. I had mostly let him beat me, but he was actually pretty darn good. "Wow, I haven't seen you in ages. Dustin said you were back in town, though." "Yeah, been back about 5 years, I guess." "Actually, he should be here any minute. I'm waiting for him. My stupid car died on me." "Did he not tell you he wasn't coming?" I'd assumed Dustin had let him know he was sending me to pick him up. "What do you mean he isn't coming?" I could see panic in his eyes, but I wasn't sure why. "He called me and asked me to come check out your car. I have a mechanic shop right up the road, Wilcox Automotive. He had to take the twins to a birthday party, and he knew I was closer." "No, no, 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 no," he mumbled to himself, shaking his head. "I needed Dustin to come. I have to get this delivery to the Grove. There's a party happening out there, and they're waiting for these cookies." He motioned to the back seat, which was full of bakery boxes. "Dustin was supposed to come so he could take me out there." I couldn't imagine Dustin bailing on something that seemed so important to his brother. "Did Dustin know he was supposed to deliver your stuff?" "He didn't mention that to me, just asked me to come look at your car." "No, I didn't tell him. I figured I'd tell him after he got here. Shit, what am I going to do? I have to get these cookies there." "Why don't you call your friend who's having the party and let them know what's up? It was nice of you to offer to pick them up, but at this point maybe they should come meet you to pick them up." "My friend?" He stared at me in confusion. "Yeah, the one you picked up the cookies for. It was nice of you to say you'd bring them, but you can't help that your car broke down. Surely they'll understand." "I didn't pick them up for a friend. I made them. All of them. That's what I do. I make cookies for people. Like as my business." He reached into his console and pulled something out, then stuck his hand out the window holding out a business card. He shoved it at me a few times until I took it. It had a cute little gingerbread man logo on it with the words Ginger snapped under it. I wanted to tell him the name was clever, but he wasn't finished on his little tirade. "You fix cars, I bake cookies. These people are paying me to deliver these cookies. I can't call them and be like, 'This is Rory, your unreliable cookie baker. Can you come meet me on the side of the road and get your cookies?'" I tried not to chuckle at him, but he was kind of cute when he got worked up. "Well, why don't you pop the hood, and I'll see if I can get you back on the road so you can deliver your cookies." He reached down and pulled the lever to pop the hood. I walked around to see if there was anything I could do that would be a quick fix. The car door opened and closed, and I felt his presence beside me. I glanced back over at him and did a double take. I hadn't been able to tell it through the window of the car, but little Bug had grown up nice. He wasn't tall at all, probably 5'5" to my 6 feet, but he was compact and cute as hell. I shook my head, reminding myself that he was not only too young for me, but also Dustin's little brother. He was totally my type, though. And if I'd met him at a club or at a bar on a Friday night instead of in the middle of a crisis on the side of the road, I might have made a play for him. If he was someone other than my best friend's little brother, of course. I messed around under the hood for a minute and then turned to face him. Looks like you threw a belt. I can't fix it here. I'm going to have to get it down to the shop. Sorry. His shoulders sagged and his face fell. Shit. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, steadying himself. It seemed to work because when he opened his eyes, he looked reasonably calm. He pulled out his phone, looked at it, and shook his head. Okay, he said, more to himself than to me. I'll just call Dustin and let him know I needed more than a roadside pickup and see if he'll come take me to deliver the cookies. It's no big deal, right? Only the biggest cookie order I ever got from someone who could make, or as she so kindly reminded me, break my business. It's not like she has any other options. She'll have to take them even if they're late, right? Right. Hey, Bug, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Dustin can't come, remember? That's why he sent me. Fuck. I'll have to call my roommate Devin then. Maybe he isn't working today. Crap, no, this is Saturday, so he'll be at work. My mom then. Of course, I'll never hear the end of it if I call her. Just hold on a second. Where is this place you have to go? It's just out the other side of Old Settlers Park. Okay, how about this? Why don't you load up all your cookies in my truck, and I'll run you out there. Your car should be okay here for now. I'll call Maury, the guy who works for me, and have him come pick it up and take it to the shop. Seriously, Bishop? You don't mind? Nah, I didn't have anything else to do today except stain my deck anyway. Okay, I'll make you a deal. You take me out to the Grove, and not only will I make you a dozen cookies, but I'll come next weekend and help you stain your deck. You don't have to do that, Bug. No, but I want to, because you don't have to run me all the way out there. This has been an absolute shit day, and I haven't slept in... He looked at his phone again. 39 hours. So, yeah, you help me get these cookies there in time, and I'll happily help you paint your deck. Chapter 4. Rory. Wow. Bishop Wilcox. I hadn't seen him since I was a kid. Dustin had mentioned him a couple of times over the last few years, like I knew he was helping him find a car for him and Quentin to rebuild. But there hadn't been any reason for us to run into each other. I loved my brother, but we were so different we didn't really hang out a lot or anything. I went over to his house and had dinner every so often, and I tried to watch the kids for them if they needed me to. But other than that, we didn't run in the same crowds. We worked together to transfer all the cookies into the back seat of his truck, put my keys behind the visor on my car, and we were off. I'd be there before the shower started, but the noon drop-off deadline had come and gone. I only hoped that Misty Porter would be pleased enough with the cookies to give me a pass on the drop-off time. Bishop concentrated on the road, which gave me an opportunity to get a look at him. He'd changed a lot since the last time I'd seen him. I remember him being around all the time, but not much else. If my mother hadn't been a big picture taker, I might not have even been able to call up an image of the way he'd looked. As a matter of fact, a picture of my brother with his first car sat right beside my graduation picture on the mantel, and standing right next to him with the car was a 16-year-old Bishop. He was tall even then, but at that age he was lanky and a little geeky looking. Nothing like the totally hot bear of a guy sitting next to me today. I'd always had a thing for bears. I liked a man who was big enough to manhandle me if he wanted to. Of course, I was a small guy, so technically that was most men, but there was just something about a guy who was large enough to really do it. And Bishop definitely fit the bill. Not that it mattered. Not only was he Dustin's best friend, but he'd called me Bug, which meant he probably still thought of me as that pesky little kid who always wanted to tag along but couldn't because of my asthma. So, you have your own bakery? He asked, breaking the silence. Oh, no, I make the cookies at home. I used to work for my dad's hardware store, but I quit last year to make cookies full-time. Really? And how's that going? Good. I ship most of my orders out of town, which really surprised me, but I'm starting to get more and more local orders as well. Like this one. That looks like a lot of cookies. It is. Hundreds. Each one hand-decorated. And with your help, I'm going to get them delivered on time, so thank you. It's no problem at all. It'll give us a chance to catch up. You still play video games?" I dipped my head and blushed. My mother always told me that video games were for kids, but she didn't get it. Most of the people I played with were adults, and personally, I thought it was a great way to relieve stress. "I do, some." Understatement, but seriously, I hated to admit I was as big a fan now as I had been when I was a kid. "Me too. One of the main things you do in the army is what we liked to call hurry up and wait. So we spent a lot of time sitting around playing video games. It's a great stress reliever, too." OMG, that's what I keep saying. Like, nothing helps you get rid of stress like killing a few monsters. "Are you playing M-Slayer?" "I am." I grinned over at him. M-Slayer was a new game this year, and it was a blast. You fought hordes of zombies, covens of vampires, and pretty much any other monster you can think of. Back in the day, he'd loved to play first-person shooter games, and so did I, but he was way better than me. I wondered if that would still be the case. I was the top monster slayer in my group of online friends. "Are you?" "Yep, every chance I get." "You should give me your player's name and we could connect. I have a group I play with a lot." "That sounds like fun. I still play with some of my old army buddies, but I wouldn't mind finding new people to play with. Or you could come play with us." "Cool. Okay, the GPS says you take the next left, and it's right down that road." He followed my directions, and I released a sigh of relief as we pulled up to the building with a big sign out front that had a cute little blue octopus with various colors of pastel balloons attached. I checked the time. 2:30. We made it, but just barely. I hopped out of his truck, opened the back door, and reached in for some cookies, just as the door on the other side opened. "You grab that small stack, and I'll take the rest so you can talk to the hostess." "You don't have to carry in cookies. Getting me here was more than enough." "I may not have to, but there's no reason I shouldn't." I almost argued with him, but I just wanted to get the cookies in there. "Okay, thank you." I picked up the two on my side and watched as he carefully stacked the rest of the boxes. I rushed ahead of him so I could open the door, but before I got there, the door opened and Misty rushed out. "Okay, take them straight to the empty table. You should be able to tell where they go since it's the only table not already set up." The annoyance was clear in her voice, but I didn't care. I was simply thrilled that I'd made it there before the start of the shower. She followed us in and watched as we put the boxes on the empty table. "I guess put them out by type or whatever." She waved her hand over the table. "Just make it pretty. Since you're late, I don't have time to do it. I need to be greeting guests as they arrive." She turned and walked off as I stared at her retreating back. "Is putting them out part of your job?" Bishop asked. "Not normally, but I don't want to give her anything else to complain about. I was 2.5 hours late." "Yeah, but your car broke down. It isn't like you just didn't show up." I don't really imagine Misty cares much why. Anyway, it won't take me but a minute to get them all put out. I need to find a kitchen so I can wash my hands before I touch them. I didn't bring any gloves since I didn't expect to be putting them out. "I'll stand right here and make sure no one messes with them or sneaks any cookies while you're gone." Most event venues like this have a kitchen area, and this one did. It didn't take me but a second to locate it, and luckily the pantry had a box of disposable gloves for food prep. I washed my hands and grabbed a pair of gloves. Like I told Bishop, I didn't want to give Misty anything to complain about. I rushed back out to find him surrounded by ladies who were asking him questions about the cookies, and bless his heart, he obviously had no idea what to tell them, but he was charming their socks off. It was easy enough to tell what Misty had been planning. She'd requested 6 different cookie shapes: octopus, seahorses, sea turtles, jellyfish, starfish, and onesies, and there were 6 empty platters in a stack on the table. But I honestly thought it would be more fun and appealing if the sea creatures were all mixed together, and the onesies, which were multiple colors, were in the center. She said to do whatever I wanted, just make it look good, so that was what I did. While I was arranging the cookies, I heard Bishop off to the side, talking to the ladies as they walked up and looked at the display. "Oh yeah, he has an Instagram, see?" He pulled out his phone and turned it around, showing them something. "I know, Ginger snapped. Isn't that such a fun name?" "No, I don't have any of his cards, but his contact information is on his Instagram." I chuckled to myself. Bishop was turning out to be a pretty darn good hype man. Maybe me showing up late wouldn't be the disaster I'd feared after all. I was just finishing up when I felt a hand on my forearm. I turned, expecting it to be Misty, but it wasn't. A beautiful, middle-aged woman with a warm smile stood there. "You made the cookies?" "I did." "Well, they're amazing." She reached over and straightened one of the plates. "I'm Marcia, Brandy's mother, and you couldn't have done a better job if you tried. These little animals look just like the ones she's using to decorate the nursery." Misty sent me a picture of the room, so I just tried to duplicate what I saw. "Oh, honey, don't sell yourself short. I tried to make one of Brandy's birthday cakes myself once when she was little, and notice I said once." She laughed and smiled at the memory. "These are perfect. May I try one?" I looked around for Misty and didn't see her, but either way I didn't think I could tell the mother of the mom-to-be no. "Of course. What do you want?" "Let's try a seahorse. They're so cute." I handed her one of the seahorses and watched as she bit into the cookie. I knew my cookies looked good, and I was happy to know she thought I nailed the theme, but what I really liked was when people enjoyed eating my food. I held my breath, waiting to see what she thought. "Wow." She closed her eyes, a small smile pulling at her lips. "These are divine. I was expecting a sugar cookie, but this is something more. What's in this? Is it cinnamon?" "No, actually, it's cardamom, but don't tell anyone. It's my secret ingredient," I teased. "Secret ingredient, huh?" "Yeah, it's so secret they're called lemon cardamom butter cookies on my website." I smiled when she chuckled at my joke. I liked her. She seemed really friendly. I was glad she was the one who came over to talk to me instead of Misty. "What I know is that they're so buttery they melt in your mouth, and they taste delicious." Another woman around her age walked up beside her. "Are you into the cookies, Marcia?" "I am, Sandra. You have to try these." She broke off a piece of the seahorse she held and passed it to her. Sandra popped the cookie in her mouth, but I could tell she was just doing it to humor Marcia. At least she was until the cookie hit her tongue. "Oh, this is delicious. Did you make those?" "I did." The worst thing about shipping my cookies was that I didn't get to see people's reactions to them, but this was fantastic. "It's sweet, but has a warm, homey spice. Then there's like a hit of lemon. I've never had a cookie quite like it before." "Thank you. They're my lemon cardamom butter cookies. They're one of my favorites." "I can see why. Are you taking orders for the holiday?" "I sure am. Here, let me give you one of my cards." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the case I carried my cards in, handing one to her. "You might as well go ahead and hand me all those." Marcia reached out her hand. "By the time today's over, I'll be tired of telling people who made these beautiful cookies." I handed her the stack because I wasn't going to argue with her. That was exactly what I'd been hoping for from today. And who better than the guest of honor's mother to be the one passing out my cards? At that point, I was beaming. But while I was thrilled with the reaction to my cookies, I wanted to get out of there before Misty came back around. I motioned for Bishop to follow me, and we slipped out and headed straight for his truck. "Well, that went great. Everyone seemed to love your cookies." "They did. Now hopefully that will turn into some future sales. Maybe I should add a setup package as an option. I have to admit, getting to see people enjoy the cookies was really nice for a change. Usually the only people I get to see eat them are my roommates and family." "Yeah, those ladies sure liked them." "They did. But seriously, Bishop, thank you for everything. For bringing me out here, helping me get everything inside, and for running interference while I set them all up. How did you know I had an Instagram, though?" "It was on the card you gave me, and as soon as the ladies headed your way, I knew they'd have questions. I figured since I didn't have answers, I'd use pictures to deflect." "That was brilliant." I grinned at him, shaking my head. "Really?" By the time we got back to the donut shop where Bishop had picked me up, my car was gone. "Looks like Maury got your car to the shop. I'll check it out tomorrow and let you know how it looks." "Tomorrow's Sunday. Do you normally work on Sundays?" "Not if I can help it, but I don't mind." "You really don't have to do that. I'm so beat from getting that order ready, I'll be shocked if I leave my bed for a couple of days. And I'm sure not leaving the apartment if I can help it. I don't have to be anywhere until Thursday, and my friend Gavin can pick me up then if I need him to, so there's no rush. Okay, Monday it is then. Give me your number and I'll call you and let you know what I find and how much it's going to cost. I winced at the thought of the repair bill, but it was what it was, and I couldn't deliver cookies without a car. My number's on the card I gave you, if you still have it. I do. Now, why don't you tell me where you live and I'll run you home. Chapter 5. Bishop. I dropped Rory off at his apartment and waited until he made it inside. Then I picked up the phone and called Dustin. Hey, how bad was the car? Looks like he threw a timing belt. I won't know if it's simply a matter of replacing it or if damage was done until I get to look at it on Monday. Damn. Hopefully the engine isn't trashed. Odds aren't in his favor, but we'll see. I didn't know he had his own business. Yep, makes the best tasting cookies I've ever had. And they look amazing, too. I know, I saw a bunch of them today. They were awesome. I didn't get to taste any, though. They were for a party. Shit, was he delivering cookies when the car broke down? I chuckled. He was, but I gave him a lift. I can't believe he didn't tell me he was on a delivery. I would have figured something out. That cookie company is important to him. I could tell, but really it was no big deal. We got them delivered, and it was nice to catch up with him. Well, thanks for stepping in and helping him out. No problem. I'm planning to run by and check out that car for you and Quentin tomorrow, so I'll let you know what I find out. Once I was back home, I grabbed a beer out of the fridge and went out into the backyard to throw the ball for Einstein. People bought houses for all kinds of reasons, but I bought this house because of the trees in the backyard. When I was in the Army, I was stationed in a few places, some stateside even, where there were no trees, and I said I would never live in a place without them again. I hadn't even cared much about what the house was like, as long as the yard had trees, which made me the perfect buyer for this place because the yard had been the only good thing about it when I bought it. I spent the first year moving from room to room as I redid each one. The house wasn't anything fancy, but it was nice, and I got my trees. It didn't take long before Einstein had had enough and lumbered up on the deck, flopping down. I shook my head at him and took a seat beside him. I'd had him for 5 years now. One of the other things I'd missed in the Army was having a dog, so as soon as I'd found a house, I took a trip to the local shelter. I'd had a pretty good idea what I wanted, a lab or maybe shepherd mix of some kind. But as soon as I laid eyes on him, I knew he was the one. He had a large head that was too big for his body and long, floppy ears that made no sense. His mother was a Shar-Pei, and someone had dropped her off at the shelter while she was pregnant. The shelter suspected he also had some basset hound in him, but they weren't sure. He was the last of the puppies, since the others had all found homes. He'd been ugly as sin, and when he looked up at me with those sad basset hound-looking eyes, surrounded by a bunch of wrinkly Shar-Pei skin, my only thought was that he was so ugly nobody else would take him. So I had to. Best decision I ever made, because he turned out to be the very best dog ever. He did eventually grow into his head, and his ears fit with the rest of his body now. But he was still a different-looking dog. Well, boy, I said, petting his thick coat, what are we going to do with the rest of our weekend? He lifted his head and looked at me, then put it back down, not moving. That wasn't much help. I considered getting started on Rory's car, but there wasn't really any rush, and I had a bad feeling he wasn't going to like what I had to say once I did. Odds were that when he threw the timing belt, the pistons did some damage, and that would be expensive to fix. Instead, I decided I'd take up Marcus on his suggestion and join him at Club Verde. I hadn't been to one of their daddy boy meetups in a few months, and he was right. Having it on a Saturday instead of a Friday meant there would be some different people there. Besides, it had been way too long since I'd even put myself out there. Decision made, I shot a text to my buddy Gunnar to ask if he would be there. Even if I didn't find a boy to play with tonight, some time with fellow daddies would make it worth the drive across town. A few minutes later, I got a text from Gunnar telling me he'd be there with his boy Simon and some of his friends and would see me there. I showered really quick and then made the drive over to the club. I was glad to see the lot was full. In a town where there were a lot of choices and a lot of venues where anything went, Oliver really worked hard to make sure that Club Verde was a place where everyone felt welcome. The daddy boy nights were his only themed nights, which made sense since he was a daddy himself. Oliver greeted people as they came in. When he spotted me, a smile lit up his face. I knew him outside the club because I'd done some work on a couple of his cars, but from his reaction, you'd think we were old friends. "Bishop, it's good to see you. I was starting to think one of my cars would have to break down before I'd see you again." "It hasn't been that long." "It has, but regardless, I'm glad you came tonight." "Looks like expanding this to 2 nights is paying off for you." I looked over his shoulder into the crowded club and wondered how hard it was going to be to locate Marcus or Gunnar. "It's popular, that's for sure. Joshua's been trying to get me to make it an every Friday night thing, but we'll see." Joshua was Oliver's boy. I didn't know much about him because he worked in a corporate job and didn't spend much time in the club, but Oliver talked about him enough for me to know if Joshua wanted it to be a weekly thing, it probably would be. He loved spoiling his boy and would do just about anything to make him smile. "Well, tonight looks like a big hit. I'm going to go in and see if I can find my friends." He raised an eyebrow. "Your friends? Not a boy?" "My friends first. Then we'll see where the night takes me." "Sounds good. Don't be a stranger." A small group had come up waiting to go in, so I nodded at him and slipped by as he moved on to greet the person behind me. I wound through the crowd, keeping an eye out for Marcus or Gunnar as I took in the people on the dance floor and congregating near the bar. It was always interesting to see the way people divided themselves up into groups. It was like the boys naturally congregated together, some in small huddles and others dancing together out on the floor. Then there were mixed groups that seemed to be made up of couples. No, I decided quickly my problem wasn't that there weren't any good-looking boys to choose from, and I knew from experience that at least a few of them would be thrilled with the idea of a guy like me showing interest. With my big burly build and thick beard, I was the very image of a bear, and that by itself was enough for some men. Add the fact that I identified as a daddy, and there was a subset of the gay population who found that a very attractive package for sure. So it wasn't that at all. It had more to do with me wanting something more permanent in my life. Short-term flings and hookups had been enough for me while I built my business and figured out who I was outside of the military. But now that I had that, I wanted more. I didn't see Marcus, but I spotted Gunnar sitting at a table with a bunch of guys and headed in his direction. He saw me before I got there and stood. "Hey, man, we got lucky and got a table. I saved you a seat in case you wanted to join us." "Sounds good, thanks." I took the seat and looked around at the guys. What I thought were probably 4 daddies and maybe a boy sat there. At least I assumed that was the case based on the possessive way the one man had his arm draped across the back of the other guy's chair. "Bishop, this is Ryder." Gunnar pointed, starting to his right and continuing around. "Max, Cooper, Lucas, and Ben. Guys, this is my friend Bishop." "Nice to meet you." We sat there and chatted a little, but I noticed that most of their eyes were constantly drawn to a group of boys out on the dance floor. The only one of them I recognized was Simon, Gunnar's boy. I'd met him a couple of times, but I was betting the other boys belonged with the daddies sitting here with me. There was a chair sitting between the 2 on the end, Ryder and Max, if I remembered correctly, but not one between Max and Cooper. They both had their eyes glued to a couple of the boys, though, so I was pretty sure they were attached. Sure enough, when the music ended, 4 smiling boys came our way. A pretty man with curly blonde hair slipped into the chair next to Ryder and collapsed against his shoulder. At the same time, Simon slipped into an empty chair between Ben and Gunnar. He leaned over for a quick kiss from Gunnar before turning to Ben to say something to him. Both Cooper and Max slid their chairs back a bit to make room as the 2 other boys slid into their laps. The one who'd made himself at home on Cooper's lap looked at me from across the table. He reached out, grabbed a chip, dipped it in the salsa that sat on the table, and popped it into his mouth. Then he leaned forward, placing his chin on his hand, and looked at me. "So," he drew out the word. "Hot daddy bear that I don't know. Who are—" he yelped, not finishing the last sentence. "Ouch, Daddy, why'd you pinch me?" He turned and looked at Cooper. I managed not to laugh as Cooper just stared at him, not saying a word. The "you know what you did" was clear in that glare. But the boy either didn't recognize it, or he was shooting for a spanking. I was betting on the latter because I swear I saw pure mischief in his eyes. "Oh, was it because I called him hot? So sorry. Do you need me to tell you that you're hot too, Daddy?" Cooper's glare intensified. "No. What I need is for you not to be rude, brat." "I wasn't being rude. I was being—" Another yelp. "Daddy," he whined, glancing over at me. "Sorry," he mumbled, doing a decent job of sounding contrite. But I didn't see any regret in his eyes at all. The brat knew exactly what he was doing and seemed quite pleased with the result. I'd never personally been much of one for brats, and I bet that one was a handful. A handful Cooper was obviously more than pleased to be dealing with. "Ignore them, Bishop. They're always like that," Simon said, gleaning around Gunner to look at me. Then introductions moved around the table again, this time the boys all giving me their names. We chatted for a little while, but when the music kicked back up, the boys hopped up and were gone, all but Ben. They'd asked him if he was coming, but he'd just told them he wasn't anywhere near drunk enough to go out on the dance floor. We all sat there and talked a little more until my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out to see a text from Marcus. Marcus. "Hey, just checking in. Not sure if you showed up. Wanted to tell you I found a boy for the night and I'm going to head on out." Figured. That was one of the reasons I hadn't been out with him for a while. He came to these things for one reason and one reason only. Me. "No problem, dude. Have fun." That was my friend Marcus, I told Gunner. He was just letting me know he was leaving. "Great. You can just hang out here with us then." I sat back and looked around the club. I probably should be doing the same thing Marcus had, but the idea of taking home a boy and playing daddy for the night just didn't appeal to me. What I wanted was what these guys at this table had. "Guess I'm staying." The boys came and went throughout the rest of the night while we sat around and talked. Eventually, Ben joined them out on the dance floor, leaving just us daddies sitting here. "They seem to be having fun?" "Yeah." Ryder smiled fondly at the group of boys dancing together. "They always have fun together, no matter what they're doing." After a while, the insanity of the day started to get to me. I checked my watch, surprised to realize how late it had gotten. I needed to go home and get some sleep. I leaned over so Gunner could hear me. "It's time for me to get going." "It was good to see you, man." "You too. It was nice to meet y'all. And Ryder, I'll give you a call about the porch." "You do that." At some point while we'd been talking, we'd gotten on home renovations, and apparently that was what Ryder did for a living. I'd been wanting to add a screened porch for a while, and he'd offered to come to give me an estimate. I'd enjoyed myself tonight, and apparently they'd liked me okay as well, because before I left, Max invited me to join them at a local bar they sometimes hung out at. "We all get together at a friend's bar on Thursdays. You should join us sometime." "Just us," Ryder clarified. "The boys call it our daddy night. They usually find something else to do." "Do you go?" I asked Gunner. "If I don't have any appointments on Thursday night, I do." "I'll try to swing by sometime." I'd spent so much time getting my garage up and running, I'd done a pretty shit job of making friends. And the friends I did have were as busy as I was, trying to juggle everything life threw their way. So the idea of getting together with a few guys for beers once a week sounded pretty good to me. Chapter 6. Rory. The day after my big cookie delivery went about like I thought it would. I went home, ate a bunch of horrible for me food, and crashed. Hard. The guys were kind enough not to wake me up, and I slept through most of the next day. Then I woke up tired and sore and a little grouchy. I stumbled out of my room to find both Terrence and Devin in the living room. "Well, good afternoon, Sleeping Beauty," Terrence said. "Do we have any food?" "You mean any food that you didn't eat when you got in the other night?" "Nope, but I was thinking I'd order some takeout. You want some?" Devin grabbed his phone, ready to order. "Chinese?" I asked, hopefully. "Of course. How about you, Terrence?" Terrence nodded his head and he went to work ordering our food. We always ordered the same thing, so there was no need to tell him what we wanted. Okay, food will be here in 30. Great, that's just enough time for you to tell us all about how things went with your delivery. Terrence plopped down on the couch and looked at me expectantly. It was awesome. The guest of honor wasn't there yet when I dropped off the cookies, but her mother was, and she raved about them. I handed out a bunch of cards and got some questions about holiday orders. I think this is going to be great for business. That's fantastic, sweetie, Terrence said. Right? The only bad thing was the friend who was organizing it. She was a dragon, but in the end she didn't have anything to complain about. Although it was a close thing, my car broke down on the way there and I almost didn't make it. You're kidding me. Baby Blue broke down? Yep, I had to detour because of an accident, which already added a ton of time to the trip. And then boom, she wasn't running at all. That sucks. Do you know what's wrong with it? Devin asked. I'm not sure. I think it threw a belt, which might mean the car is done. Well, shit. How did you get the cookies there? I called Dustin, and he sent a friend of his to come get me. He took me the rest of the way out there. I tried to keep my expression completely neutral. The last thing I wanted was to get the guys speculating about Bishop, because that was totally what they'd do. A friend of Dustin's, huh? Why do I get the feeling there's more to that story than a friend of Dustin's? Probably because he's someone I knew when I was a kid, so he's more than just a friend of Dustin's. He was like family. And what does this friend of Dustin's look like? Like a guy who's totally off-limits because he's Dustin's best friend. But not totally off-limits because he's straight? No, because he isn't. He came out as bi years ago. And, so you know, he's stupid hot in that older, sexy bear kind of way. Totally not my type. I fought the urge to cross my fingers, because that was such a total lie. He was exactly my type. Except I was sure he'd never see me as anything but bug. I'm really worried about the car thing, though. I have to have a car to make deliveries. True, but maybe it won't be that bad. We'll see. On the bright side, you'll get to see your brother's friend again. Yeah, and give him the very last of my savings, most likely. Possibly, but it sounds like you're going to be swamped with holiday orders, so you'll replenish that money. You'll see. Terrence pulled me into a hug and I sank into the embrace. I hadn't even realized how badly I needed it until that second. You're the best, guys. Thanks. The doorbell rang and Devin went to get our food. Terrence hopped up. I'll get the plates and drinks. Okay, movie time. Devin set the food down on the table in front of us and started opening containers. Terrence came back in with plates and sodas for each of us. Chinese food and movie night had become our thing shortly after we'd all moved in here. We ordered an assortment of things and ate them family style, so we never had to worry about missing out. Do we know what we're watching tonight? Something action-y with lots of explosions and no thinking. I'm still too tired to think. I dipped a spring roll into the sauce, took a bite, and moaned. Are these better than normal, or am I just starved? They're the same as always. You're just starved. Devin laughed as he selected a movie that fit my request. The next morning, I woke up to a missed call, followed by a text from Bishop to call him when I was awake. I was dreading getting the news about my car, but putting it off wouldn't help. I dialed the number, and while it rang, I crawled out of bed and headed to the kitchen for a cup of coffee. I had a momentary thought that I probably should have drunk the coffee before I called him, but unfortunately he answered before I could do anything about it. Hey, Bug. Hey, Bishop. I put him on speaker and set the phone down while I poured the coffee. I have good news and bad news about the car. Okay, I haven't had coffee yet, so is it so bad that I need to call you back later? He chuckled. Well, I guess that depends on how homicidal you get without your coffee. But since I have you on the line, I think I'll chance it. I took a drink of coffee and braced myself for the news. It was the timing belt. But damn, kid, you should probably buy a lottery ticket, because it didn't cause too much damage. Really? Yeah, it has some, don't get me wrong. But you won't need a whole new engine. Okay, so how much is it going to cost me? He gave me a price that didn't make my day, but wasn't anywhere near as bad as I'd feared. I had a feeling he'd given me a discount because I was Dustin's brother, something I wasn't going to complain about. That's doable. I assume that was the good news. What's the bad news? The bad news is I need to order parts for the repairs, so it's probably going to be at least a week before I can get it back to you. Oh, well, that isn't so bad. I can take one of the scooters anywhere I have to go. You can't deliver cookies on a scooter, though. I bet I could. I totally couldn't, but it was a fun image to think about. I loved riding on the electric scooters that sat all around town, so much so that I used them just about any time I wasn't carrying cookies with me. You absolutely cannot do that. Let me see if I have a car I can loan you. You don't need to do that. I don't have any deliveries scheduled right now, and if any come up, I can get Gavin to take me. Gavin? Is that your boyfriend? No, just a friend. But a friend with a car who can be bribed with cookies. Well, I still haven't tried any of these cookies people are willing to do favors for. I planned to bring you some this weekend when I came to help with your deck. But since I don't have a car, I guess I won't be able to. I don't really need help with the deck, but I wouldn't turn down cookies. Why don't I come pick you up? We can eat cookies and play some M-Slayer. Okay, that sounds great. But you have to let me help with the deck. Cookies are nowhere near enough payment for you saving the day like that. I didn't really do that much. Maybe not to you, but that delivery was really important to me, so just shut up and let me thank you. Hold on, I just thought of something. You're allergic to dogs, aren't you? Damn it, I didn't even think about that. I have one that sheds quite a bit. I'm not allergic to dogs. Where did you get that idea? I thought I remembered your mom saying you couldn't go somewhere one time because they had dogs, and you couldn't be around them. I always assumed that was why you guys didn't have any pets. That was my mom overreacting, as always. She'd read somewhere that if you have asthma, you can't have pets, which is not true. If you're allergic to the animal and have asthma, it can cause an attack, but if you aren't allergic, it's fine. She was never willing to even give it a try. She just worried about you is all. Thank goodness we were talking on the phone, and he couldn't see how hard my eyes rolled at that statement. Because of course she was worried. I almost died when my asthma was at its worst, so I knew she worried. But the problem was she took worried to a whole new level. I know, and I love my mom, but she gave new meaning to the term overprotective mother. Still does. If she had her way, I'd still be living at home, where she could keep an eye on me. Do I need to call her and ask permission for you to come hang out at my house on Sunday? He teased. Ha ha, very funny. You just come pick me up Sunday morning and be ready to kill some zombies and vampires. Chapter 7. Bishop. What are you grinning about? Rick asked, walking into the garage office on Saturday afternoon. Nothing, just something my friend Dustin's little brother sent me. I turned the phone to show him the meme that said unsolicited deck pic with a picture of a really nice backyard deck. He's going to help me stain the deck tomorrow. Cool. Is that the guy with the blue Civic? Yep, same one. Parts should be in for that one Monday, but I wanted to see if you had anything else you wanted me to do today before I left. You got the Camry all finished? Sure did. Then you're good to go. Great. I watched him walk out. He was a good guy, just getting started out in life, and I hated for him to be here on the weekends. Hell, I hated being here on the weekends. That was why I was interviewing 2 new people next week. One for the office job and one for the mechanic's position. With those changes, I hoped we could get enough done during the week, and these Saturday hours would be a thing of the past. It would be nice to have time for something other than work. I'd planned to join the guys I'd met at Club Verde on Thursday night over at the bar Max had told me about, but instead, when it came time to go, I'd been stuck here at the garage underneath a minivan trying to figure out why it wasn't running. I was well aware that having too much business was a good problem to have, but it was still a problem. I'd spent years working hard to build the kind of reputation that meant people referred me to their friends and families, and all that work was starting to pay off, which meant it was time for me to start thinking about what I wanted to do other than work, because, for right now, that was pretty much all I did. There were no other explanations for why I was looking forward to tomorrow so much. Having someone come by to help stain the deck and play video games shouldn't have been such an exciting thing, but it was. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had anyone over to the house. I knew Dustin would have come and helped with the deck if I'd asked him, but he and Rachel were so busy, and the rare weekend they didn't have some sporting event with their kids or chores of their own to do, the last thing Dustin would want to do was help someone else with their chores. At least, that's what I assumed. I probably should have asked him if he wanted to come hang out with me and Bug, but I didn't think of it until today. If nothing else, how thrilled I was that Bug planned on coming over was a sign that I needed a life. Maybe I could join a bowling league or something. I'd heard Rick talking about going axe throwing, so that might be an option. But I'd start with meeting Gunner's friends at the bar next Thursday night. I stopped at the donut shop where his car had broken down last weekend and picked up some donuts. I thought it was the least I could do since he was insistent on helping me stain the deck. It really wasn't a two-person job, but if it made him feel better to say he helped, I'd let him. He was waiting downstairs for me when I pulled in. He was playing on his phone, not looking up, so he didn't see me pull in. I was struck again by how attractive he was. He's not for you, I reminded myself again, and then allowed myself just a minute to look. There was nothing wrong with admiring him from a distance. He was wearing a pair of light blue skinny jeans, a pair of yellow sneakers, and a matching yellow t-shirt with a picture that said Cookie Dealer under a couple of chocolate chip cookies on the front. And those freckles, they were fucking adorable. He'd said Gavin wasn't his boyfriend, but he didn't mention if he had one or not. Not that it mattered. An image of him naked and splayed out on my bed while I counted all those freckles came to mind. Yep, never happening. It didn't take him long to spot me, and he hurried over to the truck. I didn't see you sitting here. I hope you haven't been here long. Nope, not at all. I just got here and was about to text you. Cool. He pulled open the door and hopped in, handing me a container. Here are your cookies. You can have one now, but the others are for after we work. Are they addictive? I pointed at his shirt. Am I going to find myself making shady deals in parking lots in the middle of the night trying to score some more cookies? Of course not. I'd never let you fall so low. I keep all my friends well supplied. Good to know. I opened up the container and looked inside. The cookies were all done in the shape of tools, wrenches, and the like. I didn't expect you to decorate them. It was no trouble. It's what I do. He shrugged. I took out one of the cookies and bit into it, and the flavor exploded in my mouth. I didn't know what he did to this cookie, but it was one of the best things I'd ever eaten. Wow, Bug, this is freaking amazing. I might be willing to do some shady shit for your cookies after all. I popped the rest of the cookie into my mouth and savored the taste. It's just a cookie. He ducked his head, and a pretty pink blush flushed his cheeks. Yup, adorable. It's a delicious cookie, and you know it. He changed the subject to video games and launched into a story about what happened in the game he'd been playing. I tried to pay attention, but I had so much running through my head, like what he would think about my house. I knew it wasn't anything fancy, but I'd put a lot of work into it, and real estate wasn't cheap, so it was a pretty big investment. Also, why did I care so much about what he thought about it? It must have been because I hadn't had many people over to see it since most of the work was done. So anyway, then Seraphim 78 missed their shot and killed me instead, so we lost. Can you believe that shit? It took me a second to realize he was asking me a question, but I could tell by the tone that it didn't really need an actual answer. Nope, sure can't. I'm not really sure if it was an accident or if he was trying to ruin my record. Who knows? People are weird. I turned into my drive and parked the truck. That they are, and I've run into some playing M-Slayer that are the strangest. Right? No doubt. He nodded in agreement and then looked at the house. This is your place? I nodded. It's really cute. Thanks. The backyard is my favorite part. We can go inside and I'll show you around. I can introduce you to Einstein, who's going to be very unhappy about being stuck inside while we're outside, and then we can get to work. Awesome. Do you mind if I give him a cookie? You want me to share those amazing cookies with my dog? He didn't need to know that I'd already planned to save one for him for after he left. No, silly. I brought some cookies for him. He pulled a bag of small bone-shaped cookies out of his pocket. They're a special recipe for dogs, but they're safe for people to eat as well. You made Einstein cookies, too? Well, yeah, we couldn't sit there and eat cookies in front of him and not give him any. He's going to freaking love you. And I was right. I'd barely introduced them before Einstein was acting like Rory was the best thing ever. It might have been the cookie, but it might have been because Rory was just such a nice freaking human being. Either way, he acted like his long-lost bestie had finally shown back up. Einstein followed along behind us everywhere we went, something Rory encouraged by stopping periodically to tell him he was a good boy and giving him lots of pets and scratches. So, you did most of this work yourself? He asked when we stopped in the kitchen. I did. Well, not alone. Maury, one of the guys from the shop, helped me with a lot of it. He used to do some part-time work for a guy who installs cabinets and countertops. I couldn't have done it without him. Well, you did a great job. It's really nice. Thanks, Bug. I'm happy with the way it all turned out. Rory. Bishop's house was really nice. I couldn't believe he'd done most of the work on remodeling it himself. As soon as we stepped out into the backyard, I understood why he said that was his favorite part, though. The deck we were supposed to stay in was huge, with steps that led down to the large yard. It was surrounded by a privacy fence and shaded by huge pecan trees that were turning a beautiful yellow color. I could totally picture relaxing on a hammock out under the largest of the trees, swinging in the fall breeze. Not to mention how pretty I bet it was in the summer when everything was all green and lush. He walked over to a bucket that sat on the porch and pulled out a ball, throwing it for the dog. Einstein leaped off the porch and ran after it. Wow, I never would have expected him to move so quickly. What kind of dog is he? He's a mixed breed of Lord only knows what. They said he was part Shar-Pei, part Basset when I got him, but nobody knows for sure. You should do one of those doggy DNA tests and find out. He came running back up on the deck, bringing me the ball. Oh, is it my turn? I gave his head a pat, took the ball, and drew back my arm, throwing it as hard as I could. I watched as it traveled about half the distance Bishop's had. I never saw any reason to do one of those tests. It really doesn't matter what breed he is. He's still the very best dog around. It's too bad he can't stay out here with us while we do the deck. I bet he'll hate being shut up inside. Yeah, he will. But with you helping me, it won't take long. Then he can hang out with us the rest of the day while we play video games. We put him in the house, and Bishop got the supplies we needed out of the garage. We decided it would be easiest if we did the railing first and rolled out the actual deck part last. With both of us working on it, it didn't take us long at all to get that part finished. I was glad I'd worn my old jeans because, as it turned out, painting a deck was nothing like decorating cookies, and I wasn't all that good or neat at it. I'd tried hard not to get it on my shirt, but it was a losing battle. I turned to ask Bishop how he did it without getting it everywhere, and froze. The answer was he wasn't worried about getting it on his shirt, because he'd taken it off. When the fuck had he done that? And how did I miss the show? I swiftly moved from where I was working to the outside of the railing, putting me in a position to watch him work because, holy hell, he was hot. Not all chiseled muscle and six-pack of abs hot. Guys like that were nice enough to look at, but they'd never really done it for me. No, what I liked was right in front of me. His arms were firm and muscular in the way arms got from hard work instead of from going to the gym, and they were both covered in tattoos. Did he have any others that I couldn't see? And fuck, that hairy chest. It matched the golden brown of his beard, ran down over his torso, and covered his slightly round belly. There was no way that man didn't give great hugs. And not just great hugs. I bet he was good at other things as well. Every part of him I could see cried out for me to touch, or maybe to lick. What would he do if I followed suit and stripped off my own shirt? Maybe he would storm across the deck, throw me over his shoulder, and carry me inside to have his way with me. I let that idea play through my mind for a minute, when he spoke and totally ruined the fantasy. Hey, Bug, when you finish up over there, we'll be ready to roll out the deck. I cleared my throat. Sure, almost done. I went back to work, hoping to finish up as quick as possible. I'd let my imagination run wild, and now I was running behind. I let out a sigh. Men like Bishop didn't have their way with guys they called Bug. Damn it. Chapter 8. Rory. I added the cute little bow to the last of a dozen little Yorkie puppy cookies for little girl's birthday. The parents were giving her a puppy as her gift, and they wanted cookies that would match the gift, and they were adorable. Not as cute as Einstein, I thought, smiling to myself. I'd had a blast with Einstein over at Bishop's Saturday. Too bad these cookies had to be Yorkies, because he would make a super cute cookie. The little girl's party wasn't until the weekend, but her birthday was tomorrow, so they were going to celebrate with cookies on her birthday, and they'd have cake for her party. Which made sense. Who had birthday parties on a Wednesday? I thought doing the cookies to celebrate the birthday and then having cake for the party was brilliant. I was trying to figure out how to market that as an idea. Just as I finished the last one, a notification pinged on my phone, letting me know I had a Discord message. I opened the app to check it. Bishop. I looked at the time, thinking I must have taken longer than I thought to decorate the cookies, but to my surprise it was only 3 p.m. He should have still been at work, so what was he doing on Discord? I opened the message and laughed. It wasn't a real message at all, just a meme that said zombies hate fast food and showed a guy running away from a horde of zombies. Under it he'd written, "Only 3 more hours till zombie time." We had plans to play online tonight, and I was really looking forward to it. For this round, anyway, we were going to play with his army buddies, but I wasn't worried. I was good, so even if I wasn't the best, I felt sure I could hold my own. I cleaned up my mess in the kitchen, and by the time I was done, the cookies were ready to box up. Tomorrow was pottery class, so Gavin was going to swing by and pick me up and take me to drop off the cookies before we went. I would have to ask Bishop how things were going with my car. So far, it hadn't been a problem. I'd taken one of the electric scooters to grab lunch today, but honestly, I didn't need to. I could have ordered something delivered or made a sandwich here. But it seemed like a good idea to get out while the weather was so nice. Right at 6, I sent Bishop a text, telling him to message me when he was logged in. I didn't want to jump on until he was on, even though he'd given me the code. I'd never met any of the other guys who'd be playing, and that would just be awkward. A few minutes later, he responded that he was on. I put on my headset and logged on. It was game time. A couple hours later, we'd almost cleared Central Park of zombies. "Cookie Monster 13, I got you 6. Take out those sons of bitches," Rat Slayer 92 yelled. I had no idea who this guy was, besides a friend of Bishop's, but he'd figured out pretty quickly that I knew what I was doing and decided sticking close was a good idea. "You with us, Papa Bear?" "Yeah, I got your backs," Bishop replied. I took aim and took out the last of zombies that would advance us to the next level, holstering my Zombie Blaster 375 and doing a little victory dance. I heard all the guys laughing over the headset while I celebrated, making my character do some crazy dance moves. "You can join us anytime, Cookie Monster. It was a pleasure to have you," one of the guys said when we decided to call it a night. I wasn't sure which one, but it wasn't Bishop. He hadn't talked to me a lot over the headset, but he'd been sending me encouraging messages in the chat as we played. That had somehow made it feel more like we were playing together, just the two of us. Every so often he'd thrown in some crazy story about something one of the guys had done, and he made sure to explain anything that was an inside joke so I wouldn't feel left out. It had been a lot of fun, and I hoped I'd get a chance to play with them again soon. As soon as we logged off the game, my phone buzzed with a text from Bishop. Well, it said Papa Bear because I thought that was such a cute gaming handle for him that I changed his contact name in my phone. I thought it suited him because he was such a sexy bear. Papa Bear. "You kicked ass tonight." Me. "Thanks, it was fun." "Next time we'll play with your friends." "Sounds good, but I liked your friends. They're more aggressive." "I'll be sure and tell them you said that." The next morning, Gavin came by to pick me up. I gave him the cookies I'd promised him for running me around. He took them, shaking his head. "I'll never turn down your cookies, but you didn't need to." "I know, but I appreciate you going out of your way to take me to deliver these." I held up the box of puppy-shaped cookies. You should have taken me up on my offer of a car. My Uncle Gabe went off to River Gorge and left 2 in his garage that nobody's using. He wouldn't have minded. I would have been a nervous wreck the whole time. What if I got in an accident or something? That's what insurance is for, remember? I can't believe he didn't take the cars with him. I'm sure he will eventually, but for right now, they're still coming back and forth some. I doubt that will last long before he sells the house here and buys a condo or something for when they come to town. That's a lot of house to keep up if you aren't living in it full time. It would be. Gavin came from money, and his uncle had recently sold his company, fallen in love, and moved to a small town west of here. I can't picture your uncle as a rancher. Gavin laughed. He may own the ranch, but I doubt he's doing much ranching. He has Rafi for that. Although he did grow up on a ranch, so I could be wrong. What I do know is he hasn't looked this happy in years. It suits him. I'm glad. I like your uncle, and I think it's super cool that he found love on vacation. How fun is that? I'll be fine, though. My car should be ready soon, and this is the only delivery I have to make that I need a ride for. Everything else I had this week had to be shipped, and the post office is an easy walking distance of my apartment. Sounds good, but if you need a ride to go pick up the car, just call me. We pulled up in front of the insurance office where the woman who ordered the cookies worked at. She'd requested that I bring them by her work so she could surprise her daughter with them when she got home that afternoon. I ran them inside, expecting to leave them at the front desk, but instead the receptionist called her to the front to get them. She's been waiting for you to get here. She's so excited about these cookies. She just can't wait to see them. It took no time at all for her to come to the front. I'm so excited to see these. I follow your Instagram, and your cookies are just adorable. She reached for the box and set it on the counter, lifting the lid. Oh, they're perfect. Sadie's going to love them. Look, Janice. She reached inside and took out a cookie, holding it up. She turned back to me. Thank you so much for delivering them here. Sadie doesn't think we're doing anything for her birthday until the party, so we wanted it all to be a surprise. It was no problem at all. I'm sure it'll be a wonderful surprise for her. I hope so. She's been wanting a puppy for ages, but we wanted to make sure she was able to take care of it first. My wife really made her work for it. I'm a sucker and would have just gotten it for her. I chuckled. My parents are the same. My dad was a pushover, but my mom, not so much. Together they made a great team. She placed the cookie she'd picked up back in the box and sighed. I should have ordered extras, 'cause now I want to eat one. They smell divine. I'll remember that for next time. I need to get going now, but I hope Sadie has a wonderful birthday. I hated to rush her because she was a customer, but Gavin was waiting in the car, and I didn't want to take advantage of him since he'd been nice enough to run me over here. The rest of the morning flew by. We went to pottery class, then to lunch, stopping at a little cafe about halfway between the studio and my apartment. Gavin entertained me all through lunch with stories about things he and his friends had been up to, insisting again that I should join them. I'd been thinking that maybe I should. They were all nice guys, but a notification on my phone that I'd received an email on my Ginger Snapped account distracted me. I opened it up and glanced over the email. Oh my God, Gavin. Listen to this. Reading out loud, I shared the email with him. As I'm sure you know, Austin is known for both its food and its music. You may have seen the advertisements for the city's latest event, Flavor Fest, that will feature both. Our hope is to spotlight the smaller boutique food businesses that help make Austin special. We only had a select and limited number of vendors for this event, and it was invitation only. Sadly, one of our attendees had to back out at the last minute. I realize it's short notice, but one of our board members, Marcia Robertson, has recommended you to take their spot in the event. We would be honored to have you join us. I've attached a document with more information and an entry form if you're interested. Again, I apologize for the short notice, but I will need your answer by Wednesday the 4th. Wow, Ro. I've been seeing that festival advertised everywhere. That would be great for you. Who was it that recommended you? I looked at the email again to check. I'd been so excited about the invitation I hadn't even paid attention. Marcia Robertson. I'm not sure who that is. Hold on. There was some little niggle in the back of my mind that told me I knew that name from somewhere. I pulled up Facebook and searched for Marcia Robertson, and sure enough, there she was. Brandy's mother from the baby shower. She's the mother of the woman who had the baby shower out at the Grove. Oh, man. You said that one could possibly be a good one for you. Yeah, but I just expected to get a bunch of holiday orders. Nothing like this. This is freaking amazing. Then, just when I was thinking that the day couldn't get any better, I got a text from Bishop that my car was ready. I replied, letting him know that I was out having lunch with Gavin and I'd get him to drop me off so I could pick it up. I was tempted to wait to get the car and go home and fill out the form for the festival right away, but I did need my car. It wouldn't take but an hour, and I wanted to tell Bishop about it anyway. After all, if he hadn't gotten me there on time, this wouldn't even be happening. Chapter 9. Bishop. I was underneath the hood of a car when the buzzer rang, letting me know someone had walked into the office. I got it, boss. Ricky handed me the wrench he was using and headed for the door. It would be such a relief next week when Charlie started. As thrilled as I was for the mechanic to get started, it was the office person I really needed. We could get more work done if one of us didn't have to stop halfway through every task to go see who came in or to answer the phone. Hey, boss, he called out across the garage a minute later. It's the blue Civic. He's asking for you. Yeah, I got this one. Thanks, Ricky. I stood up and went to the sink to wash my hands. I hadn't expected him to get here this quickly. I guess he and his friend must have been almost done with lunch. I walked into the office to find him standing by the counter, looking at something on his phone. I had no idea what was going on, but he was practically vibrating with excitement, and I doubted he was that happy about getting his car back. What's up, Bug? What? He looked up, startled. Oh, hey, Bishop. Guess what? What? Remember the lady from the shower who loved my cookies? Well, that would be all the ladies from the shower, so you'll have to be more specific. He giggled, and I blushed. I swear it should be illegal for gingers with freckles to blush. He was so fucking adorable. The moms-to-be mother, Marcia? Okay, yeah, I remember her. She recommended me for a spot at the Flavor Fest. Can you believe it? That thing filled up like a year ago. Everyone wanted a spot. And now I have one. I had no idea what Flavor Fest was, but obviously it was a big deal. That's awesome, Bug. When is it? It's in a month, and that's super short notice. But one of the other vendors dropped out, so they had a spot. And Marcia's on the committee and recommended me. How awesome is that? Awesome, for sure. You have no idea what the Flavor Fest is, do you? Nope, I said, grinning. But obviously it's a big deal to you, and you think it's awesome, so I think it's awesome as well. He rolled his eyes exactly the way he used to when he was a little kid. But this man in front of me was no little kid. I felt the urge to swat his ass and tell him not to roll his eyes at me. But it wasn't my place to tell him what to do. It's the only food festival in Austin that focuses on smaller businesses. It's a chance for what they call boutique businesses to shine. It's going to be covered by the big magazines, and rumor has it that representatives from the Food Network are going to be there. That does sound like a big deal, then. I know! And I only have a month to prepare. Can you imagine? Actually, I couldn't. A month seemed like plenty of time to bake some cookies, but what did I know? I have to plan what cookies I'll be making, do all the design work, and choose which recipes I'll be doing. I should probably develop at least one new recipe for the festival, because people love when they can get stuff just for the festival. So much to do, but it's so awesome. Cool. What did your family say when you told them? Oh, I haven't told them yet. I literally just found out at lunch. I'll tell them when I go over there this weekend, though. Anyway, Flavor Fest. I'm happy for you, Buck. Let me grab you your keys, and you can get back on the road. Your car is in excellent shape, by the way. I can tell you take good care of it. He stood a little straighter and his chest puffed out at just the tiniest bit of praise. I do. I need it to last until I can afford to get something that makes sense for cookie delivery, so I try to make sure it stays in good repair. I told him how much he owed, and he handed over his bank card. I hadn't told him how much of a discount I'd given him, only charging for parts and enough labor to cover the time Maury worked on, but none for the hours I spent. There was no way I was charging him for the time I worked to ensure it was fixed properly. As soon as that was taken care of and I handed him the keys, he turned to go but stopped before he went out the door. My friends and I are going to be online playing this weekend. Not M-Slayer, but some new game Jalen found. It's a first-person shooter game, and he says it's awesome if you want to play.
Sure, just shoot me the details. I'm always up to try something new. By the time I got home, I was pretty beat. But I decided I was going to head off to Big O's tonight regardless. I didn't check to see if Gunnar or any of the other guys would be there, but I figured I'd just take a chance. Worst case, I'd have a beer and come home. I fed Einstein and played out in the yard with him a little, then showered and headed over to the bar. It was fairly busy for a Thursday night, and as soon as I walked in, I understood why. Some places just felt good. Familiar, almost, even if you've never been there before. That was what this bar was like. It didn't take me long to spot the guys I'd met at the club the other night. They were all sitting together at the far end of the bar. A large, tough-looking guy was standing behind the bar, talking with them, while a younger man took care of the customers. I was headed in their direction when Max saw me. "Bishop," he called out, waving for me to come over. I slid into the empty seat next to Cooper and greeted everyone, and they introduced me to the bar owner, Owen. All the guys from that night were there except Gunnar, so he must have had a tattoo tonight. "What can I get you to drink?" Owen asked. "Shiner would be great." "I'll be right back." Owen went to grab me a beer, and the guys resumed their conversation. Lucas was helping a friend of his plan a poker run that was going to take place in mid-November. It sounded like a lot of fun, and was enough to make me wish I hadn't sold my motorcycle when I left on my last deployment. I'd always been more of a car guy, but the truth was I liked pretty much anything with an engine. "Do you have a bike? If so, you could join our team," Cooper said. "No, I did when I was stationed in Arizona, but I sold it when I deployed. Didn't want to leave her sitting around, not knowing how long I'd be gone." "Well, I have an extra bike you could ride if you want to join us. Or I have another idea." Lucas turned in his seat, grinning at me. "Okay, and what's that?" I asked cautiously, not sure what he was thinking. "I still need one more stop on the run, so you could sign on for that. It would get some visibility for your garage, and it would help us out. We're calling it the Holiday Poker Run, and all the money will go to help families who are struggling over the holidays. We already have a few restaurants and a bar." "That sounds fun, but what's the catch?" "No catch. You'd be taking the spot that was my shop. When I first started planning this, we were going to start at Dub's, and my shop would be one of the stops. But now I kind of want to ride instead of handing out scorecards." "I guess I'd need some kind of goodies to hand out when they check in?" "Yeah, most of the businesses will. The restaurants and bars will offer free food and stuff. Not sure what you could do." "I'm sure I could come up with something. Maybe a coupon for a discount on an oil change or something. But it sounds good to me, and it sounds like a good cause." "My bar is going to be a stop." Owen handed me my beer. "I thought about riding too, but as the only bar on the list, it's going to get crazy in here. And I felt bad to leave Josh and Keegan to deal with that insanity." "Makes sense. I wouldn't want to put that off on any of my guys either." That all situated, the conversation shifted to crazy things their boys had been up to lately and what they were doing tonight. It seemed like tonight they were all over at Ryder's house having a game night. They'd all dropped them off before coming here because apparently game night was code for getting trashed on sangria and talking shit about our daddies night. Something they all found adorable. I tried not to be jealous of these men who had found their boys, but I failed miserably. Especially when Max turned his gaze on me. "What about you, Bishop? Are you a confirmed bachelor, or are you looking?" "I'm always looking, just never finding." And wasn't that the truth of it? Meeting a boy to play with for a weekend was no problem, but why bother? Fucking just to fuck had lost its appeal. If there was no real connection or emotional attachment, how was that any better than taking care of it myself at home without all the shit that came with hooking up? Man, do I feel that. Ryder's knowing eyes met mine. That's the way I was before I met Brennan. Finding boys to play with is easy, but finding one who fits in your life is hard. An image of a feisty redhead with freckles kicking my ass at zombie slaying flashed through my head, but I dismissed it right away. Even if he wasn't Dustin's little brother, and he was, what were the chances he was even a boy? Isn't that the truth? Everyone said it once, and we all laughed. These men might not be in the same place as I was at this point, but they got it. I was glad I came tonight. This was what I'd been missing since returning to town. Other than Dustin, most of the guys I'd hung out with in high school were gone, and I'd been so focused on getting my business up and running, I hadn't taken the time to develop new friendships. We stayed and talked for another hour or so, and then Max stood. I need to go pick up Travis and get him home. Shit, yeah, I didn't realize it was so late. Ben has to work tomorrow. Lucas stood as well, and that pretty much broke up the party. I'll be in touch to get you all the details on the poker run. Sounds good. It was nice to meet you, Bishop. They're here every Thursday, and I hope to see you again, Owen said when I stood to go as well. You too. I'll be back for sure.
Chapter 10. Rory. I'd been so excited about the possibility of doing Flavorfest. It was one of those events that had the potential to totally launch a new business. I'd spent most of the afternoon thinking about all the cool things I could do to make it work best to my advantage, and imagining what it was going to be like if my business really took off. As excited as I'd been the other day, I avoided clicking on the link to fill out the form to accept the offer, because that would make it real, and then my fantasies about how amazing life was going to be would be replaced with the stress of how to actually pull off a booth at an event the size of Flavorfest. The sheer number of cookies I'd need to bake, as well as the decorating, was overwhelming. So I decided it wouldn't hurt to take one day and just enjoy it. And on Friday morning, it turned out I'd been right to have those concerns. It started out simply enough, with a description of the space I'd be given and the number of people they anticipated attending. Then I got to the rules, and the bottom fell out of my fantasy. Most of what they wanted was easy enough to comply with, at least until I got to number 5. All baked goods must be prepared and baked in a commercially approved kitchen. Cottage food laws do not apply. Fuck. The state's cottage food law was what allowed me to bake cookies at home to sell without having the apartment's kitchen rated commercially approved. I'd looked into it before I started Ginger Snapped as a business. It was an arduous process, and even if I wanted to go that route, there was no way to get it done in time with such short notice. I had until next Wednesday, only 5 short days, to find a solution to the problem, or I'd have to pass on the opportunity, and that was just not acceptable. I started sending texts to see if any of my friends or family knew anyone who had a commercial kitchen I could use. It would mean baking at night when the restaurant or bakery was closed, but it seemed to be my best shot. As part of the application process, I was required to submit a preliminary plan for what I'd be selling, so while I waited to hear back from, well, pretty much everyone I knew, I started working on that plan. According to the information, the booths would be outside, and we'd each need to provide our own canopies, tables, and banners. I knew where I could borrow a couple of tables, but I didn't own a canopy or a banner, so I'd need to order something for that. I spent some time searching online and found a place to order a canopy with a personalized backdrop and a matching top and banner. I shouldn't spend the money when I didn't have the spot yet, but somehow ordering the canopy felt like I was taking a leap of faith, and was me saying that I was going to find a way. I spent the rest of the day making plans and trying really hard not to panic about the situation. Somehow this was going to work out. This was what I'd spent all this time building towards, and it was going to happen. At least I felt that way until one by one all my friends and family got back to me saying that they either didn't know anyone with a commercially approved kitchen, or else they had checked, and the people they asked said no. I was about to lose faith when my text message notification went off again. I hoped it was someone telling me they'd found someone, but instead it was a text from Bishop, asking if I was logged on to the server for our game night. I debated for a minute if I was really in the mood to play or not. I probably wouldn't be at my best, but it would be good for me to get out of my head for a while. I told him yes and logged on. For about an hour it worked. Nothing like blowing up monsters that were coming through a rip in the veil and attacking humans to take your mind off your problems. At least until I got a chat message from Bishop asking how things were going with Flavorfest. I hadn't sent him a text about the kitchen, because it seemed rude to ask him for help when we'd barely had a chance to get to know each other again. Me. Not so great. I may not be able to do it. Papa Bear.
Why not?
It requires a commercially rated kitchen, and I don't have one.
Well, that sucks.
It does. I keep hoping something will turn up. On Monday, I'll start calling any and all restaurants in town to see if they'll rent me their kitchen at night when they're closed.
Good luck. I'll see if I can think of anyone who can help.
Bishop.
I'd spent the whole weekend thinking about Rory's problem. We'd spent quite a bit of time brainstorming possible solutions Friday night while we played, but didn't come up with anything. There had to be a way to make it work. This was too big of an opportunity for his business for him to not get to participate. I pulled into the shop's parking lot on Monday morning, still thinking about it. Surely it wasn't that hard to get a kitchen approved. The Sprinkle Queen managed it, or they wouldn't have been able to operate their food truck. Not that things had worked out so well for them since the truck had broken down and was taking up room on my lot. They called me when they tried to move from a food truck lot to a weekend event, and the truck wouldn't start. I checked it out on site, but unfortunately, the engine was trashed beyond a simple repair. When I gave them the price to rebuild or replace the engine, they said they weren't sure what they were going to do about the truck. They had a storefront, and the food truck was a supplemental business, so they weren't sure if they wanted to fix it or not. They asked if it could stay here while they took the winter off to make a decision about it. I hadn't been thrilled with the plan, but we agreed on a storage fee, and here the truck sat. That was when an idea came to me. In order to operate as a food truck, that truck had to be certified, right? Plus, it was used to make cupcakes. So if they were able to bake cupcakes in it, then he should be able to bake cookies. Surely they'd rent the truck to Rory for a month so he'd be able to get the cookies done. They sure weren't using it. I could take the money for that off their overall bill so it wouldn't cost Rory anything, and I bet that would satisfy the festival organizers. I didn't want to get his hopes up, so I called the food truck owner first to see if they'd be willing to rent the food truck to him. They were more than happy to let him use the truck, especially when I told them I'd knock off some of the storage fees. I went out to the truck to see what kind of shape the inside was in. I didn't know much about bacon or about food trucks, but I did know that this one wasn't like any of the ones I'd seen on that television show where they competed to win their own truck. Instead, this one was all about cupcakes, from the paint scheme on the outside to the setup on the inside. The fryers and the flat top I'd seen most people cook on had been replaced with a large oven. They had also installed a window unit air conditioner on one end, which I supposed made sense because it was bound to get hot running that big oven in that little trailer. There was a long counter that ran the length of the food truck on the far side, underneath where the windows were used to sell from. I cautiously made my way over to the fridge and opened the door, praying they hadn't left any food inside, and breathed out a sigh of relief when it was not only empty, but clean. There was a little musty smell, the way things got when they were shut up. But other than that, everything looked good. It would be cramped and wasn't ideal, but if he hadn't found anything else, it could work. I took out my phone and snapped a few pictures of the oven, the fridge, and the workspace. I pulled up his contact information and sent him a message. Me. Any luck finding a place to make your cookies? Bug.
No, I've called a couple of places, but they either said no for liability reasons, or the amount they wanted to charge me was unreasonable.
Me. I may have an idea for you. Check this out. I sent him the pictures I'd taken and waited for a reply. Bug.
Is that a food truck?
Me. It is. It was used to make cupcakes.
I never thought about cookies in a food truck.
I figure if they make cupcakes in it, you could make cookies. The bubbles popped up and went away, then came back, then went away. Then finally my phone rang, showing his name on the screen. Hey, Bug, I said, leaning back against the food truck.
So how would that work? Do they park it someplace at night and I'd go there to bake? Is there room in there for their stuff and mine? Or would I just carry my icings and tools back and forth every day? And would they—
Bug, hold on, let me talk. This food truck isn't currently in use.
What?
It broke down and it's sitting on my lot. The owners are taking the winter off while they decide what to do about the truck, but they said since they aren't using it, they'd be happy to have you use it for the next month or so.
Are you for real?
I am indeed for real. Now, I understand it isn't ideal. It's pretty tight in there, so you maybe should come take a look before you decide. If you want to do that, I'll have Maury move the truck up next to the building so we can plug it into the power. Then we can evaluate how well everything works.
I don't care how tight it is. If it gives me a chance to take part in this show, I want it. How much do they want for rent?
They aren't charging you rent. They're doing it as a favor to me because I'm letting it sit here for the winter while they decide what they're going to do with it.
Holy guacamole, Bishop. That's awesome. I have to pay a vendor's fee, and that isn't cheap. Plus, I won't be able to take orders for any cookies other than the ones I already have for a while. Plus, I just had the car repaired, so I was worried about the cost of renting a place. This is amazing. Do you have time to let me look at it this morning?
I absolutely have time. I'll send Maury out to move it, and hopefully it'll work out for what you need. We hung up and I went inside the garage, glad to see Maury was already at work. I explained to him what I needed him to do. So, if this works out, this friend of yours will be using it every day for about a month, right? Right. Okay, then let's put it in a good spot now so we don't have to move it. The easiest would be to put it in the front between the shop and the street, because that would give him the easiest access to water and power. That's true, I agreed. But I'm worried if we do that, people will see it and think they can stop for cupcakes, something I don't really want to deal with. That's true. I didn't think of that. The next best place to put it would be along the back wall, and then he would have shade all morning. I always figured those little tin cans got hot during the day. That's a great idea, Maury. Go ahead and move it. I went on inside, trusting him to find the best spot for the truck. I was feeling pretty damn pleased with myself. Not that I had really done anything, but still. Rory had a problem, and I'd found a solution. Now he could enter that festival without putting out a bunch of money he didn't have to spend. I figured I had a few minutes before he arrived, so I headed on into my office. The new office person, Charlie, was starting tomorrow, and I wanted to take some time and make sure everything was cleaned up and that my stacks made some semblance of sense so she didn't panic and not return after her first day.
Chapter 11. Rory. I couldn't believe Bishop had found a place I could use. Knowing that he'd taken my problem seriously and had made an effort to find a solution left me with a warm, fuzzy feeling in my chest. Enough so that I had to remind myself that he wasn't doing this for me. He was doing it for his best friend's little brother, although I thought maybe we were becoming friends in our own right. But no matter why he'd helped me, I appreciated it more than he'd ever know. Of all the solutions I'd considered, a food truck never crossed my mind. And not just for this. I'd never even thought about baking in a food truck. I mean, I'd seen the various cupcake trucks around town, but I guess I just figured they baked the cupcakes elsewhere. Apparently not. He said he was worried it would be cramped, and I was sure he was right, but I didn't care. The only places I'd found so far that had let me use their kitchen wanted an insane amount of money. Money I just didn't have. I'd already decided, no matter how little room I had to maneuver, I was going to take him up on his offer. So before I left, I stepped out in faith and sent in my form, as well as replied to the email letting her know I'd done so. I was going to make this work. One of the benefits of working from home was how rarely I had to bother to put on real clothes, and today had been no different. When I'd received Bishop's text, I was sitting at the table with my computer and a cup of coffee in my pajamas. I took a quick shower and tossed on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Then I grabbed some cookies I'd made last night. I always baked when I was stressed, and trying to figure out this festival situation had for sure been stressful. I figured the least I could do as a thank you was to take him some cookies. It wasn't a far drive over to Bishop's shop, but I rushed anyway because I couldn't wait to get a look at this truck. When I pulled in and parked, I didn't see a food truck anywhere. But I hadn't noticed it when I was here before, so I wasn't sure where it was parked. I went inside and found Bishop sitting behind the counter, surrounded by piles of papers. He looked up when I came in and smiled when he saw it was me. His eyes moved over my body, taking in my appearance, and for just a moment, I swear I saw a flash of something that looked a lot like appreciation and awareness of me as something other than Dustin's little brother. But then he opened his mouth to speak. Hey, Bug. Bug. Fuck. Of course, he didn't see me as anything else. Something I needed to remember. I'd never been fond of the nickname, but hearing it come out of this sexy-as-fuck man's mouth made me hate it. I brought you some cookies. I thrust the container of cookies forward awkwardly. He chuckled and took the container. I'm never going to complain about you bringing me cookies, although if you keep it up, I'm going to have to start going to the gym or take up running or something. Of course, I've needed to do that for ages. He patted his stomach and I shook my head. There's nothing wrong with your body, Bishop. Trust me. A small, smirk-like grin appeared on his face, and I felt my face heat. So, a food truck? I asked, hoping to change the subject, and thank goodness he let me. Right, it's out back. Maury moved it this morning. He seemed to think that was the best place to put it to be able to reach the power and to give you room for the propane tank you'll need to run things. Plus, we worried that if it was visible, people might think you were in business and selling cupcakes. I've never sold cupcakes before. Yeah, but trust me, once you see the truck, you'll understand. They went all out on their branding, and no one would think they sold anything but cupcakes. He stood and somehow managed to knock a pile of papers on the desk area in front of him off onto the floor. Shit. I walked around the counter to help him pick everything up. What on earth are you doing back here? I hired someone to run the office area, and I'm trying to organize it so they don't get scared off on the first day. I'm not the best at this part of the business. I'm a lot better with a car engine than a filing system. I'm guessing they're going to want to set up their own system then, so you probably don't need to go to the trouble. He let out a sigh. Probably not. I went way too long without hiring anyone, thinking I'd get around to doing it. But we're too busy in the garage for me to take the time to handle all this. Sounds like hiring someone was the right move then. You should be focusing your energy on where you make money. I handed him the stack of papers I'd picked up. He laughed. You sound like your brother. He's been telling me that for about a year. Now, let's go take a look at this food truck. He set the papers back on the counter, picked up the cookies, and motioned for me to follow him. We went through a doorway that opened into the garage area where a couple of guys were working on cars. He stayed close to the wall, avoiding the area where they worked. But when we reached the back, he called out to them. Hey, guys, I'll be out back with Rory. He brought cookies, so I'm going to put them on the table in the break room. Help yourself. He stepped into a small room that had a sink, refrigerator, and a two-person table off to the side. He placed the cookies on the table, and then we continued through the garage to the back door, where the food truck and my future kitchen waited. One thing was for sure, he hadn't been kidding about the branding on the truck. It was painted hot pink and had little cartoon cupcakes all over it with Sprinkle Queen in big fancy letters on the side. He opened the back door and motioned for me to go inside. It was small, like he'd said, but it wasn't really that much smaller than our apartment kitchen. It had a small refrigerator, which made sense for a cupcake truck, and wouldn't be a problem for me, although I was guessing a food truck that served food versus baked goods would have a much larger one. Speaking of larger ones, the oven in this thing was freaking amazing. It was a double-deck convection oven that had to have cost a fortune. It took up most of the room in the truck, but baking cookies in that thing was going to be a dream. A countertop wrapped from the other end of the truck and along the side opposite the oven, with plenty of room for decorating and packaging cookies. Bishop stood patiently behind me, watching me take it all in. What do you think? He asked, hopefully. It's amazing. It is small, but it has everything I need. I don't know how more than one person would work in here, but it will for sure work for just me. The owner said to help yourself to any of the equipment you need. I didn't go through the cabinets or anything, but feel free to check it out. Wow, okay. I'll take a look and see what's here. Since it's a cupcake truck, I doubt they have any sheet pans, but I can get those. I have some, of course, but not enough or the right size to take full advantage of this oven. Bishop. The wonder in Rory's eyes brought a smile to my face. He was staring at that oven like he'd just discovered the Holy Grail. I'd thought it looked impressive when I saw it, but what did I know about ovens? Cars I knew. Kitchen equipment, not so much. I stood in the back doorway watching him because, as he said, it was a tight space for two people. I watched as he prowled around the truck, checking everything out. This is going to be perfect. I'll be able to bake so many more cookies at once, which will be super helpful considering how many I need to make for the festival. Of course, I'll have to do some practice batches first to get a good feel for the oven and the baking times, but wow. He stood on his tiptoes and stretched up to reach an overhead cabinet, and his shirt raised up just enough to show me a strip of skin above the waistband of his jeans. A strip of pale, soft-looking skin that was dotted with freckles, and fuck, I didn't need to know that. Nor should I be wondering what other parts of his tight little body were speckled with the same sexy fucking freckles. I quickly adjusted myself before he turned around to notice. I really should get back to work. He didn't need my help out here taking inventory of the truck. Not at all. I was going back inside. I prepared to do exactly that when he moved gracefully down from his overhead stretch to a bent position, looking in one of the lower cabinets. And damn if the sight of his ass up in the air in front of me wasn't even more enticing than the freckles. Images flashed through my head. Him bent over that counter calling me daddy while I fucked him hard, or him splayed out on my bed, naked and needy. Him in any number of places, willing and begging me to have my way with him. Fuck. Shit. Dustin would kill me for thinking of his little brother like that. Not only did he still think of Rory as a little kid, but he was as vanilla as they came and had no idea that I was a daddy. Hell, I would be surprised if he even knew what a daddy was. I cleared my throat and he turned his head to look at me. I need to get back to work, so I'm just going to leave you to explore the truck. The back door here locks when it closes, so I'm going to prop it open. That way you can come inside when you're done. Just keep to the side and don't go out on the garage floor. I don't want you to get hurt. My cock was rock hard and throbbing from the earlier images, and I had no doubt he'd be able to tell if he looked. So I spun around and made a quick exit. I propped open the door with a rock we kept placed there for that purpose and headed straight for the bathroom. I had no intentions of jacking off to images of my best friend's little brother, but some cold water on my face and a minute to calm the fuck down couldn't hurt. After I'd managed to pull myself together, I went back up front to finish what I was doing. But when I saw the piles of papers again, I decided he was right. There was no point in me trying to clean up this mess when Charlie would likely want to set up her own filing system. Instead, I put them all in a couple of neat piles off to the side, and then straightened up the rest of the area. Even if I wasn't going to tackle the paperwork, the least I could do was make sure they had a decent place to call theirs. I was using a cleaning cloth to wipe down the counter when Ricky walked in. His mouth was full, and he had another cookie in his hand. Damn, boss, these are some seriously good cookies. I put on a fresh pot of coffee so we could have a cup with them. Just wanted to let you know. They are good, but don't be expecting cookies all the time just because he's using the food truck. He has work to do out there. Right, I wouldn't bother him, but I sure wouldn't mind if he needed a taste tester. If I need anyone to taste, I'll be sure and let you know, a voice said from behind Ricky. I knew it was Rory, but Ricky wasn't a small guy, and he was blocking my view of the doorway. Ricky turned, and there Rory stood, looking fucking adorable. He'd obviously been digging around out there under the cabinets because he was mussed and slightly dusty. I sure wouldn't say no. These are amazing cookies, so if the others are half as good, I'll eat as many as you want. Well, those are my signature cookies, so I don't know if the others will be as good or not. I'm going to try lots of varieties, so there will be lots of tasting. Some will work, some won't, as my roommates can tell you. They're usually my taste testers. Do you ever make plain old chocolate chip cookies? They're my favorite, Ricky said. I do have a chocolate chip cookie that I make. It isn't what I would call a traditional chocolate chip, but I'll do some of those, and you can tell me what you think. Ricky, don't you need to get back to work? The last thing I wanted was the guys all hovering around him, wanting to taste his cookies. I flashed back to that delicious strip of skin he'd revealed when he reached for the upper cabinet and bit back a groan. Yeah, his cookies, or anything else that was tasty-looking. Crap. Sorry, boss. Don't forget fresh coffee in the break room. I nodded, and he went back out to the garage area. He seems really nice. He is, and he's a really good mechanic as well. I'm lucky to have him. Okay, well, I'm going to get going. I'll be back tomorrow to take inventory and then go shopping to outfit the truck. if you're sure this is going to be okay. I'll be here a lot, and I don't want to get in the way.
Bug, I'm happy to help. And I'm glad it's going to work out. I'll stop on my way home today and get you a set of keys made for both the back door and for the gate, so you can come and go as you need to. I know you baker types tend to be early risers and shit. He laughed.
Some bakers are, that's for sure. I'm not one of those bakers, at least not normally. But with the short notice on this festival, I may have to work some weird hours. So thank you. Chapter 12. Rory. I couldn't believe the owners had left the stuff just sitting there while they figured out what they were going to do. The truck was stocked with bowls, utensils, and even a commercial-grade mixer. But in the end, I'd decided to bring all my own stuff. I would have been so nervous that I was going to break something of theirs, and I was already indebted to them for letting me use the food truck. The last thing I wanted to do was break their $800 mixer. Bishop had told me I'd be surprised how often people abandoned vehicles on his lot and never came back to get them, but I couldn't imagine that would be the case this time. I mean, seriously, that oven alone was worth over $5,000. But what they decided to do with it was up to them. For right now, I had a place to bake my cookies, and I was excited to try everything out. My saving grace, since I was a one-man operation, was that a lot of my baked cookie recipes could be frozen for up to 3 months and still taste fresh. I decided that was where I would start. I'd bake in the morning, decorate that afternoon, and then package and freeze them first thing the next morning while that day's batch baked. It took me a few days of cleaning to get the food truck ready to bake in. I'd cleaned it from top to bottom and hauled all my mixing bowls, utensils, and my 2 mixers over, all while taking time out to bake cookies at my apartment to fill my existing orders. Finally, on Friday, I took a trip to the kitchen supply store and bought enough sheet pans to fill the oven and enough supplies to bake cookies for days. I was glad Bishop had given me a gate key because that allowed me to get everything set up over the weekend so I could get started on Monday morning. The only thing I didn't have yet was a propane tank for the oven. It looked like I'd need to get it delivered because there was no way I was carrying that in my car. When I arrived and pulled in on Monday morning, all the guys were there and, of course, I brought cookies. They weren't decorated or anything, but they were my version of cowboy cookies. Those were a Texas staple, but I made them a little different to make them my own. I wasn't 100% happy with them yet, but they were still good. I used my key for the back door, slipped into the break room to drop off the cookies, and then walked up to the front to say hello to Bishop. Charlie was making herself at home at the front counter, surrounded by colored tabs, folders, and a label maker. I'd really liked her when I met her last week, and I thought she was going to be a great addition to Bishop's staff. "Is he in the office?" I asked. "He is. Just go on in." "There are cookies in the break room. If you want any, you better go grab a couple. These are chocolate chip, so I wouldn't trust the guys to leave you any." "I needed a cup of coffee and a break anyway." She stood and headed straight for the break room. I went on into the office area where Bishop sat. "Hey, there are cookies in the break room."
You know you don't have to bring us cookies every day, right?
"I know, and I won't. But when I got home yesterday, I was so excited and ready to start, I decided to make a batch. They didn't turn out the way I wanted, but they're pretty good."
"Are you all set?"
He reached for his coffee cup, and I noticed what looked like a new tattoo on his arm. "Is that a new tattoo?"
"No, actually, it was one of my first, but it was looking a little faded. I had my buddy Gunnar freshen it up. He just added some color and a little to it to make it look new. He does great work."
"Cool." My eyes trailed up his arms, looking at all the awesome tattoos there. I knew he had more that I couldn't see. They were burned into my memory from the day at his house when we were staining his deck.
"Bug,"
he said firmly, bringing my attention back to the present. "Sorry, what?"
"Did you get everything all situated?"
"Oh, yeah. Well, almost, anyway. I need to call and get a propane tank delivered for the oven, but other than that, it's all ready."
"Where are you planning to get the propane from?"
"I'm not sure. I figured I'd call around and see who has the cheapest delivery."
"How about if I run over to the place that we use and pick up a tank? Then you won't have to pay for a delivery. And you won't have to wait until they can get you on the schedule."
"That would be awesome. Just give me a second to put all my stuff away and I can ride over with you so I can pay for it."
"Don't worry about it. I'll tell him to add it to my bill and you can pay me for it. That way you can get a full morning in. As a matter of fact, I'll go now. I need to go get a fresh cup of coffee and a couple cookies anyway." I honestly had no idea what to say to him. Thank you seemed like way too little for all he'd done, and I didn't only mean finding me the food truck to use. It was more than that. My family loved me, but I also knew they didn't take my cookie business seriously. From the moment I started this business, I'd been in it alone. Terrence and Devin had been great, and more than happy to try them for me, but they were busy with their own lives and didn't really have the time or resources to help me. But with Bishop, for the first time, I felt like I really had somebody in my corner, and that felt pretty damn good. Bishop. I popped my head into the food truck on Thursday to see if Rory had eaten yet. It hadn't taken me long to realize that when he got in a zone, he'd forget all about basic things like eating lunch and taking breaks. So far, we'd had a pretty cool autumn, which was a good thing, because when he had that oven going in the food truck, it got toasty. He had one batch in the oven and another one sitting on racks, cooling, while he lined plastic containers with wax paper. There had to be 10 containers sitting there to be filled, and he'd been at it all week. I watched him for a minute, trying not to laugh at the insanity in front of me. There were cute snowmen and gingerbread cookies everywhere while he was listening to a true crime podcast about a gruesome stabbing. Maybe the gingerbread man did it. He looked up slightly at me and shook his head. Don't be ridiculous. He's too darn cute to be a killer. Now, you should have seen some of the ones I made for Halloween. I can get bloody and gory when it's called for. But look at him. He held up the gingerbread man he'd decorated with a sweet smile and a little pink heart design on the right-hand side of his chest. See? He's innocent. Yeah, that's what they all say. She always looked so nice. We had no idea she was hiding bodies in the basement. Now, what on earth are you doing with all these cookies? He looked at all the cookies and let out a nervous laugh. Honestly, I'm not sure yet. I bought the most compact containers I could find, not only to reduce the air to keep the cookies fresh, but also to save space. But I'm already running out of places to put them. Neither Terrence nor I are big into freezer foods other than ice cream, so we had a little party the other night and ate it all, and we convinced Devin to take all his frozen burritos and pot pies to his boyfriend's house for now, so my freezer was empty. It's small, though, so once I get these decorated and packaged up today, they'll fill it up. How many cookies are you planning to make for this thing? A bunch. Not only is there judging, which requires a lot, but they're anticipating a huge amount of foot traffic. I want to have them packaged for purchase by the dozen, half dozen, and individual cookies. Plus, I'm planning to have a table set up where kids can pick a shape and decorate their own cookies on site. Add to that the fact that I'm experimenting with some new recipes, so I can have some that people aren't expecting, and all that equals a lot of cookies. That sounds like a lot of work. It will be, but it's going to be amazing. I know it is. I don't doubt it for a minute. Now I have a question. Have you eaten anything since breakfast? And don't say cookies because taste testing doesn't count. No. He glanced at his phone to check the time. I guess it's time, isn't it? It is. I'm going to go pick up subs for me and the guys. Do you want one? Sure, I'll take one. Okay, be right back then. I was going to go get subs, but that wasn't all I was going after. He needed some place to put those cookies. Carrying them around town from freezer to freezer didn't seem like a good idea. I knew he'd argue with me if I said anything. I'd figured out early on that Rory didn't like to accept help if he could avoid it. I figured the best course of action was just to do it and tell him about it afterwards. I swung by the local warehouse store and headed for the appliances, where I picked out the freezer that I thought would be the easiest for him to put things in. Once that was loaded in the back of my truck, I drove by the sub shop and picked up subs for everyone. When I got back to the garage, I pulled around to the rear door, backing in so we could get the freezer out easily. I was about to get the guys to help when Rory stepped out of the food truck, eyes gaping at the freezer in the back of the truck. Bishop, what did you do? I went and got a freezer. You needed one to put your cookies in, and I've been meaning to get one anyway. Oh, really? He put both hands on his hips and glared at me.
And what are you going to do with a freezer when I'm done with it?
I'm going to take it home and put it in my garage. Then I'm going to fill it with vegetables from the garden I've been thinking about planting and a bunch of meat from the local butcher. What do most people do with freezers, Bug?
Bishop, he said in a pleading tone.
Hush, Bug. I wanted to do this for you, so just let me, okay? He walked over to me and placed a kiss on my cheek.
Thank you.
Then he spun around and headed inside the garage before I had a chance to respond. A second later, Ricky and the new mechanic, Mitchell, came to the door, so I assumed Rory had sent them to help me with the freezer. Together we hauled it inside and set it up on the back wall near the door. I turned to Ricky, giving him my sternest daddy glare. No eating the cookies that are in this freezer. Ever. Am I clear?
Yeah, boss, you're clear. No eating Rory's cookies.
Right.
I'll make a sign to put on the outside, just to be safe, Charlie said.
I gave her a nod of approval. She was figuring out how things worked around here pretty darn quickly. She and Rory had gone out to the truck to get the food while we unloaded the freezer, so we all headed into the break room to grab it. There wasn't room for all of us in there, so I grabbed my sub to go back to my office to eat. I looked at Rory. Are you going back out to the food truck to eat?
I was planning on it.
Why don't you take a break and come eat in my office with me? We can plan our next monster raid while we eat. Those zombies just about kicked our ass last time. His face lit up, and he grabbed his sandwich and a drink.
Sounds good to me. We're playing with your friends this week, and that means we need a strategy. Chapter 13. Rory.
I want to meet this guy, Terrence insisted when I told him and Devin that they could have the freezer back.
Who, Bishop?
Yeah, Bishop. The man seriously bought you a freezer. I mean, who does that?
He didn't buy me a freezer. He bought a freezer. One he's been meaning to get, that's all.
Right, Terrence scoffed. He just happened to be planning to buy the one thing you didn't have for this little cookie adventure. The man likes you.
Of course he likes me. I'm Dustin's little brother, and he's known me since I was a kid. Don't be making it into something it isn't. There was no way Bishop saw me as anything other than a kid, and I refused to let Terrence convince me otherwise. The man was basically my every fantasy come to life, and the last thing I needed was Terrence feeding the idea.
You're underestimating your charm, darling. He waved his hand up and down toward my body.
My charm, huh?
Sure. You're really quite adorable, with that curly red hair and those freckles.
I don't think adorable is quite the look a man like Bishop is after in a man or a woman. He's bi, remember?
Whatever. I still want to meet the man who found you a food truck, bought you a freezer, and makes you smile every time you say his name.
I do not. I didn't think I did anyway, and if I did, I needed to stop it.
You do too, Devin chimed in. Now, what should we order for dinner tonight since all my food is still over at Jimmy's?
That crap you had barely qualifies as food, Terrence said. But we haven't had pizza in ages. Why don't we order that? Sounds good. My treat since I commandeered the freezer.
I'll never turn down free pizza.
Devin grabbed the menus from the drawer and handed them to me so I could order the pizza.
Order whatever, just...
No onions, I know. He said that every single time because once, just once, I forgot and ordered onions on the pizza. I'd been working in the food truck for a week that Friday, and I'd gotten so much done. My plan of baking in the morning and spending the afternoon decorating was working out perfectly. Plus, on the days I experimented with new recipes, it was nice to have people around to test the cookies for me. If I kept going at this pace, I was going to make it. I brought the cookies from our freezer at home so everything would be in one place, and I laughed when I saw the sign that said, "Not for you to eat. Yes, that means you." Charlie had put it on the front of the freezer. Not that I thought any of the guys would mess with my cookies. After all, I gave them plenty to taste test throughout the day. I put the cookies in the freezer and made my way out to the food truck. The fact that today was Friday didn't mean much to me right now. I'd be up here working tomorrow like it was any other day. But I wasn't planning to stay late tonight. We were playing M. Slayer with Bishop's friends again tonight, and I wanted to be at my best. For some reason, it mattered to me what they thought about my skills. Probably because I knew they were mostly ex-military. I had 3 orders that I'd taken before I signed up for the festival to fill and ship out tomorrow, so it was a busy morning. I found that I really liked the process I'd found for doing the large batches, so I did the 5 dozen I needed for the orders the same way, baking them all in the morning to be decorated in the afternoon after they cooled. Then, knowing that I didn't want to stay late, I decided this would be a good day to make some of the cookies for the festival that didn't have to be decorated. Naturally, I had to make a ginger snap cookie, because there was no way I could use that name and not have the cookie. So today seemed like a good ginger snap day. I still had a ton to do today, so I dove right in and got to work. Bishop. I'd gone back out to Big O's the night before and had a beer with Ryder and Max. They were the only ones who were there. Apparently Cooper and his boy Gavin had gone to River Gorge to visit his uncle, who'd recently purchased a ranch there. And Lucas was on a deadline for some custom bike that, according to Ryder, was kicking his ass. I'd still enjoyed myself and was more convinced than ever that meeting this group of guys was exactly what I needed and that things were finally on the right track. The shop was slammed on Friday. Mitchell was still in training, but he was good and fast at the basics like oil changes and tune-ups, so if we pushed hard we'd get everything out that wasn't waiting on parts before the weekend. And Charlie was getting the office in order, so for the first time since I opened the garage, I felt confident there was no reason for me to go to the office on the weekend. Bug had been up there every day, and that freezer was starting to fill up with cookies. There had been a couple of days he beat me there, and at least one that he was still there when I left. I had no doubt he was bound to be exhausted, so it hadn't surprised me at lunch when he said he'd be leaving early. His idea of leaving early and mine weren't quite the same, however, because, at close to 5, he popped in with a container of cookies that didn't make the cut for his orders. They looked perfect to me, so I had no idea what about them wasn't good enough. He had high standards, that was for sure. "What time are you leaving tonight?" he asked. "Right around 5. Why, do you need anything?" "Nope, just message me when you log on to the server so I can join you guys. This has been a long week, so chilling out while kicking some zombie ass and eating Chinese takeout sounds like just what the doctor ordered." I watched as he made his way back through the garage and out the back door. Playing online video games and eating takeout at home should not be his idea of the perfect way to spend a Friday night. He should be out with friends or on a date. I didn't want to look too closely at how I felt about the idea of him out with some guy. But one thing that was for sure was that he was too sweet and way too damn sexy to be single. Just as I was getting ready to leave for the night, my cell phone rang with a call from Dustin. "Hey," I answered. "I think I finally found the perfect car for me and Quentin. Do you have time to check it out for me?" "I can't tonight. I'm playing video games with your brother and some of my buddies. But I don't have anything going on this weekend if you want me to take a look." "You're playing video games with Rory? You two always did have a blast playing, but I didn't realize you two were buds." "Well, with me taking him to deliver those cookies that day and then him being up at the garage all the time, we discovered we both still played the same kind of games." "Up at the garage? Like when he came to get his car, or what?" "No, he didn't tell you he was working up here?" "Working at your garage? I thought his cookie business was doing great. Hell, he even got invited to do some big festival here in town." "Yeah, a big festival that he was going to have to bail on because he couldn't meet the requirements. I thought he told you all that." "He did. He sent a group family text asking if anyone knew anyone with a commercial kitchen, but then he sent another one saying he'd found one. He did find one. In my parking lot." "You have a commercial kitchen in your parking lot?" "I sure do. It's a food truck. It broke down and the owner had it towed here. They aren't going to decide if they should spend the money to replace the engine or strip the truck until after the holidays. It's a cupcake truck, and they're too busy filling holiday orders to worry about it right now. They're letting Rory use it. I can't believe he didn't tell you." "I'm surprised he didn't tell me, but things in our family are strained, to be honest, Bish. You remember how things were? My mom loves us, but she practically suffocated Rory,
and she got so caught up in making sure Rory wasn't going to die on her that she pretty much ignored everything else. I mean, we're all fine. Rory is healthy and doing well. But there's a lot of unresolved shit there, you know? Do I ever? I wouldn't have come back here to live if my family still lived here. But I do hate to hear that. If it hadn't been for your family, I'm not sure where I'd be right now. I know. But look at you, man. You're doing great. And my family is okay. We just aren't as close as we could be. And that's something we need to work on. It didn't help that I'm so much older than Rory, or that I moved away for so long. But we're working on it. I'll tell you what. Rory works hard. He cleaned that food truck up, and he's been out there making cookies nonstop. And you were right. They are some damn good cookies. Don't be perving on my little brother's cookies, dude. I'm not, don't worry. And that was no lie. I wasn't. Because it wasn't just his cookies that I was perving on, but he didn't need to know that. But anyway, back to the car. Do you want me to go take a look tomorrow? Yeah, but Quentin and I want to come this time, if you don't mind. Not at all. I'm available all day. Just set something up and shoot me a text.
Chapter 14. Rory. The second week in the food truck had flown by. I'd experimented with recipes and baked and decorated more cookies than I'd ever imagined in such a short time. When it came to the experimental cookies, I'd learned really quick that if I wanted an honest opinion about which cookies were best, Charlie was the one to ask. Which was why, when I hit on one I really loved, I took it to her to try and not to the guys. I sat there, watching her face while she tried the cookie, hoping that I was right and that I really had hit on something good. She broke it in half and held a piece to her nose. The corners of her mouth tilted up a little bit, and I swear her eyes softened some, but that was the only reaction. She popped it in her mouth and chewed it slowly, savoring the bite. Dang, boy, that's good. It smells like winter, but not in a cold way, in a warm fireplace on a snowy day kind of way. It's like gingerbread, but better. Gingerbread, but better. That was exactly what I thought. But that was good coming from her, because she'd admitted to me that she wasn't a big fan of gingerbread when I made it the other day. But is it better enough for you to like it? I was hoping to make something with those warm winter spices for people like you who aren't big gingerbread fans. Oh, I like it, no doubt. What's in it? I used similar spices to what's in chai. Not exactly, but close. It's one of my favorite drinks in the winter, so I thought maybe it would make a good cookie. Well, you were right. It's delicious, and it has those hints of ginger that feel all warm and fuzzy. Kind of like you, she teased. I let out a sigh of relief. Awesome. I thought it was good, but I needed someone to confirm it for me. I'm thinking I should decorate them like Christmas cookies, and maybe I'll get some orders for them. I would buy them, that's for sure. Thanks for letting me try them. No, thank you for testing them for me. I could have asked the guys, but I'm not sure if they just don't want to hurt my feelings by telling me something doesn't work, or if they have no palate. Based on what they eat for lunch, I'm going with no palate. It's funny, 'cause it's true, I said, both of us laughing. I guess I better get back to work if I'm going to add these to what I have planned. I think this will be the last new one. Then it'll just be baking, decorating, and packaging them up. That freezer is already pretty full, so you've already done a lot of decorating. I have, but I still have a bunch left. The problem is, I've never done an event this big before, so it's hard to know how many to bring. Like, I don't want to be stuck with a freezer full of cookies because they didn't sell. But more importantly, I don't want to not have enough and then miss a chance to move my business to the next level. It's hard. Well, there are plenty of people who are happy to eat whatever doesn't sell, so don't you worry about that. I smiled as I walked back into the food truck. I swear it was starting to feel like home. I'd spent so much time in it over the last 2 weeks. I kind of liked having a permanent place to work. Baking at home was nice because it meant I didn't have to get dressed and leave the house most days, but it also meant I had to put everything away and turn my work area back into a usable kitchen for the guys when I finished. I loved being able to leave my decorating tools, mixers, and other supplies out where I could get to them without having to pull them out each time. It took me a while to make the dough for the ginger chai cookies. but once they were baking, the food truck smelled like heaven. I'd planned on making them into faux gingerbread men, but after what Charlie said, I decided to go with just a snowy winter day theme, so I did snowflakes, mittens, and snowmen. They would be fun and fast to decorate, plus I thought they'd sell really well. I was cleaning everything up when the door on the far end of the truck opened. Over the last 2 weeks, Bishop had made it his mission to make sure I ate lunch, took breaks, and drank plenty of water. I swear the man was like an old mother hen. I smiled to myself, wondering what he was here to harass me about this time. But when I turned around, it wasn't Bishop standing there. It was my mother. "Your brother told me you were here at Bishop's shop, working out of a food truck, of all things. I was sure he must have been mistaken, but here you are, in the back, where no one can see you if something happens." Shit. I should have told Bishop not to tell Dustin I was up here. Not that I cared if Dustin knew, but I didn't want what was happening right now to happen. I had way too much work to do over the next week to be dealing with my overprotective mother. "Mother," I said, calmly, "nothing is going to happen." "You don't know that. You could overheat. That's a huge oven in a very small space, and you know heat is bad for your condition." My condition. For fuck's sake, I had asthma. Very well-controlled asthma. I could interrupt her. I could point out that it had been years since I'd had any problems, or that I'd been living with this my whole life, knew my limits and was careful not to push them. But it was pointless. In her mind, I'd always be that skinny little 8-year-old who collapsed on the soccer field. "And back here, behind a building like this," she continued, "you could lie back here for hours before anyone found you. And for what? Just to advertise this little cookie decorating hobby of yours." And there it was. Little cookie decorating hobby. Like the hours I spent learning how to do this were nothing. Like the time and effort that I'd invested in marketing and social media didn't matter. She summed up how little regard she had for what I was trying to accomplish with that one word. Hobby. "That would never happen, Tina," a deep voice said from the doorway. We both spun to find Bishop standing there. "He has an air conditioner if he needs to turn it on to cool things off in here, and he leaves both doors open so a breeze can blow through, except on days like today when it's cool enough outside that the oven serves as more of a room heater than a problem. Also, his cookies are so delicious I can't keep the guys out of here. I swear every time they have a free minute he has to chase them off. Trust me, he's never alone out here for long." "Well, that's all good, but that's not the main reason." He kept going like a freaking avenging angel whose mission was to defend my choices. "The main reason it isn't a problem is that Rory is a responsible adult, and you taught him years ago how to manage his asthma, which means that other than not eating properly," he turned his glare on me as a reminder that I hadn't eaten yet today, "he takes care of himself and takes steps not to trigger his asthma. Anyway, Rory, I just came out to see what you wanted for lunch. We're ordering from the Greek place up the street." Just a Greek salad would be good," I managed to stammer out. I couldn't believe he'd stood up for me like that. Normally, when she acted this way, everyone took her side, saying things like, "You have to remember how scared she was when they almost lost you," or "She only does it because she loves you." Of course my mother loves me, that wasn't the problem. I'd never doubted that for a minute. The problem was she couldn't let go of the image of me as a sick little boy, and that made it hard to have a real adult relationship with her now. "Okay, Ricky's going to pick it up for us, so someone will let you know when it's here." He turned and walked out of the food truck without another word to my mother. "Well," she said with a huff, "I haven't seen Bishop but a couple of times since he and Dustin graduated, and that's the way he talks to me?" "He didn't say anything that wasn't true, Mom. You have to stop worrying so much." "I'll stop worrying about you and your brother the day the good Lord takes me home. You know what I mean. I'm not a child. I'm a grown man, and I can take care of myself." "I know you're right, but I just couldn't get rid of the idea that I was going to get a call that you'd collapsed again." "Well, as you can see, I'm in no danger of that happening here. So why don't you just go on home? I'm being careful, I promise." She sighed, gave me a hug, and left. She meant well, I repeated to myself for the 1,000th time. But whether she knew it or not, I was a grown man, and I didn't have to ask her permission to live my life. With her gone, I had time before lunch arrived to make a plan for how I would decorate my chai cookies. That way, once they were cooled, I could get started. Assembly line wasn't my favorite way to decorate cookies, but keeping it simple and having a plan was the only way I'd get this many done in the time allotted. At least, I would have had time, but instead of making a plan for decorating snowflakes, I found myself focused on the way Bishop had looked, standing there in the doorway and thinking of the things he'd said. Not only had he stood up to her for me, but he'd also referred to me as Rory instead of Bug, and he pointed out that I was a grown man. As good as it had felt to know he had my back, knowing he saw me, Rory Gallagher, caused a small kernel of hope to flare to life. Maybe, just maybe, someday, my big grizzly bear might see me as something other than Dustin's little brother. Bishop. I didn't like to be rude to people, especially not to someone like Tina Gallagher. She'd never been anything but kind to me when I hung out over at Dustin's house as a kid. But she took the idea of being overprotective to new levels. She always had, where Rory was concerned. She'd always babied him because of his asthma, but she didn't go overboard until that time he almost died. From that point forward, keeping him safe became an obsession for her. Now, having an overprotective parent wasn't the worst thing that could happen to a kid. Dustin and I talked about that the other day. He said it was like they had been raised by totally different parents. For him, life had always been pretty much normal, since he was already in high school before Rory got sick. But for as long as Dustin could remember, his had been a life of precautions. He thought that while Rory understood it and didn't blame him for it, he still resented the fact that his parents had treated Dustin so much differently. But even knowing the reason why she was that way, it had taken everything in me not to lose my shit out there. When I walked out to the truck and heard her talking to him like a little kid who didn't even know to take care of himself, and then to hear her call his cookie business a hobby, I wondered if they had any idea how hard he worked, or how determined he was to make a go of this thing. I had mad respect for him after seeing him over the last couple of weeks, and I had no doubt that if he didn't succeed, it wouldn't be from lack of trying. I gave our lunch order to Ricky and then sat in my office, part of me still seething and part of me feeling like shit for butting in when it really wasn't my business. But for some reason it felt like it was. Rory felt like my business, and it rubbed me the wrong way to see him treated like a kid. Although, wasn't that what I'd been doing for the last few weeks? Forcing myself to call him Bug when that name no longer fit? Refusing to acknowledge the fact that what I wanted from him wasn't a gaming buddy? What I wanted was something so much filthier than a partner to kill zombies with. He wasn't a kid. He was a grown-ass man, and he deserved to be treated as such in every way. But he was still Dustin's little brother, grown or not, and I'd have to think long and hard before I risked Dustin's friendship. He was the one person in my life that had always been there, and damned if I was willing to lose that now that we were both living in the same town. I still sat there thinking it all through, when there was a knock at my office door, and Rory pushed it open. "Ricky's back with lunch." I took a deep breath and met his eyes. "I'm so sorry about what I did out there. That was none of my business. Your relationship with your mother is exactly that. Yours. I had no right saying any of that to her." "Are you kidding me? I've been telling her exactly what you did for years, but she doesn't listen. In her mind, I'm always one breath away from an attack, never mind the fact that I haven't had one in years." "Still, it wasn't my place." "Your place or not, I appreciated it more than you can imagine. Now, let's eat." He held up a bag of food. I chuckled. "Okay, let's eat." Chapter 15. Rory. I kind of liked working in the food truck on the days the garage was closed. Not that I didn't enjoy having the guys around most of the time, and Charlie was cool. You'd never have believed she hadn't been working there forever. But when the garage was closed, I could either play my podcasts without interruption or blast my music, depending on my mood, without having to worry about someone catching me shaking my booty or listening to a gruesome murder while I decorated cookies. I didn't get all the chai cookies decorated yesterday, so that was first on my agenda. I got a batch of my cardamom and lemon zest cookies baking, and then started working on decorating what was left from yesterday. To get in the spirit, I was blasting Christmas music while I sketched out a plan for how I was going to decorate the snowmen. I'd just gotten into the flow of decorating when the timer buzzed for me to take the cookies out of the oven. The bad thing, but good thing about the food truck was that the oven allowed me to bake an entire day's worth of cookies to decorate at one time, but there was no space to cool them and work at the same time, and unfortunately I didn't think that part of my morning through. But the garage was empty, which meant no one would be using the break room. I carried my cooling racks into the garage and spread them out all over the counter and the little table that was in the break room, but I needed a place for at least 2 more. In the end, I decided Bishop's desk was the best place, since he told me he was off today. Once those were set up, I propped open the back door with the rock that Bishop kept there for that purpose, and started carrying trays of cookies inside the garage. It took me forever, but I got them all off the hot trays and cooling on their racks. This batch was specifically for Thanksgiving, so I'd done fall leaves and turkeys. They were going to be adorable and would make awesome cookie platters. I wanted to do one more batch that would be forest animals. They were super popular for baby showers right now, and I thought they'd be a big seller. Other than the ones I was planning to do that would be undecorated, I'd be done, and just in time. The festival was this coming Friday and Saturday, and I would need Thursday to set up, which meant I had 5 days, counting today, to get everything done. I went back out to the food truck to decorate while the ones I'd taken in the garage cooled. I wondered what it would be like to have a permanent setup like this food truck, but designed for cookies. I liked the freedom that came with working from home, but an apartment I shared with 2 other guys wasn't really optimal. The food truck was close, though. If I could just change a few things. Like, for example, if I could add a cooling shelf, that would make a huge difference. This whole experience had opened up so many possibilities. I put the finishing touch on the last snowflake and moved on to the snowmen while I jammed out to All I Want for Christmas, instead of my normal podcasts.
So, is there a reason why I have cookies spread all over my garage?
Bishop asked from the doorway. I jumped and let out a little squeal, spinning around. You scared the crap out of me.
I said your name, but I guess you didn't hear me over the music.
You're not supposed to be at the garage today, I insisted.
And cookies aren't supposed to be spread out all over my desk either. Unless you're leaving them for me as gifts, that is.
Those are for the festival. I had to put them somewhere to cool, and you weren't supposed to be coming in today. I guess I should have known better than to assume that Bishop might go a day without coming up here to the garage. One thing I'd learned over this last month was how hard he worked, and how dedicated he was to making this business a success.
I wasn't. I'm meeting Dustin and Quentin up here to go look at a car, and the cookies are fine. I just wasn't expecting to come into a herd of turkeys on my desk.
I'm pretty sure a group of turkeys is called a gaggle, not a herd. But if you need me to go move them, I can. They're probably cool enough by now.
No, they're fine. I was just giving you a hard time. I'm not staying. I'm meeting them here. But once I saw the cookies, I figured you were here, so I thought I'd come see how things were going.
It's going good. I have until Thursday to get everything wrapped up and set up for the festival, so I'll be practically living up here. But I think I'm going to get it all done.
That's awesome, Rory. Seriously.
What's awesome? Dustin asked, sticking his head inside the door.
Rory was telling me he was going to hit his goal for the festival. That is awesome, Bug. Do you need help setting up? Quentin and I could come lend a hand.
You could pay us with cookies, Quentin chimed in from behind him. I have to have everything set up on Thursday, and you'll be in school, but I promise to save you some cookies. I wish I could have taken him up on it. It meant a lot to me that he'd offered to help, though. As a matter of fact, Quint, you can have this one right here. Someone scared me half to death, and now his scarf is all messed up. Quentin pushed his way past his father and into the truck. Thanks, Uncle Rory. Your cookies are the best.
If you need help on Thursday, I can help, Bishop said.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I really hadn't made a plan yet for how I was going to get everything up there and set up, but having Bishop help would make everything so much easier.
We need to get going if we're going to meet this guy on time, Dustin said. We'll be up at the festival on Saturday, though, and if you need any help, just call.
I will, Dustin, thank you. They moved to go, but Bishop turned back to me as he walked out the door.
I'll be back in a little while. Do you need me to bring you anything back? Like lunch or anything?
I brought something with me, but thanks. Bishop.
The three of us got into my truck. I had a good idea of where we were headed, so I pulled out and turned in that direction. It was clear on the other side of town, so it would take us about 30 minutes to get there. So, this might be the one? Possibly. It looks good online, but we'll see when we get there.
It looks awesome, but it has some engine problems. Dad thinks we can fix it up ourselves.
As long as there isn't too much for us, Dustin cautioned. That's what Bishop is coming to look at. Quentin bit into the cookie Rory had given him.
Oh man, this is so good. It's better than the ones he normally makes. Here, Dad, taste it.
He broke off the snowman's head and passed it to Dustin. Dustin popped the cookie in his mouth. Oh man, that's good. It's different. Perfect for winter. Quentin nodded. Then he put his earbuds in and we old guys ceased to exist. He's been working on some new recipes for this festival, and so far they've all been delicious. He works really hard. I was so proud of him, and I wanted his brother to understand how serious he was about this business. I was tempted to tell him about his mother calling it a hobby, but I didn't want to bring up family drama in front of Quentin. I was pretty sure he couldn't hear me with those earbuds in, but I didn't want to chance it. You like him? Dustin cocked his head to the side and studied me. Rory? Yeah, he's a great guy. No, I mean you like him. Dude. I wanted to tell him that of course I like him. He's amazing, he's smart, he's hard-working, he's funny, and he's sexy as hell. What wasn't to like? But there was no way I was saying all that to Dustin. Don't dude me. I saw the way you looked at him. You like him. I glanced at the rearview mirror to make sure Quentin wasn't paying attention. He wasn't, so I glanced over at Dustin, trying to read him. Was he mad about what he said or not? He's pretty hard not to like, I hedged. He is that, Dustin nodded. So, have you asked him out? What? No. I looked at him like he'd lost his mind. On what planet did Dustin think I would ask out his little brother and not talk to him about it first? You're a good guy, Bish. Rory needs someone good in his life. Someone who sees how amazing he is. Look, I just don't know that we'd be compatible. I glanced back up to make sure Quentin hadn't rejoined the conversation. There had never been any reason for me to go into my preferences or my participation in the daddy lifestyle with Dustin, and I didn't think now, if ever, would be the time to do it. I don't see why not. You two have a lot in common. We do, but he's pretty young. Why was I arguing with him? I should be thrilled. It seemed like he didn't have a problem with me asking Rory out. But being okay with me dating his brother and being okay with me being Rory's daddy were two very different things. Rory hasn't been young for a long time. He's had to be strong to fight his way out from under our mother's watchful eye and make a life for himself. But he's done that. What if it doesn't work out? You matter to me. I don't want to mess things up. Would you hurt him or cheat on him? Of course not. What the fuck, dude? That's what I thought. See, like I said, you're a good man. But there are no guarantees. It might not work out, who knows? What I do know is that if it didn't, it wouldn't be for any reason that would mess up our friendship, because you aren't that kind of guy. I'd been thinking of nothing but Rory for a couple of weeks, but if I was honest with myself, I'd been using Dustin as an excuse. I'd been in relationships with people who weren't in the lifestyle, and it never worked out. My daddy instincts were too strong, and at some point the person would start to feel suffocated, which was never my intent. I just wanted to take care of them. But that could feel a lot like I was treating them like they weren't capable of taking care of themselves, for someone who didn't understand where the urge was coming from. It was so much easier to find a boy or a girl at a club or at an event where you both knew exactly what you were getting into from the beginning. But that wouldn't be the case with Rory, and with the way his mother was so overprotective, I wasn't sure if he'd want the daddy. He's too busy right now, focused on the festival. But maybe when that's all said and done, I'll ask him out. Of course, he might not be interested in dating a guy like me. I shrugged. You won't know till you ask him, though, will you?
Chapter 16. Rory. By the time Bishop, Dustin, and Quentin got back, I was finished with the chai cookies and had started decorating the turkeys. They were actually much easier than they looked, because it was basically using the flood technique over and over. I'd laid them all out in a row and was moving through doing one color at a time, making them fun and colorful. They all popped back into the food truck to say hi, and I could tell by Quentin's excitement that they'd finally found his project car. I took a break for a bit while he told me all about the car and the plans that he and Dustin had for it. Then I sent Dustin and Quentin off with a dozen cookies and a promise to call him if I needed help, and to come have dinner once I got through this festival. A weird look passed between Bishop and Dustin right before they left, and Dustin motioned at me with his head, like he wanted Bishop to tell me something. Bishop rolled his eyes at him and told him to let him know when they were ready, and he'd have Maury tow the car for them. As soon as they were gone, instead of going back to work, I shifted my attention to Bishop. "What was that all about?" I asked warily.
What was what all about?
That look Dustin gave you? Were you two talking about me? If Dustin had told Bishop to keep an eye on me, or worse yet, asked him to talk to me about not doing so much, I was going to lose my shit. I dealt with enough of that crap from my mother. I didn't need Dustin getting all up in my business either. I didn't know what it would take for them to realize I wasn't a kid.
I wanted to ask if you wanted to go out for dinner,
he said, interrupting my internal freakout, stopping me in my tracks. Like, to grab something to eat when I'm done here tonight? Because there was no way Bishop Wilcox was asking me out, like on a date.
No, Rory, out to dinner, like on a date. But not until after the festival, because I know you have a lot to do to get ready, and I don't want to slow you down.
That's what you and my brother were talking about? You asking me out on a date?
Yeah, but if you don't want to, that's fine. No hard feelings. Fuck, Rory, you're sexy as hell, and I've really enjoyed having you around this last month. Anyway, I thought I'd see if you wanted to give it a shot.
He sounded nervous, which was adorable, because, seriously, did he think there was any way I'd say no? Bishop, I would love to go out with you. But I hate that you're right, and it will probably have to be after the festival because I'm slammed. He moved further into the truck, backing me up against the counter.
Great. So how about Monday night? That will give you a day to recover from the festival, and it'll give me some time to plan the perfect date for us.
He was close enough that I had to look up to see his face. My eyes stopped briefly on his mouth, wishing I could taste him. I loved how much bigger than me he was, and I reached up and placed my hand on his chest, barely resisting the urge to pull him closer. That sounds good, I managed to breathe out. He leaned down slowly, giving me plenty of time to stop him, like I would. He very lightly brushed his lips across mine.
Let's get you through the rest of this week, and then we can see where this goes.
And with that, he turned and walked out, leaving me standing there wondering what the fuck just happened. Bishop Wilcox had asked me out, kissed me in a way that should have been almost chaste, but instead was somehow loaded with all kinds of filthy promises, and then turned and went on his way, leaving me here to decorate cookies like he hadn't turned my whole world upside down in the very best possible way. Bishop.
Okay, so that just happened. I sat down at my desk, which was now free from the turkey invasion, and tried to figure out what exactly this meant. I honestly hadn't been planning to ask Rory out. I'd planned to feel him out a little bit and see if I thought he was interested, so if he wasn't, I wouldn't make things awkward between us. I really had enjoyed the last month, playing video games with him and just being around him, and if he'd said no, that could have screwed everything up. But he didn't say no. He said yes. I also hadn't planned on kissing him, but when he looked up at me from under those long lashes, I was done for. Now I just had to figure out where to take him on this date and how to explain the whole daddy thing to him without freaking him out. Everything about him told me he'd be the perfect boy for me. He was self-confident and independent in a way that really called to me. I knew that if he agreed to be my boy, every single bit of control he gave up would be because he chose to hand it over, and there was something about that idea that made him even more appealing. Of course, because I didn't follow my original plan and feel him out first, I had no idea if he knew anything about the lifestyle at all, so there was no guarantee he'd agree to even try. This next week was going to be a rough one for him. I knew he was close to his goal, but he only had a few more days to get everything done. I'd seen firsthand the drive he had to make this business a success, so I knew he wouldn't stop until he had everything finished. I hated there was nothing I could do to help him. I wasn't artistic and had zero cookie decorating skills, but I could make sure he was eating and taking plenty of breaks. Now the question was, what should we do for our date? We'd had a lot of conversations while playing video games about what we liked to do, so I knew he liked to read, and he loved those true crime podcasts. He also loved Japanese food, but wasn't crazy about sushi, and was a big superhero movie buff. But there were no good movies out right now, and I wasn't planning on committing any crimes, so no Bonnie and Clyde adventures for us. I would have to think about it and do a little research to see what I could find. But a simple dinner and a movie wasn't good enough. I wanted to do something that would be special. Regardless, I needed to make sure whatever we did gave us a chance to talk about what we both wanted, because the last thing I wanted was to start something with him that could go nowhere, because we weren't looking for the same thing.
Chapter 17. Rory. The week leading up to the festival was insane. I'd arrived early and left as late as I could. Bishop's shop wasn't in a bad part of town, but I still wasn't about to work out back in a garage parking lot alone at night. After that kiss, something had shifted between me and Bishop. He still came out frequently throughout the day to ask if I'd eaten or to remind me to take a break, but he had never been touchy before that kiss. Now he was up in my space at every opportunity. Little things like he got close and looked over my shoulder to see what I was working on, and he was constantly running his hand down my arms any time he could reach me. Not that I was complaining. I loved being touched, especially by him. But at this point, between the festival coming and his constant touching, I was wound tight as a rope. I wondered if he'd consider skipping the date on Monday and staying at his place in bed. I wouldn't do that, though, because he seemed very excited about the date. It was kind of fun being around him all the time before the date. Usually when someone asked me out, I wouldn't see them again until the date, but I saw Bishop all throughout the day. On Wednesday afternoon, when I finished up the last of the cookies, I was exhausted. But I was done. I had everything made that I'd planned on making and then some. I knew there was a chance that I wouldn't sell half of what I made, but I could always use what was left to fill holiday orders. Part of me wished that we'd planned our date for tonight, because the only thing I could do now was go home and worry about how things would go. But I knew he'd been right. What I needed to do was go to sleep, because I didn't think I had it in me to do another single thing today. And almost like he could read my mind, Bishop stuck his head in the door of the food truck.
"Hey, are you about ready to go? We're about to lock up."
I sagged back against the counter and sighed. Yeah, I just finished. I kind of want to take a victory lap, but I don't think I'd make it.
"You know what? Let me drive you home. It's not safe for you to be driving this exhausted. I can come pick you up in the morning. I know you have some things you need for the festival at the apartment anyway, so we can get all that loaded up."
You don't have to do that, Bishop.
"I know I don't, but I want to. You look dead on your feet, so let me do this for you."
I rolled my eyes, but decided not to fight him on it. He was right. I was tired, and it would be easier to get the canopy, all my promo stuff, and my cash box with his truck than my car. Okay, I guess that will be all right. It took us most of the morning to get everything I was taking to the festival loaded up. The organizer had assured me that there would be 24-hour guards there at the festival, so it was safe to leave anything non-perishable at our booths. It was good that cookies could be left out. In fact, it was ideal so they could continue to defrost. I hadn't thought through all of that part yet, but when I said I was at a loss, Bishop ran and got a few massive plastic bins that I could put everything in for transporting it all and for storing it under the table overnight. There were tons of people at the festival area, carrying their products and their booth stuff from their cars to their spots. I don't know how I would have managed it if Bishop hadn't come to help, especially the canopy part. I was way too short, and getting the personalized topper on there was not easy. We'd just finished putting the tablecloth on and positioned all the cookies in a way that I thought would help sell them when Marcia Robertson walked up. "Oh, I see you made it. I was so excited when they told me you'd accepted the invitation to participate." "Well, thank you for suggesting me to the committee. I'm really excited to be here." "Your booth looks fabulous. No one would ever think you were a last-minute addition, that's for sure. Your stuff all looks like you've been planning on being here all along." She smiled at Bishop, who was setting up the small table for the kids to use to decorate their cookies on. "You and your young man have done an excellent job." Instead of correcting her, I just smiled. I couldn't have done it without him. He looked over at me and shook his head. "Yes, you could have. I haven't done anything but lift heavy things and put them back down again. This is all you." "Well, I hope you have a fantastic weekend. I'll be back around later on to check on you and buy a dozen of your delicious cookies." I smiled at her and didn't argue, like I'd actually charge her for a dozen cookies after she was the one who recommended me for this festival. With all the work done for the day, Bishop stepped up behind me and wrapped an arm around me. "It looks fantastic. You did it, Rory. You got it all done, and your booth looks every bit as good as any of the booths here. Hell, better than most, to be honest." I hadn't had a chance to check out any of the other booths, so I glanced out at those around us, and he was right. Mine did look pretty darn good. I shifted a few more things around, and when everything was as perfect as I could get it, I took a bunch of pictures, some for my social media, some from me. Hopefully, if I let all my followers know I was here at the festival, they would come by. I had this crazy fear that I'd be sitting here by myself all day for 2 days, with no one even stopping. But even if that did happen, that would be okay, because I'd learned a lot over the last month. Not only about myself and what I was capable of, but also about running this business. I'd had no choice but to refine my process to make sure it was as efficient as possible, and that was worth the time and effort, no matter how things went. It hadn't taken long after they opened the gates on Friday morning for me to see that all of my fears about no one coming had been for nothing. The festival organizers had done a great job advertising, and people came out in droves. I had trouble keeping the sample plate full, and the cookies were selling like crazy. I'd be surprised if I had any turkey-shaped cookies left at all, and people loved the chai snowflakes. The only break I'd taken all day was when Bishop had brought me lunch and offered to watch the booth while I ate. Just on that first day, the number of cookies I'd sold and the orders I'd taken were enough for me to feel like this was worth all the work. And because the second day was a weekend, everyone expected it to be even busier. And if that was true, I might sell out of cookies. Even as I worked day and night in that food truck, I never imagined it would turn out this wonderful. I arrived early Saturday to restock and get my table organized, which was a good thing because there was a rush as soon as the gate opened. A few minutes after it opened, Bishop showed up with a breakfast sandwich and a cup of coffee. I looked over longingly at the coffee, but things were too busy for me to stop. As soon as that first rush settled down, Bishop shoved the cup of coffee in my hand. "Take a break and eat something. I can handle the booth for that long, just like I did at lunch yesterday. If anyone has a question I can't answer, you're right here." He motioned to the chair I'd brought, but barely used all weekend. There was no reason to argue with him. Besides, the coffee smelled amazing, so I took a seat and enjoyed my breakfast while watching him interact with my customers like he was a cookie expert. I wasn't sure exactly what we were doing yet, Aside from that brief kiss and the date we had planned for Monday night, we really hadn't addressed it. But one thing was for sure. I never would have pulled this off without him. I finished up the sandwich and the last of the coffee and joined him back at the table. He handed a lady a 3-pack of chai cookies and her change, and then turned to face me. All done? I am. Thank you so much for bringing me breakfast. I was too excited this morning to even think about food. That's what I figured. I was going to stay and keep you company, but I think I would just be in the way. It's even busier than yesterday. I know. I expected a lot of people, but not like this. This is the first lull since they opened the gates, and it doesn't look like it will last long. I motioned at another large group that had just walked through the gate. Do you need anything before I go? No, I'm good. All right. I'll be back in later to help you take down. If you think of anything you need, just text me. And that cooler right there is for you as well. He pointed to a small soft-side cooler that I hadn't noticed him bring in. It has water in it, as well as some snacks. Be sure and drink plenty of water. Hey, Ro, a familiar voice said, interrupting our conversation about my need for hydration. Silly man, like I didn't know I needed to drink water. I looked up to find Gavin, Brennan, Travis, and Simon standing there. Hey, guys. I knew Gavin was planning to come by today, but I didn't realize they were all coming. I should have, though, because I swear they moved as a pack. Where are Ben and Keegan? They're here somewhere. We lost them over at the guy's booth who was selling homemade barbecue sauce. Gavin was talking to me, but looking at Bishop like he was trying to place him, until Simon spoke. Hey, Bishop. I didn't expect to see you here. Simon, what's up? Have you tried Rory's cookies? They're freaking amazing. I tried not to laugh at his attempt to sell the guys on my cookies. They'd been some of my first customers. I have. Gavin brings them to boys' night almost every week. And he made the cookies for our friend Keegan's wedding as well, Brennan added. We came to shop, but I also wanted to see if you needed any help or a bathroom break or anything, but it looks like you have things covered, Gavin said with a grin. Actually, I was just about to leave. Bishop leaned over and brushed a kiss on my cheek right in front of everyone. Remember, just text me if you need anything. Then he turned to the guys. I'll see you boys later. I stood there, stunned for a second as I watched him go. What were the odds that the guys would know Bishop? Rory, is there something you need to share? Gavin asked. What? Oh, no. Remember I told you about my brother's friend finding me a food truck to bake in for this event? Well, that's him. And do all your brother's friends kiss you goodbye and look at you like they'd rather have a bite of you instead of one of your cookies? I felt my cheeks heat and knew my face was flaming red. Of course not. I paused, trying to think of what to say. We hadn't even been out yet, so could I really say we were dating? Not really. But something about this thing with Bishop felt important, so it also didn't seem right to say we were friends. We're figuring things out, but we're going on a date on Monday. Rory, that's so awesome. I had no idea you had a daddy. I mean, I was pretty sure you should have one, but I didn't know you'd found one. I froze. No, Bishop wasn't a daddy. I would know if he was. He didn't boss me around or tell me I couldn't go places. My brain started turning, thinking through all the things I knew about Bishop. He was sweet. He liked to fix problems like me not having a place to bake. He was always reminding me to eat and to drink something other than just coffee, but he was nothing like Cooper. He never tried to tell me I couldn't do things I wanted to do. I had no idea what to think. How do you guys know him? I asked cautiously. Oh, he and my daddy are friends, Simon said. And we all met him at Club Verde on Daddy Boy Night. Yeah, Gunnar said that Bishop is the one that told him about the club, and that's how we met. Bishop is a nice guy, though, and I think he would be a great daddy, so I think that's awesome. My mind was going a mile a minute, and I was trying to sort it all out when a group of women came up to the table, pulling me back to the present. I was here for a reason, and that reason had nothing to do with Bishop and whether or not he was a daddy. I was here to market my business and to sell cookies. I answered the women's questions and sold them some cookies. Then I turned back to the guys. Okay, I don't know what the deal is. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just think if Bishop were a daddy, he would have said something. Maybe, Brennan said. But you said you were going out on your first date on Monday. Maybe he was planning on telling you then. Ryder didn't tell me right away. Right, like what was he supposed to say? Hi there, friends, brother, good to see you. I'm a daddy, by the way, Travis said, using the most stupid fake deep voice ever. Of course not. Except he kind of did, didn't he? His avatar name was Papa Bear. I mean, I thought that was just because he was a big guy. It never occurred to me he was a daddy. Another group came up to the table, and Gavin came around the table and gave me a quick hug. This isn't the place to have this conversation. We'll talk later. You call me when you're done here, yeah? Yeah, I agreed. He was right. This was not the time or the place to have this conversation. I had cookies to sell and contacts to make. Chapter 18. Bishop. I walked away from Rory's table, trying to decide just how badly I'd screwed everything up. It just never occurred to me that Rory would be friends with a group of boys who just happened to know I was a daddy. My plan had been to start off our date by telling him that I was a daddy and answer any questions he had, because I didn't know if he had any idea what that meant exactly. I mean, he wasn't naive. I had no doubt he knew what a daddy was, but knowing what a daddy was and knowing what it meant to be in a daddy-boy relationship were not the same thing. I'd thought if he was still there after that, I'd spend the rest of the night romancing him and convincing him to give it a shot. Instead, because I'd waited, it was possible he'd found out from someone else. Maybe I should have stayed there instead of leaving, but it seemed like he had everything under control, and I didn't want him to believe I didn't think he could handle it on his own. Plus, the longer I stayed there, the greater the chance one of the boys would say something that would put either me or Rory in an awkward position, and the fact that I was a daddy wasn't a conversation I wanted to have in front of his friends. Sitting around and worrying about it wasn't likely to help the situation, so I decided to take a chance that since all the boys were together at the festival, there might be someone at Big O's I could pass the time with. But when I got there, the spot at the end of the bar where they always congregated was empty. Owen was behind the bar, though, and saw me come in. "Hey, Bishop, what are you up to?" "Just killing some time. I thought maybe some of the guys might be here since I ran into the boys at the Flavor Fest this morning." "They're all out for a ride this morning. Well, all except Gunner. I think he had a tattoo today. You want a beer?" I nodded, and he handed me one. "You don't go riding with them? I thought I remembered you saying you had a bike." "I do, and sometimes I go with them. But I'm really not so much a group rider. I like to go out by myself or just with Keegan. Besides, I like to work the bar on Saturdays during the day. Things are usually pretty slow in here until around 5, so it's a good chance to talk to people." Like any good bartender, you like to chat with your customers, huh? Get 'em to tell you their troubles?" "Of course." He chuckled and pulled up the stool that he kept behind the bar, sitting down across from me. "So, what are your troubles?" "I don't know. I might not have any, or I might have plenty. I'm not really sure at this point." "Now that has to be man trouble. Or woman trouble, I guess. I don't like to assume. This particular time it would be man trouble. But like I said, I don't know yet. How did Keegan find out you were a daddy?" "Brennan. He and Bren are friends from way back. So when Ryder and Brennan got together, Keegan used to tag along with them." "He knew before you two hooked up?" "Oh yeah, he knew. What he didn't know was if he even wanted to date a man." "Sounds like a story behind that." I took a drink of my beer and waited to see if he would tell it. "Oh, there is. The boy flirted with me shamelessly. But I didn't think he meant it until he offered to go to my ex's wedding with me. As my boy. From that point, I was a goner." Someone down the bar motioned that they needed a refill, so he got up and took care of them and then came back. "I take it your problem has to do with telling this guy you're a daddy?" "Yeah. I had a plan, but I think I may have blown it."
I've known him for years, but we only recently reconnected, so he had no idea. We have our first date on Monday, and I was going to tell him then. You know, kind of feel him out a little and figure out exactly how to tell him. Right. That makes sense. Except he has a booth at the Flavor Fest, and I went by there this morning to take him some breakfast and make sure he didn't need any help. And all the boys showed up. And they know you and that you're a daddy. But still, they wouldn't just randomly tell anyone your business. Randomly, no, but turns out they're friends with Rory and stopped by to see if he needed their help. Rory? Like as in ginger snapped cookies, Rory? I nodded, and he shook his head and laughed. Yeah, then he knows. He and Gavin are thick as thieves. That's how I ended up with cookies at my wedding, you know. Not that I'm complaining. Those were some delicious cookies. He does make awesome cookies. But yeah, I could tell they were pretty tight. Which isn't a bad thing. But I don't know where that leaves me. Like, will he be upset I didn't tell him? Did he already know? I've wanted him to be my boy for weeks, but I never got the feeling he thought of himself as a boy. I know Gavin has tried a few times to get him to join them, but he never does. I honestly don't know his story, but seems to me that you had a plan, so the best thing you can do is stick to it. Take him out on your date, and see where things go.
Rory. The festival was winding down, which was a good thing because I was out of almost everything. I'd brought my tablet with me, so around 3, I rearranged what was left of the cookies on my table and propped the tablet up so people could scroll through my Instagram and see my work. At this point, I was basically just handing out cards and taking orders. I wasn't going to be as busy as I'd been getting ready for the festival, but I was still going to be pretty much booked up through Valentine's Day at this rate. Part of our agreement with the festival organizers was that we wouldn't take down our booths before 6. So even though I was almost sold out and the crowd had thinned considerably, I couldn't leave yet. Instead, I took a seat and let my thoughts go to Bishop and what I'd learned about him earlier. When my entire family had come by earlier, I'd asked Dustin if he'd known Bishop was going to ask me out. He hadn't been helpful at all, just saying that he knew he wanted to and that he thought we'd be a good fit. I wasn't sure what to do with that. Did my brother know Bishop was a daddy? I didn't want to ask him, because what if he didn't? It wasn't my place to tell Dustin Bishop's business. I did want him to elaborate on the whole good fit thing, but he just shrugged and said we liked the same kind of stuff. But would the fact that we liked the same food and played the same video games matter if we wanted totally different things out of a relationship? And did we want different things? Had I really found a daddy by accident? What were the odds of that happening? I tried to picture Bishop telling me that I couldn't go out for lunch with my friends without asking him first, or telling me what I could and couldn't do, period. And I just couldn't imagine it. I couldn't decide if Gavin was wrong about Bishop being a daddy, or if I was wrong about what a daddy was, because Bishop was kind and supportive, not bossy and controlling. At 5, he sent me a text letting me know that he'd be here by 6 to help me take everything down. I considered telling him I didn't need his help and avoiding the whole situation, but I didn't want to. I wanted him to come help. I knew that not only was he going to be excited for me when he saw how many cookies I'd sold, but I wanted to share that with him. It hit me then that whether he was a daddy or not, and whether our date Monday night went anywhere or not, I didn't want to lose this new friendship I had with Bishop. When he showed up to help, the first thing he did was wrap me in a hug and kiss my cheek, because all the cookies were gone. It didn't last long, but I'd been right. He was built for giving hugs.
Way to go, Rory. That was a lot of cookies.
It was. And not only did I make more money in a weekend than I normally make in a month, but I took enough orders to keep me busy for a couple of months.
I'm so proud of you. You worked so hard to make this happen.
I couldn't have done it without your help. But yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Did you get a chance to walk around and see the other vendors at all? I should have come back long enough for you to do that, but I didn't even think of it until just now.
He sounded so annoyed with himself because he didn't come back earlier. Really, Bishop, you helped enough. Gavin and the boys brought me lunch, not that I needed it, with a cooler full of food you left me, and my family was here mid-afternoon. My mom and Dustin's wife watched the booth for me while I took a walk around to see what all was here. Did you see anything good? Yeah, it was interesting to see how many people there are making jams, jellies, and the like. I bought some apple butter and some seasoned oils. You know, like to dip bread in or cook with. That sounds good. I grabbed some homemade barbecue sauce on my way out yesterday, and I'm excited to try it. But now it looks like it's time to take everything down. I glanced around, and sure enough, all the other vendors were packing up. Yep, looks like the Flavor Fest is over. We set about tearing everything down. I folded up the tables and cleaned everything up while Bishop got the topper off the canopy. When that was done, we worked together to take down the canopy. He stepped back and looked at the pile of stuff we had to haul out. I know you don't have a lot left, but why don't you take your cash box and anything perishable with you? We can put everything else in the truck, and I can put it in the food truck for now. Yeah, I'll have to come over and clean everything up in there anyway, so that sounds like a good idea. Saying that reminded me that I wouldn't be going over there every day anymore. I'd enjoyed getting to know all the guys, and it was starting to feel like they were my work peeps, especially Charlie. There's no rush to get everything cleaned up, so no working for you tomorrow. You need to take a day off and get some rest. I know you've got to be worn out. He'd infused a little control in his voice when he said that, and boy, didn't that hit different considering what I knew now, and I honestly wasn't sure how I felt about it. That's the plan, I promised. And don't forget, we have a date Monday night. I'll pick you up at 6. Where are we going? That's for me to know and for you to find out on Monday night. Just wear jeans and a warm shirt. That's all you need to know. When I woke up the next morning, I felt a little like I'd been hit by a truck, and as much as I wanted to hop out of bed and either bake a bunch of cookies or go over and clean up the truck just to prove Bishop wrong, I had to admit he wasn't. It was like now that the event was over and I didn't have to push to get things finished, I was crashing hard. I stumbled into the kitchen, relieved to see that someone had made coffee and it was still hot. I poured myself a cup and considered cooking something to eat, or just toasting a piece of bread and putting some peanut butter on it. I was about to go with the toast option when Terrence entered the kitchen. Hey, you. I didn't expect to see you up so early. Yeah, coffee and food went out over sleep. You just have a seat. Let me fix you something to eat. You know I make a mean omelet. I chuckled and took a seat at the counter. He wasn't wrong. He didn't cook much, but he did make a really good omelet. An omelet sounds great, Terrence. So, how did the rest of the festival go? Devin had been working all weekend, so he hadn't been able to come by, but Terrence had stopped by Saturday morning shortly after Gavin and the other guys had been there. I'd been crazy busy then, but he wasn't home when I got in last night, so he had no idea I'd sold out. It was amazing. I completely sold out of cookies, and I'm swamped with orders. I knew it would be a good thing, but it exceeded all my expectations. I continued on for a bit while he cooked, telling him about some of the things that people had said about my cookies. Good for you. It's about time people figured out how amazing you are. Thanks, Terrence. He came over, gave me a kiss on the cheek, setting an omelet down in front of me. Then he took a seat across from me to keep me company while I ate. Hey, Terrence. Have you ever really felt like you knew somebody, but then found out something that makes you think maybe you were wrong and you don't really know them at all? He studied me for a second before answering. Is this about your sweet mechanic friend? The one you were so excited about because he asked you out? Yeah, Bishop. I'm thinking about canceling the date. Why? You were really excited about it. What did he do? He didn't do anything. It's just I found out that Gavin knows him. Okay, and that's a problem, how? He knows him from the club he goes to, the one that has the daddy nights once a month. He said Bishop's a daddy, and you know how I feel about that. Terrence and I'd had more than one conversation about how ridiculous I thought it was that Gavin had to ask permission to do things. Did you talk to Gavin about it? No, not at all. I mean, what am I supposed to say? I think your relationship with your partner is stupid, and I'd never want a man like Cooper?
Of course not. But he might have some insights that would help, because nothing you've said about Bishop makes him sound like he would treat you that way.
I don't think so either. And that's what's so confusing. I've never seen Bishop act controlling, and I just can't even picture him being that way. But if Gavin's right, then maybe I should just bail now before I get attached.
First of all, sweetie, if you think you aren't already attached, you're kidding yourself. I've never seen you like this with any of the guys you've crushed on. And next of all, I think you're jumping to conclusions here. Personally, I don't know much about the daddy boy lifestyle, and I'm not sure exactly what makes a man a daddy, but I think Bishop is the person you should talk to about this, you know? Like on the date you have tomorrow night? The one you absolutely are going to go on.
Chapter 19. Bishop.
While I was at Big O's Saturday, I'd gotten into a discussion with Owen and another guy I'd never met before about what I should do for this date. I tossed out some of the things I knew about him, and with a little brainstorming and our good friend Google, it didn't take long to find an idea. By the time Monday rolled around, I was so ready to get tonight over with. Not in that I had to do a thing I didn't want to do way, more in a this could go either really good or really bad kind of way, and not knowing which was making me anxious. I'd never felt like so much hinged on one night. There was a part of me that had already claimed Rory as my boy, and if he wasn't interested, it was going to be rough. I knocked on his door right at 6. He pulled open the door, greeting me with a smile. He wore a pair of ripped, skinny jeans and a deep blue cropped sweater that complemented his hair and brought out the color of his eyes.
Hey, Bishop, let me grab my jacket and we can go.
He reached up to take the jacket off the hanger in the hall closet, and his sweater rode up, revealing that same strip of skin I'd seen in the food truck, the one I'd imagined running my fingers across more than once. Damn, I was grateful for the chilly night and my choice of dates, because I was determined to talk things through with him before we took this any further, and that outfit didn't make it easy to keep my hands to myself. He slipped on his jacket and turned to face me.
Where are we going?
You'll have to wait until we get there to find out why, but we're headed over near the Westin Hotel on 5th Street. It wasn't a long drive, and the parking spots were all filled in front of the hotel. There was a small group milling around out front waiting, and I assumed that was our group. Rory noticed them as well and shot me a look like he was trying to figure out what was going on. Luckily, I snagged a spot on the next street over, and we didn't have far to walk. We started toward the group that we'd passed.
So, are you going to tell me what we're doing?
Now would probably be a good time to tell him, but I enjoyed him not knowing too much to spoil it. Instead, I just reached for his hand, twining our fingers together. You'll see when we get there. I'd always been an affectionate person with my partners, and if the smile on Rory's face was an indication, he wasn't going to shy away from public displays of affection either. We joined the group, and a tall, willowy man who was decked out in what looked like an outfit from the Roaring '20s met us with a big smile.
Are you here for the walk?
We are, I confirmed.
Great. I'm Philip, and I'll be your guide. We're just waiting for everyone to arrive. This is going to be awesome. Here's a brochure with all the info you'll need, and don't throw it away. There are some fabulous coupons on the back.
It was obvious he loved his job, or else he faked it really well. I took 2 of the brochures from him, handing one to Rory.
Oh my God, you've got to be kidding, Rory exclaimed, sounding just as enthusiastic as Philip had. Seriously, Bishop, are we going on a true crime and murder tour?
We are. It should be fun. We'll be walking while Philip takes us on, I read from the brochure. A spine-chilling journey through Austin's murderous past with all the morbid details. I thought it sounded just like you.
This is the very best first date ever. Like, hands down, you win.
That was exactly the reaction I was hoping for. I wanted this to be a first date he would remember, no matter what happened between us. I kissed him on his temple, and then looked to the front of the group, where Philip had started talking, telling everyone about how the first ever recorded serial killer in U.S. history was in Austin. The tour guide hadn't been kidding about not sparing any gruesome details. The group listened as he told us about the midnight assassin and how he brutally killed his victims with an axe. Not my cup of tea, but when I looked at Rory, he was enthralled.
Rory. I couldn't believe this was what Bishop picked for our first date. There wasn't anything he could have done that would have been better. I knew the whole true crime thing wasn't his deal at all. He'd chosen this just for me, and somehow that made it even more special. He leaned over, speaking into my ear so only I could hear him.
I was thinking about taking you axe throwing for our second date, but now I'm having second thoughts.
Axe throwing sounds like a lot of fun. Who knows, maybe we'll pick up some tips tonight that would come in handy.
That's really morbid. You know that, right?
Says the man who planned a murder tour for a first date, I teased.
True, you got me there.
This was what a first date was supposed to be like, and I was so glad I'd decided to come. Not the murder part, but the fun part. By choosing something like this, he'd made sure we not only had a good time, but were engaged enough in what was going on to not be nervous about the fact that this was exactly that. A first date. Throughout the evening, we moved as a group from location to location, stopping every so often at various pubs along the way. Philip told us story after story about, as he called it, the city's dark underbelly. Often when we arrived at a location, someone else from that location would step up and tell part of the story. Overall, I had to say it was everything it had promised to be: gruesome, sinister, and a really great time. Bishop had been very attentive all night, making sure I had whatever I wanted to eat or drink at each stop, never getting very far away. I still wasn't sure about the daddy thing, but after Terrence and I'd talked yesterday, I'd realized he was right. I did know Bishop, and I needed to talk this thing through with him before I made a decision. But now that I did know, I couldn't help but wonder how much of what he did naturally was his daddy nature shining through. Like the way he positioned himself between me and the road as we walked from place to place, or how he took great effort to make sure that any time we stopped so Philip could show us something of interest, I was in a position to see and hear what was going on. He wasn't rude to the other tour members. He just quietly maneuvered us so that I had the best view. When we reached the end of the tour, we thanked Philip for being an amazing tour guide and headed back to the truck. As we walked down the sidewalk together, Bishop took my hand again. I'd never gone out with anyone who was a hand holder before, but it seemed like my big old Papa Bear wasn't happy unless he was touching me, and I wasn't complaining about that at all.
There's a really nice little coffee shop not far from here that has the best pie. Do you want to stop and grab a cup of coffee or call it a night? I know you've had a long few weeks and might be tired.
I was nowhere near ready for the night to end, so I jumped on the idea of coffee. I'm actually not too tired at all, and pie sounds great.
Okay, pie it is then.
The coffee shop wasn't too crowded, so we were able to walk straight up to the counter. I placed my order for my coffee and then looked at the choices of pie. Oh man, they have both my favorites. How am I supposed to choose?
Which ones?
I love chocolate cream pie, but I also love pecan pie. No one should be forced to pick between such amazing options. He chuckled.
Well then, don't choose. I love both of those as well. You get one and I'll get the other. Then we can share.
We placed our order and then took our drinks and our pieces of pie to a booth near the back. I make this pecan pie cookie that's delicious, but it really only sells around the holidays. You know, I didn't even make any of those for the festival. I shook my head. I can't believe I totally forgot about that cookie.
You only had a month to get ready. I'm guessing over the next couple of weeks you'll think of all kinds of things you could have done different. But the thing to remember is this was a bigger success than you imagined it would be. You not only sold out of cookies, but you have enough orders to keep you busy for months. That's a huge success. Pecan pie cookies or not.
I know, and you're right. I can't focus on what I wish I'd done differently, especially since it was such a success.
Right. You need to own what an amazing job you did, baby. You kicked ass.
My heart gave a little jump at him calling me baby. Was that something he would do all the time if we made this thing between us work? Thank you. And thank you for tonight. This was so much fun. Who knew this city had such a dark past?
It was interesting, that was for sure. I'm glad you had fun.
I did. And I'd totally be up for that axe throwing you mentioned earlier. I was hoping by saying that he'd realize that I was more than willing to go out on a second date.
Ricky's gone a couple times. He's even talked about joining an axe-throwing league, so I'll have to see where we could go. But before I do that, I think we need to talk about a few things.
I pulled in a deep breath. I was pretty sure I knew what was coming, that he was about to tell me he was a daddy. But there was a small part of me that thought it might be something else. What if he didn't have as much fun as I did? What if he just wanted to be friends? It was almost never good when someone said, "We need to talk." Okay. What do we need to talk about?
I know you're friends with Simon and Gavin. Did they tell you how they know me?
They did. Simon said you're friends with his daddy, and they said they've seen you at a local club that caters to that lifestyle.
I wouldn't say the club caters to it, but they do have themed nights for daddies and their boys, and yes, I've seen them there.
I nodded my head, not sure what to say.
So, anyway, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I am a daddy. I don't know what you know about the lifestyle, or if it's anything you would want, but it isn't like I learned about the lifestyle and became a daddy. It's who I am. I can't turn it off. All learning about the lifestyle did was give me a name for it. So, if it isn't something you want...
He trailed off. But what he was saying was clear. If I wanted a relationship with him, it would be with him as my daddy. I've been thinking about this ever since the guys told me on Saturday. And I'll be honest, I have some concerns. I don't consider myself a boy, so how would that work? And also, I have issues. Hell, Bishop, my issues have issues. I spent so much of my life trying to get out from under my mother's insane overprotectiveness that the idea of someone telling me what to do scares me. He reached across the table and took my hand.
I know, and that's one of my biggest fears as well. But, Rory, I don't want to control you. I'm well aware of how amazing and how strong you are. I realize you don't need someone to run your life for you, and I don't want to. I just want to make sure you have everything you need to be happy, healthy, and successful.
How would it look, though? Like, what would it be like? So far, I'm not impressed with what I've seen. For example, when I ask Gavin if he wants to go do something, he says he has to ask Cooper first. Like, what the hell? Isn't Gavin a grown-ass man who can decide what to do with his day? Because I sure as fuck am. Bishop chuckled and shook his head.
Baby, Cooper and Gavin are Cooper and Gavin, not Bishop and Rory or Simon and Gunnar. Just like with any other relationship, a daddy-boy relationship is individual to the couple. You've spent a lot of time with Gavin, right?
Yeah.
Then you know how he is. He gets off on being a brat.
I mean, I guess, but he's honestly a great guy, and he's been a really good friend to me.
I know. I don't mean brat in a bad way. Some people love being bratty, and some people love brats. Cooper sure does. But a relationship like that doesn't work without firm boundaries and rules. So that's what works for them.
So you wouldn't want to have rules for me? If I agree to this, I mean?
I wouldn't say that. I may in fact want to have rules for you. It would depend on how the relationship developed. Like, for example, I might have a rule that says you have to stop work for lunch every single day. And I might want you to text me when that happens so I'd know you didn't forget because you're bad about that. And it isn't good for you to run on fumes and coffee all day.
I know, but I just get so caught up in what I'm doing that I lose track of time. He gave me one of those smiles that made my stomach flip. The kind with soft eyes and a slight tilt to his lips that told me he thought what I said was cute.
I know. And as your daddy, it would be my job to make sure you took better care of yourself.
But you already do that. Well, I mean, you don't make me text you when I eat. but you already remind me every day.
Here's the thing. From the moment you kissed me on the cheek and then bounced into the garage the day I bought you the freezer, you've been my baby boy. At least that's the way I've seen you in my mind. So if we move forward, I wouldn't treat you any differently from the way I already do. It's just that you'd be aware of why I'm doing it.
And what if I'm not comfortable calling you Daddy?
For me, it's not about the title. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to hear you call me Daddy. But as long as that's the place I hold in your life, I don't really care what you call me.
Can we see how it goes? Like, do I need to decide now if I want you to be my daddy?
You don't have to decide anything right now. I just wanted to lay everything out on the table before we went any further, because I really like you, Rory. You're the brightest part of my day, and I would hate myself if I made you feel suffocated, or if you felt like being with me dimmed your light in any way. All I want is for you to shine.
And holy shit, someone needed to pick me up off the floor because I swear I melted into a puddle when he said that. That was the most romantic thing anyone had ever said to anyone ever. I was sure of it. Chapter 20. Bishop.
Man, it killed me to take my sweet boy home at the end of the night, but I needed to give him time to think about everything we'd talked about. I'd seen the way Cooper and Gavin were together, and if that's the only frame of reference he had for what a daddy-boy relationship could be like, I could see why he was so worried. That was the exact opposite of what Rory needed in his life. He didn't need a daddy with a firm hand and lots of rules. What he needed was a daddy to build him up and support him so he could fly. I was sure I could be that daddy, but he needed to realize that. All he needed was a little time to see that for himself. When we pulled into his apartment complex, I got out to walk him up to his door.
Do you want to come in?
I can't. I've left Einstein alone too long, so I really do need to get back. But I had a fantastic night, Rory. If this had been anyone but Rory, I would have taken him up on it. Hell, I couldn't even think of the last date I'd been on that hadn't ended with sex. But this was Rory, and a hookup wasn't what I wanted from him. I reached out and pulled him to me, and he melted into me. What do we do for our second date? Do you want to pick?
I thought you said we were going to go axe throwing.
If you really want to, we can. But after tonight, I'm a little hesitant to put an axe in your hands, I teased.
It actually sounds like a lot of fun. But maybe we could do something else first, you know? Something less violent?
That works for me. How about Friday night? We can either go out to a club, or we can go out for dinner and a movie. Whatever you want. And don't forget we're supposed to be playing video games with your friends this week. He tipped his head back and looked at me. And fuck, he was beautiful.
A dinner and a movie sound good.
I reached up and brushed my thumb across his lower lip, watching as his eyes darkened with want. I needed to leave if I planned on going. I'd never wanted anyone the way I wanted him, but I needed us to be on the same page the first time I made love to him. I brushed my lips across his, planning to give him a gentle goodnight kiss, but as soon as my lips touched his, he let out a little whimper and opened for me. I only had so much willpower, so without hesitation I kissed him back. His whimper changed to a moan as my tongue delved into his mouth, tasting him for the first time. It took everything in me to pull back and break the kiss before I forgot all about my good intentions. You don't make it easy for me to be a good guy, Rory.
Who said I wanted a good guy? He asked,
with a wicked grin. Trust me, baby boy. I know exactly what you want. But you'll have to wait to get it. This is, after all, only our first date. Now go on inside and I'll see you online tomorrow night. The garage was crazy busy on Tuesday, which was a good thing because it kept me from thinking too much about what a good time I'd had Monday night and how much I missed having Rory around throughout the day. I'd gotten used to popping out back to see him between jobs and having him running in to get Charlie or one of the guys to taste his cookies. We'd agreed he'd take this week off to rest and make a plan for how he was going to get all the orders he got from the festival done, but then he'd be up here to clean out the truck, and the days of him being close enough for me to run out and grab a cookie and maybe steal a kiss were over. During our video game session on Tuesday, he told me he was thinking he might join the boys for their Thursday boys' night, and I thought that was a great idea. Spending some time with some of the other boys and hearing that not all daddies were like Cooper would be good for him and for us.
Rory. Gavin had texted me a couple of times since the festival on Saturday, but I told him I was crazy busy. Which I guess was true, if you counted stressing and worrying as busy. I'd wanted to see how the date went before I talked to Gavin about it, because if it hadn't gone well, there wouldn't be anything to talk about. I'd promised him we'd talk after class on Thursday, which seemed to satisfy him. But the date hadn't just gone well. It had been perfect. And now it seemed like Thursday was way too long to wait to share what I was thinking with someone who'd understand. So about midday on Wednesday, I caved and sent Gavin a text. Me. Hey, I was wondering what you and your friends were doing tomorrow night, and if maybe I could come this time? I'd expected him to respond with something a little bit snarky, like, it's about time, but instead my phone rang almost immediately. Rory, he exclaimed. If you want to join us, that must mean you talked to Bishop. How did it go? I've been trying hard to be patient and wait until tomorrow, but I'm dying to know. I want all the details. He's a seriously sexy bear, your Bishop. I chuckled, shaking my head. Yes, Gavin, I talked to him, and I agree he's seriously sexy. But he isn't mine. At least, not yet. We've only gone on one date. Well, that doesn't matter. I knew Cooper was mine before we ever even went on a single date. I mean, unless you count him taking me to lunch, and that wasn't really a date. But did he tell you he was a daddy? What did he say? I grinned at the enthusiasm that was typical of Gavin. In my head, I heard Bishop's last words to me, the same way I had 100 times since he left Monday night. Trust me, baby boy. I know exactly what you want. And it sent shivers down my spine the same way it had every other time I'd thought about it. But I wasn't ready to tell Gavin that. He did, and we talked about it, and we're going to take things slowly and see how they go. Slowly, huh? That never seems to work out too good from what I can tell. Daddies don't do slow very well. They tend to know what they want and go after it. But who knows, maybe Bishop is different. I was pretty sure Bishop was different from Gavin's daddy, but I didn't know what was and wasn't normal. That was the problem, and why I thought I should spend some time with his friends before our next date. I was about to bring that up again, since that was the text that prompted the phone call, but I didn't get a chance before he went on. Anyway, I sent out a group text before I called you to see who was available for an emergency boy meeting tonight. We can meet at my place, and you can bring the cookies. So far, only Brennan's replied, but really, he's the one you need to talk to, because I think Ryder is the most like Bishop. Or maybe Gunnar. So hopefully Simon's free. He may be working, though. We'll see. I'll let you know who all is coming, but you be here at my house tonight. Unless you have plans. Shit, do you? Have plans, I mean? I didn't even think to ask if the boy with the emergency could attend the emergency meeting. He really should have asked me before he invited everyone else to come, but sometimes he forgot that the world didn't revolve around Gavin. If anything, I was actually impressed he thought of it at all, even if it was after the fact. So I was calling that progress. I don't have plans, Gavin. And yes, I'll come to your house. Awesome. Actually, you should take an Uber. Our emergency meetings usually involve alcohol and lots of it. So yeah, either Uber or plan to stay over. And Cooper won't be happy if I let anyone drive home if they've been drinking. I could admit that was a good rule, and I was trying to keep an open mind. I'll probably take an Uber just to be safe. Good plan. Of course, you could always call your daddy to come get you to take you home. That's what most of the other boys do. Yeah, I don't think Bishop and I are quite there yet, but I'll see you tonight. I debated long and hard before I sent a text to Bishop, telling him I was going to Gavin's tonight. It wasn't that I felt I had to tell him where I was or anything, but I'd told him I was going to go out with them on Thursday, and now plans had changed, so it seemed like something worth mentioning. Finally, I accepted the fact that I was telling him because I wanted to, and that was all there was to it. Me. Hey, I talked to Gavin today, and he and some of the boys are getting together at his house. I'm going to go. Papa Bear.
Well, have fun, and if you need a ride home, just call me. I've heard about those boys' nights.
Yeah, Gavin warned me. I'm taking an Uber.
Call me when you're ready to come home. I'll come get you.
I thought about arguing with him and insisting that I could get home myself, but the truth was, knowing he wanted to come get me gave me warm, fuzzy feelings inside, and I decided just to go with it. Me. Okay, I don't know how late it will be, though. I'll keep you apprised. Papa Bear.
You do that, and enjoy yourself.
The driver dropped me off at Gavin's front door, but before I could knock, he threw the door open and pulled me inside. Okay, we're going out back to my studio because Cooper's home. He raised his voice, making sure he could be heard all over the house. And this is not daddy business. He turned back to me and rolled his eyes. I told him he should go get a beer, but there was some show on where people forge knives that he always watches, so he didn't want to go anywhere. Anyway, the other guys are out in the studio, so let's go. I followed him through the house, out the back door, and to the big workshop they'd built for him to use to create his pottery. To my surprise, most of the boys were there. The only two who were missing were Keegan and Travis. Keegan's working at the bar tonight, and Travis and Max are out of town. Otherwise, they'd be here too, Gavin said when he saw my surprise. I brought the sangria. Brennan pointed at a large pitcher of deep red liquid that had all kinds of fruit floating in it. Well, I brought the cookies. I held up a box of cookies I'd spent the afternoon making to bring with me. Awesome. We also have chips and guac, courtesy of our local H-E-B, so let's head out back, Gavin said, grinning. Sounds like a party to me. I'll grab the cups. Simon grabbed a stack of red Solo cups off the counter, and we all went through the studio area and out the back door to the most amazing covered patio area. It had comfy-looking couches and chairs that all surrounded a blazing fire pit. Cooper started the fire for us a bit ago because it's supposed to get a little chilly tonight. So, Rory, grab a drink, have a seat, and tell us all about your date. I filled up a cup with the sangria and then opted for a comfy-looking wicker egg chair. Once everyone was seated, I did exactly as he said and told them all about the date. When I told them how he'd noticed the things I'd said and what I liked, and chose a true crime walk for our first date, they were practically swooning. That's the very best thing about having a daddy, Simon said. They pay attention. I don't think I've ever felt as seen as I do with Gunnar. Same, Brennan chimed in. We talked a little about that. The daddy thing, I mean. I'm still not sure about it. What part of it are you unsure of? Ben asked. I really didn't know him at all. I'd met Brennan and Simon both at different times through Gavin, and I'd heard of Ben, but this was the first time I'd ever met him. Something in his eyes made me trust him, though, so I tried to put what I was thinking into words. I was sick when I was a kid, and my parents, my mom mostly, were really overprotective. So for most of my life, I've had someone telling me where to go and what to do and trying to manage my life. It wasn't until I quit my job at my dad's hardware store and started baking cookies that I got any true independence. And you're afraid of giving that up, Ben finished for me. Exactly. Just thinking about having to ask someone if I can go places or do things or having someone tell me how I have to behave feels like I'm taking 3 steps backward when I fought so hard for each and every step forward. I totally understand where you're coming from, Rory, but what I don't get is why you think that having a daddy means you have to take those steps backwards. I don't ask Ryder before I go places. I let him know where I'll be because that's his main rule. He doesn't care where I go. He just needs to always know he can get to me if there's a problem. Same with Gunnar, Simon said, and Ben nodded in agreement. The only one of us with lots of rules is Gavin here. Brennan was sitting on the outdoor sofa next to Gavin and shoulder bumped him. But that's just 'cause he needs them. And Travis, Gavin grumbled. He has even more rules than me. And Travis, Brennan agreed. But that's because you're both brats. But we love you anyway. Damn straight you do. I mean, I have a few rules, Ben added. Like, I get in trouble if I talk bad about myself, and I'm not allowed to make major life decisions without running them by Lucas. I tend to get kind of in my head about shit, and then I'm not thinking logically. But even then, he doesn't tell me what to do. He just talks it through with me. Right. I think we all have some like that. And rules about food. I swear, what's it with Daddies and the freaking food? Simon asked in mock outrage. Oh my goodness, I haven't even agreed to be his boy, and Bishop is already talking about what I eat. I think it's just an outward manifestation of their need to take care of us. I like it. Brennan shrugged and shoved a chip covered in guac into his mouth. Besides, he mumbled around the food in his mouth, I love food. Most of my rules have to do with me being naked, Gavin said with a smirk, and then started counting them off. No clothes in the bed, no clothes in the hot tub, no clothes. We got it, Gavin, Ben said with a laugh. Your daddy likes you naked. We all burst out laughing, and the conversation went downhill from there, but only in the best kind of way. They all told stories about times their daddies had suggested ridiculous rules, and that turned into stories about all the things they loved about having a daddy. But through all the laughter and all the booze, because I'd had sangria before, and I don't think it's normally that boozy, the main thing I'd taken away was that, just like Bishop had said, every daddy-boy relationship was just as unique as the men who were in them. I didn't have to be anyone but me to be Bishop's boy. And him being my daddy didn't mean he would turn into some bossy bear who was trying to control me. But if I was really lucky, I might get a few rules about being naked, and I had no problem with that. Chapter 21. Bishop. I would have normally been in bed by now, but tonight I was binge-watching a show about Vikings and waiting to hear from Rory. I hoped that tonight went in my favor, and the boys were able to help him work through some of his thoughts. I'd just about decided that he'd opted to take an Uber back home when my phone buzzed with a text notification. Rory. Papa Bear, can you come get me? Then, before I could reply, another one came in. Rory. You don't have to. I can call a ride, but you said to call you. Does texting count as calling? Or should I have called? I think texting is the same, and it counts. So, for future reference, if you say call me, I'll probably text. I chuckled. I had no idea how much he'd had to drink, but I was guessing it was a lot. Me. Texting is fine. Now where are you so I can come pick you up? It took a few minutes, but a text finally came through with an address that sat on the edge of town and said, pick me up around back. Me. On my way. I pulled in about the same time Ryder did, so I assumed the party was over. Hey, Bishop, what are you doing here? I'm here to pick up my boy, same as you. And wasn't that a nice thing to get to say? Not that he'd officially agreed to be my boy, but he had agreed to see where things went, and he did call me to pick him up tonight, so I was taking all that as a positive sign. Did Brennan not tell you what they were all doing here? Nope, he just said it was boy business, not daddy business. They're pretty protective of each other, so it could have been anything, and we wouldn't have known unless it was something that required our help. But a new boy in the fold would for sure warrant a get-together. I'm just not sure how you happened to find a boy who was already in the middle of this little band of brothers. I thought we pretty much knew all their friends. He's friends with Gavin, I explained, just as Cooper herded a group of boys out the front door of the outbuilding I'd pulled up to. I assume 2 of these belong to you, he grumbled, motioning to the huddle of giggling boys who had all obviously had too much to drink. Yep, Ryder said. And I'm picking up Simon and Ben as well. Gunner's tattooing tonight, and Lucas was going to grab him. I was at the bar with Lucas when we got the message, so I offered to grab all 3 of them. I turned to look for Rory, but didn't get a chance, because a small red-headed blur barreled into me, giggling, Never fear, Papa Bear is here to save the day. He paused and tilted his head to one side like he was trying to figure something out. Or the night, as it were. I rolled my eyes, fighting back a smile.
Okay then, little bear. You get in the truck so I can take you home.
But I don't want to go home. I want to go see Einstein.
I directed him to the passenger side and opened the door. Just hop in. We'll figure out where we're going once we get you all situated. There was nothing I'd have liked more than to take him home with me, but it was easy to see that he'd had way too much to drink for that to be a good idea. But that was something I could deal with after I got him in the truck. I decided not to wait on him to crawl in, and instead reached down and scooped him up, depositing him on the seat. Then I reached across him and buckled his seatbelt. As I pulled back, he reached up and caught my shirt, stopping me.
Give me a kiss, Papa Bear.
I leaned down and brushed a light kiss across his lips. Lips that tasted like strawberries and something sweeter. When I broke the kiss, he flopped back against the seat and closed his eyes. I got buckled in and directed the truck back towards town. Once I got on the road, I glanced over to see if he was awake. His eyes were closed, but I didn't think he was out yet. So, did you have fun with your friends tonight? His eyes popped open and he twisted in the seat to face me.
I did. They're really nice guys. Up until tonight, I really only knew Gavin. I mean, I had met the others in passing, but I didn't know them very well. But they all gave up their night to come and boy coach me.
Boy coach you?
Yeah, like teach me all about how being a boy doesn't mean having to walk backwards, and sometimes rules are stupid, but sometimes they can be fun. Like, no clothes in the hot tub is a fun rule. So, coaching.
No, actually, I had no idea what he was talking about. But it all seemed to make sense to his sangria-addled brain, so I decided to wait until tomorrow and try again. How about if I take you to your house, and you can come see Einstein tomorrow?
I want to see him tonight, and I want snuggles. Brennan said Daddies give the best snuggles, and that very first day when I saw you and you picked me up, 'cause my car died, and I had the cookie emergency, remember?
Yeah, baby, I remember.
Right. Anyway, that day, I thought to myself, I bet you give the best hugs. And you know what?
He paused, waiting for me to answer. What?
I was right. Best hugs ever. But now I want snuggles because Brennan said they're the best. And if you're going to be my daddy, you need to show me you're qualified.
A drunk Rory was just about the cutest thing I'd ever seen. He wasn't slurring his words at all. Instead, he was speaking very slowly and very deliberately, being extra cautious about saying everything correctly, which somehow made him seem drunker than the other would have. With snuggles, huh? That's how you'll know I'll be a good daddy.
Yes, he insisted. That's how I'll know.
Who was I to argue with logic like that? I figured I could take him to my place and let him sleep this off, and then hopefully tomorrow morning we could have a serious conversation about how he was feeling. And if that meant I got to snuggle my boy all night, I wasn't going to complain. Okay, we'll go to my house, but you need to let your roommates know you won't be home tonight. I don't want them to worry.
Yay!
He pulled out his phone and started typing, saying what he was typing out loud as he did it.
I won't be home tonight. Papa Bear is taking me to Snuggle Town. See you tomorrow.
Then he hit send and turned to look at me, beaming.
Okay, all done.
Yeah, I was totally fucked where this boy was concerned, but there wasn't any place I'd rather be.
Rory. Bishop had been so sweet last night. I'd been drunk enough to lose all inhibitions I might normally have, but not so drunk I didn't remember every single thing I said. Like, I'd seriously told Terrence that Bishop was taking me to Snuggle Town. How freaking embarrassing. Although I hadn't been lying. He'd brought me to his house and let me play with his dog for a little bit. When he thought we'd played long enough, he sent me into the bathroom with a new toothbrush and one of his t-shirts to get ready for bed. Then, after forcing me to down a glass of water, he climbed into bed beside me and wrapped me up in the most awesome snuggle ever. Snuggle Town indeed. I didn't feel anywhere near as bad as I'd feared when I woke up. Instead, I felt like I was right where I belonged, in Bishop's bed, with his arm tossed lightly over my stomach. No, not Bishop's bed. My daddy's bed. I let that sink in for a minute to see how it felt, and it didn't feel bad or wrong. It felt right. I still didn't have it all figured out, and I had no idea how a relationship like this would look for us. But after sitting there last night and listening to the boys go on and on about the things their daddies did for them, the way their daddies loved and cherished them, I knew this was exactly what I'd been longing for. I was even seeing Cooper and Gavin's relationship in a different light. It still wasn't what I wanted, but it was obvious it was not only what Gavin wanted, but also what he needed. I rolled over on my side to face Bishop. He'd put on a pair of sleep pants, but his chest was bare, and I was finally able to do what I'd been dying to do ever since that day in his backyard when he'd stripped off his shirt to work on the deck. I ran my hand up and down his chest, enjoying the feel of his chest hair beneath my fingers. When I felt his fingers start to glide up and down my back, I knew he was awake. I replaced my fingers with my lips and placed feather-light kisses on his chest, and then started slowly moving down his torso. When I reached his belly, he let out a groan, but used his hands to stop me. "What are you doing, baby boy?" "Making you feel good, Daddy. Can I, please?" "Fuck, boy, you're going to be the death of me." But he released his grip, letting me continue on my journey down his sexy body. I tugged on his sleep pants, and he lifted up his hips for me, letting me pull them off. I sat back on my heels and just looked at him for a minute. "Do you see something you like?" "I do. I really do." "Good. But, baby boy, to be clear, the only reason I'm lying here letting you have your way is because you asked so sweetly. We talked about how I didn't want to take over your life or tell you what to do, and I meant that. But understand, I meant in your everyday life. I wasn't talking about in the bedroom. In here, I'm the one in charge. You hear me?" "Yes, Daddy, I hear you." My cock went from semi-hard to rock-hard at the commanding tone of his voice. This was exactly what I dreamed about. I honestly didn't know if there would come a time when I'd call Bishop Daddy anywhere else, but in bed, it felt right. I slid over his legs so I was kneeling between them and leaned down. I started at the base of his cock and flattened out my tongue, sliding it slowly along the soft skin of his hard cock. When I reached the tip, I lapped up the drop of fluid that had gathered there. The musky smell of him mixed with the tangy taste of his pre-cum, and I moaned in pleasure. There were few things I enjoyed more than giving head, but this was next level. This was Bishop, which made it even more. I opened my mouth, wrapped my lips around the head of his cock, and gave a good hard suck. Then I grasped the base with my hand and used it in conjunction with my mouth as I began to move up and down his shaft. I continued doing that, but every so often I'd pause at the top and stop to swirl my tongue around that sensitive area underneath the head. His breath grew more ragged, and I could tell he was about to come when he reached down and pulled me up off him. I whimpered in distress, but he just chuckled. "Baby boy, the first time I come with you, you'll be coming with me. Now get out of that shirt and ditch the boxers." I was disappointed I didn't get to taste him fully, but I rushed to do what he said because, hello, orgasms are great, and he said the first time, which meant I'd get a chance to taste him later. As soon as I removed my clothes, he reached over and grabbed something from the nightstand before sliding up the bed so he was sitting up, leaning against the headboard with his legs out in front of him. I tossed my clothes off to the side, and he reached for me, gripping me around my waist and positioning me so that I was straddling his legs. I wasn't sure at first if he was going to have me ride him or what he wanted. Sitting like this, my cock was laying against his, making it hard not to compare. He wasn't much longer than I was, but he was thicker, enough so that it would stretch me in all the best ways. He reached out with one finger, running it along my cock, making it twitch in anticipation. "You have a beautiful cock, boy." I wanted to argue. It was perfectly fine, but I'd never really thought of it as beautiful. but the reverence in his voice stopped me. He wasn't just saying that. He actually meant it.
I bet it would feel amazing buried in my ass.
I gasped. Daddy, you want me to... I mean, you'd be willing to do that?
To bottom for you? Of course I would. When it comes to top or bottom, I'm not picky. Are you?
I don't know. Everyone just always assumes I'll bottom.
Well, like I said, I'm not picky at all. So we'll just have to try it both ways and figure out which way you like it better. But not today.
He reached for the bottle he'd dug out of the table beside the bed and poured lube into his hand. Then he reached for both our cocks and squeezed them together and began stroking them slowly. I fell forward, bracing my hands on his chest for balance while he lit my world up with his touch.
You like that, baby boy? You like feeling my cock rubbing against yours?
Oh, yeah, I gasped out. He increased both the pressure and the speed. I started thrusting my hips in time with his strokes, sliding my cock against his.
That's it, boy. Make yourself come all over my cock. I want to see you fall apart.
I don't know what did it, the pressure or his words, but I felt the tingle start at the base of my spine, spreading outwards, and knew I was about to come. He continued stroking us with one hand and used the other to reach up and grab me by the back of the neck, pulling me down into a kiss and stealing my cries as we both erupted. When it was over, he rolled us to the side and wrapped his arms around me, holding me tight.
We should probably take a shower, he said, nipping at my ear.
Together? I asked, hopefully, but he just chuckled and shook his head.
Nope. Today is Thursday, and I have to work.
Oh, crap, I'm sorry. I didn't think about that. Did I make you late?
Yeah, but no worries. Being the boss has its privileges. Plus, I sent Ricky a text last night before I went to sleep to let him know I'd be in late.
I started to speak because if he'd told Ricky he was going to be late, that meant we had time. But he put his finger across my lips, hushing me.
Not that late, boy. And if I get in the shower with you, it won't be quick. Now, why don't you hop in the shower while I make some coffee, and then I'll get in when you're finished.
Chapter 22. Bishop.
I'd been so wrapped up in Rory and making sure he had what he needed for the festival, I'd completely forgotten about the poker run I'd told Lucas I'd participate in. That wasn't like me at all to forget something like that. I'd planned on ordering something like a key ring or something to hand out to participants, but I wouldn't have time for that now. I had 1 week to sort that out, though, so what was currently on my mind was Friday night. I'd barely even had a taste of Rory and was already addicted, which is why I sent him a text asking him what he thought about staying in for our date night. We could do dinner and a movie at my house just as easily as we could go out, and what was even better was at my house. Clothing was optional. When I got back an enthusiastic reply that dinner at my house sounded perfect, I was seriously tempted to tell him not to wait until Friday, but to come by my house tonight. But instead of suggesting that, I reminded myself that while I might think his place was in my space at all times, that attitude was what made my previous partners feel suffocated. I was determined to do things differently with Rory. Midday Friday, I was in my office researching ideas for the poker run when I heard a commotion up front, and I stepped out of my office to find Rory standing there surrounded by my guys.
Okay, so these are orange cranberry cookies. I think they'll be great for the holidays. And these are another version of the chocolate chip ones. I'm still trying to get them perfected.
He was handing out cookies, and the guys were acting like he'd given them $1 million. Guys, I said, raising my voice loud enough for them to hear me over all the chewing and moaning about how great the cookies were. If that Tundra isn't finished in time for the owner to pick it up by 5, y'all will be working this weekend to finish it, so I suggest you get back to work.
Okay, boss, Ricky said. It was good to see you, Rory. We missed you this week. You and the cookies. I'll take these to the break room.
He grabbed the cookies out of Rory's hands, and they headed back into the garage area. Rory watched them go, and then he came around the counter, stopping in front of me. He lifted up on his toes and planted a kiss on my cheek.
Don't worry, Papa Bear. I have cookies for you, too, but I'm saving them for dessert tonight.
Boy, I love your cookies. but I have other ideas for dessert."
You two are adorable, Charlie said with a grin. I made up the coupons for the free oil change for you to hand out for the poker run, so you'll have that anyway. I emailed it to you so you can approve it, and if you like, I'll send it over to the printer. Did you come up with anything else?
"Charlie, you're a lifesaver. I'll take a look at it in a minute, but I'm sure it'll be perfect. I haven't come up with anything else, so the coupon might have to do."
Poker run? Rory asked. Aren't those done on motorcycles usually?
"They are, but sometimes they're done in cars or even on boats. But this one is motorcycles. I agreed to be a stop on a poker run that Lucas Davenport was helping organize. The guys will stop at each location and get stamps indicating which cards they drew. Then whoever has the best hand at the end will win prizes. Most of the stops will give out swag of some kind as well, but I'm not sure what I'm going to hand out. I don't have free food or drinks to hand out, although I did think about stocking up on water bottles to give out."
Oh man, it's too bad that I'm not still up here. We could hand out cookies.
Hold on. That's a fabulous idea. The whole point of signing up to be a stop is to get eyes on your business. If I give away a free oil change and you give away cookies, that will get eyes on both our businesses. What do you think?
I could make motorcycle cookies. That could be fun. Or poker cards, since it's a poker run. That would be so much fun. How many would we need?
Lucas said this one's a decent-sized run, so they have a couple hundred participants signed up. All the money is going to charities to help families over the holidays.
200 cookies. Okay, I can do that. When's the poker run?
Next weekend. I winced. That's a lot of cookies by next weekend, isn't it?
Well, it's not a small amount, but I think I can pull it off if I can use the food truck ovens for another week. Do you think they'd mind?
I'm sure they wouldn't mind at all. But didn't you get a bunch of holiday orders you need to get started on?
I did, but I can bake those cookies while I'm working on yours. Like you said, it would be good advertising, and it's for a good cause.
If you're sure you don't mind, that would be great. Now, what do you want for dinner tonight?
Are we cooking or ordering in?
If I'm cooking, we're using the grill, so I can either pick up takeout or I can toss a couple steaks on the grill when I get home. Your choice.
Steaks sound perfect. Do you want me to stop at the store and pick up what we need on the way to your house?
Nope. All I want you to bring is you. Well, and your overnight bag, because I have no plans to let you leave tonight.
Rory. I was getting ready to go to Bishop's for our date when Dustin called to talk about Thanksgiving. Rachel really wanted to have the meal at their house this year, but Dustin knew Mom would get bent out of shape if it wasn't at her house. I didn't honestly care where we ate, but I did feel bad for Rachel.
We could do something crazy and eat out for the holiday, Dustin suggested.
Yeah, that's never going to happen. Besides, then they'd both be disappointed. Mom wouldn't get to make her dressing, and Rachel wouldn't get to make her pies. Plus, you and Dad wouldn't get to watch the ball game, so everybody loses.
True.
Terrence is planning on coming, and I was thinking I might see if Bishop wanted to come this year. I hadn't asked him or anything, but I wanted to test the waters a little to see how Dustin felt about it.
I take it your date went good?
It went great. I figured he told you all about it.
Nope, he didn't. We're in uncharted territory here, so it might take us a while to find our way.
I don't want to cause trouble between you two. You've been friends forever.
You aren't going to cause trouble between us, and I'm glad you had a good time. I think you two are good for each other, and you must think so too if you're thinking about inviting him for Thanksgiving.
I do think so. As a matter of fact, we have a date tonight, so I need to go finish getting ready. The more I thought about it, the more sure I was that I wanted Bishop to join my family for the holidays. I knew from things he had said that he wasn't close to his family, so I doubted he was going there. And the idea of spending the day with my family while he was alone just didn't sit right. When I arrived at his house for dinner, he greeted me at the door with a kiss, and so did Einstein.
He's been waiting for you to get here. I told him you were coming for dinner, and he's been wound up ever since. I think he associates your name with cookies.
And why would he do that? I tried to look completely innocent while I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out a dog cookie that I'd made earlier just for him. Bishop raised one eyebrow when he saw me give him the treat. What? I'm not above bribing your dog to like me. He reached for me again and pulled me close.
Baby boy, you don't have to bribe anyone into liking you. You're perfect. What's not to like?
You're sweet, but I think you may be a little bit biased.
I may be. Or maybe you're just perfect for me.
I snuggled into his embrace, taking a minute to enjoy the way he felt wrapped around me. This right here was exactly what I needed. I was trying to figure out how to say that to him without it sounding too serious, too fast, when Einstein saved me by pushing in between us, trying to get to my jacket pocket and the other cookie he could smell there.
Why don't we go out back? I'll put the steaks on, and we can throw the ball for this guy while they cook.
I went outside and I started throwing the ball for the dog. It didn't take Bishop long to get the steaks seasoned and on the grill, and he joined me out in the yard.
I don't know who has more fun, you or the dog, he teased.
Me, definitely. I feel bad because Dustin missed out on having a dog because of me.
Did your parents have one before you were sick?
I thought about that and realized that I didn't think they ever had one. I don't think so. Not that I remember, anyway.
Yeah, I don't remember Dustin ever having one. I don't think that was so much about your asthma as your mom not wanting a dog.
You know, you may be right. I threw the ball and Einstein ran after it. But instead of bringing it back, he ran around the side of the porch, dropped the ball, and then plopped down in the middle of the deck.
I think he's done.
Looks like it.
Well, our dinner is about ready anyway, so let's go eat.
I wouldn't say this had been the perfect date, because a date wasn't big enough. Instead, I'd say it had been a perfect night. It felt ordinary in the best possible way, and I couldn't imagine ever getting tired of it. After a delicious meal, we finished off the evening by watching a movie curled on the couch with Einstein. I had no idea what movie, though, because it didn't take long before our cuddling on the couch turned into a really hot makeout session. At some point, Einstein got annoyed with us and retired to his bed along the far wall. I thought maybe we were headed in the same direction as the other night, but when I reached for his zipper, he stopped my hand.
Boy, not in here. If we're doing this, we need to take it to the bedroom.
I detected a slight change in his demeanor, and I had a feeling Bishop was all daddy at this point. Not that I was complaining. A growly, in-charge Bishop was sexy as fuck. Okay, then let's go to the bedroom. I'd said that boldly, like I was the one in charge. And I guess at that moment I was, because if I'd said no, nothing else would have happened. What I didn't know was that was the last time that night I would be in charge at all, because the second we walked through the bedroom door, Daddy Bishop had come out to play. I went on inside the room, but he'd just stopped inside the door. He stood there with his hands on his hips watching me. I'd expected him to follow me in, but before I had a chance to say anything, he issued his first command.
Take off your clothes and get on the bed, boy.
Hearing him call me boy in that gruff voice of his had to be the sexiest thing I'd ever heard, so I hurried to do as he said. As soon as I was naked and on the bed like he'd asked, I reached down and stroked my cock while I waited for him to join me. Aren't you going to take off your clothes, Daddy? I want to see you too.
Boy, he growled. Did I tell you that you could touch that?
I froze with my hand on my cock, afraid to move because just hearing him talk to me like that made me want to come, and I was pretty sure that would be a big no-no. No, Daddy, you didn't tell me I could touch my cock. I'm sorry. It's just that I'm so hard for you. He gave me a stern glare as he reached down, swatting my hand away.
I can see how hard you are, but that's Daddy's toy, and you don't get to play with it unless I say so. Are we clear?
It seemed my sweet Papa Bear turned into a bit of a grizzly in bed, and I have to tell you, I was totally there for it. I'd been worried this would feel awkward because, as much time as I'd spent watching videos of people doing this, I'd never been with a man who was dominant like this in bed. But there was nothing awkward about it at all. It was exciting in a way nothing I'd ever done before had been. And if this was what having a daddy was like, I wanted one. Or at least I wanted this one. But Daddy, I whined, getting into the role.
Only good boys get to come. Do you want to come tonight?
Yes, please, Daddy, I want to come.
Then you need to be a good boy and follow the rules.
He started taking off his clothes, but the whole time he watched me in this intense way, like he was waiting to see if I would obey, and I wasn't sure what he was hoping for, and really I wasn't sure what I wanted either. On the one hand, I wanted to be a good boy for him, because I really did want to come. But on the other hand, I wondered what would happen if I was a bad boy. Something told me that would be just as much fun, but we could save that for another night. Tonight, I just wanted him buried deep inside my body. I watched as he reached into the bedside table and grabbed a condom and the bottle of lube. The anticipation of what was coming was so strong, a sound like a whimper escaped my throat. "Shh, boy. Daddy will give you exactly what you need." He slid his body over mine and wrapped his arms around me, pulling me closer until our cocks touched. He rubbed his body against me as his mouth took mine in a kiss. He pulled back, looking down into my eyes. "I could come just like this, boy. The feel of your body against mine, and the taste of your kiss. But I want more than that tonight." He moved down the bed between my legs while he opened the lube bottle and poured it over his fingers. I pulled my legs back to give him room to reach my hole. He slowly pushed one finger inside my body, moving in and out of me a few times. This was what I needed, except more. He added a second finger, which was so much better. I moaned and began to move against his fingers, searching for the pressure I needed. He placed a free hand on my lower stomach just above my leaking cock and held me still. "Slow down, boy. We're just getting started." He grabbed the condom and tore it open with his teeth, still moving his fingers in and out of my body, curling his fingers up just so to find that special spot that sent sensations zinging through my body. I let out a groan as I focused on being a good boy and not coming, because it was a near thing. He lined his cock up and slowly pushed forward, breaching the ring of muscles around my entrance. He'd spent plenty of time preparing me, but it still stung. I gasped, and he froze. "Are you okay?" "Fuck, Daddy. Your cock is huge, and it burns. But don't stop. It feels good, so good. Just go slowly." He nodded and began to carefully press forward. I squeezed my eyes shut and willed myself not to make a sound, because I didn't want him to stop. Once his cock was buried all the way inside my body, he stopped, leaning down and kissing me gently. "You tell me when you're ready for me to move." We lay there, frozen like that for just a second, as the burn slowly morphed into pleasure, and my body relaxed around him. "Now, Daddy, please. I need you to move." He pulled out almost all the way and thrust back in. I groaned and pushed back against him, taking him in even further. "What do you want, boy? Do you want Daddy to take you hard and fast?" "Yes," I moaned, voice thick with need. "Please, Daddy, hard and fast." He began to piston into me, increasing the power and speed of his thrusts just as I'd asked. My body moved in time with his thrusts, and I got lost in the feeling of our bodies coming together. I chanted, "Yes, yes, yes," over and over until I couldn't take it anymore. "Daddy, please." "Go ahead, boy. Touch your cock. Make yourself come for me." It only took a couple of strokes for the climax to build in my balls and spiral out from my spine, washing my whole body in waves of pleasure. I shouted as ribbons of cum shot out of my cock and up onto my abdomen. He slammed into me hard and stayed there as he found his own release. He reached down and gripped the condom, slowly pulling out. I was tender, but when I let out a whimper it was because of the emptiness, not the pain. He tossed the condom in the trash by the bed and fell to one side. "Come here, boy," he commanded, holding out his arms. I scrambled to him, and he wrapped himself around me, my body still shaking as the tremors continued to run through my body. "Shh, boy, I got you. Daddy's here." I settled in as he grabbed the covers, pulling them up over us. He kissed the top of my head and ran his hands in soothing circles on my back until my body stilled. I lay there for a while, enjoying the feeling of his body wrapped around me. This had been one of the most intense sexual experiences of my life. I'd seen enough porn to know how a boy was supposed to act, but it surprised me how easy it had been to get lost in the role. One thing I knew for sure was that Bishop was hot when he was being daddy. I hoped it had been what Bishop expected, because I sure wanted to do it again. Soon. Chapter 23. Bishop. I really enjoyed having Rory back at the garage, and by Wednesday I was already plotting and planning how to make that a permanent thing. Neither of the buildings next to me were up for lease or sale, so that wasn't an option. And I didn't know yet what the owners of the food truck were going to decide, but figuring out how to keep him here during the day was only one of my problems. He'd come to my house on Friday night and stayed until Sunday when he had to go home to do laundry for the week, and I hadn't wanted him to leave. And not just because we'd had some of the best sex of my life, although we had. There was more to it than that. It made no sense for the house to feel empty after just one weekend of him being there, but it did. I was killing time, waiting on him to get there so I could suggest that we go out for dinner tonight, and then he could come home with me. But it was starting to get late in the day for him to have not shown up yet. So far this week, he'd been getting here almost before any of the guys, but I hadn't seen or heard from him yet today. I went out to make sure he wasn't in the food truck working, and I just didn't know it, but it was all locked up and the lights were off. I pulled out my phone and sent him a text asking where he was, and then headed back inside to make sure no one else had talked to him. "Hey, Charlie, have you heard from Rory this morning?"
"Nope. Maybe he had cookies to deliver or something."
She shrugged and went back to work, sorting a stack of papers on her desk. I knew she was right, and there was probably a reasonable explanation, but I didn't like not knowing. What if he'd run out of gas, or his car had broken down again? Logically, I knew that if that was the case, he would have called me to come and get him. But what if he'd been in an accident or something, and he couldn't call? I made myself stop and take a few deep breaths instead of getting all worked up. He was fine, and he would see my text here in a bit and message me back. Or I could just stop waiting for a text and call him. I dialed his number and it went straight to voicemail, which meant his phone was probably off, and that definitely didn't make me feel any better. The last thing I wanted was to suffocate him like his mother, but everything in me was pushing me to hop in my truck and go check on him. If his phone was off, that meant he could be stranded. I was about to do exactly that when I got a text from an unknown number.
"This is Rory. I'm using Gavin's phone."
Me. What happened to your phone?
Rory. "I don't know. I had it plugged in overnight, but now it's dead."
Where are you?
"At Gavin's gallery. I stopped by to chat on my way to the garage and lost track of time. When I realized my phone was dead, I thought I'd message you before you got worried."
Too late. I've been worried. As soon as I hit send on that text, I wished I could call it back. I had this constant thought in the back of my mind that if I pushed him too hard, too fast, he'd decide this wasn't for him. But I also knew that this was who I was, and maybe I'd done us a disservice by trying to reel it in. I should have set some expectations from the start, and it wasn't fair to me to be upset with him for breaking rules that I never gave him. So I hurried to respond before he got too in his head about it. Me. I'm glad you're okay, though. Are you headed here soon? Rory.
Yeah, I really am sorry.
I know, baby boy. We'll talk about that later. Do you want me to pick you up something for lunch?
I could stop and pick up lunch on the way there.
No, you don't have a phone, so I'd rather you just come straight here. I'll take care of lunch.
Okay, Papa Bear. I'm leaving now.
Papa Bear. I chuckled. My boy might not be ready to call me his daddy outside of the bedroom, but he was embracing the idea in his own way. Now that I knew he was okay, I was able to think rationally about the situation. It hadn't been that big of a deal, but I still wanted to make sure it didn't happen again going forward. We would start by making sure his phone didn't need to be replaced, and next we'd set some rules about him letting me know if he wasn't going to be where he was expected to be. I needed to make sure he understood that he didn't need to ask my permission to live his life or go wherever he wanted, but I did need to know that he was all right. But that was something we'd talk about in private tonight. For now, I needed to get my boy something for lunch. I could have texted Charlie about lunch, but it just seemed so rude to me to text someone who was feet away, even if they were in a different room. Instead, I got up and walked into the front counter area. "Hey, Charlie, did you bring your lunch?" Her head sprung up from what she was working on.
"Lunch?
No, I didn't bring lunch. What time is it? She turned to look at the clock on the wall, shaking her head. Time flies when you're having fun and all that. I had no idea it was lunchtime. No wonder you were asking about Rory. Have you heard from him?
He's on his way in, and yeah, it's lunchtime. I'm thinking a Philly from Dubs sounds good. How about you?
Oh man, their fries are fantastic.
Well, how about this? I'll buy, if you'll fly.
You got a deal, boss man.
Rory.
Gavin and I totally lost track of time this morning. He'd been showing me some new pieces he'd done and was explaining to me about the new glazing technique he was using. His work was beautiful as always, and his excitement about the new technique made me want to give it a try. When I'd glanced at my phone to see what time it was and found out it was dead, I felt a tiny bit of panic. But when I found out how late it really was, it went from a tiny bit of panic to full-blown, oh shit, I fucked up. Gavin had tried to help, but he had a phone that was not only much newer than mine, but was also a different kind, and the cords weren't the same, which meant I couldn't use his cord to charge mine. All he could do was loan me his phone. I knew Dustin's phone number, but not Bishop's. He was at work, and I hated calling him there, but this was an emergency. At least, to me it was. Sometimes when he was at work, he had to call back instead of answering, but today wasn't one of those days, thank goodness. Hello? He sounded way more formal than normal, and at first I was worried, but then I remembered I was on Gavin's phone, not mine. Hey, Dustin, it's Rory.
Oh, what's up, Bug? Is everything okay?
Yeah, my phone just died. I need to get Bishop's number. I'm running late and I need to let him know. I could remember your number, but not his. Stupid contact list.
I know, he said with a chuckle. I don't know anyone's number anymore. Let me put you on speaker while I look at that darn contact list you were just complaining about and get his number for you.
Ha ha. He started calling out the number as Gavin shoved a pen and a piece of paper toward me. I quickly wrote it down, repeated it back to make sure I got it correct, and thanked him. I hung up with him and sent a text to Bishop, letting him know I was running behind. I felt horrible because I knew him well enough to know he was a worrywart. I was willing to bet I'd missed more than one "where are you" texts or calls. And sure enough, I could tell from our text exchange that he wasn't happy with me. So he can't be too mad, right? He offered to pick up lunch for me.
I'm sure he isn't. Besides, you said he hadn't given you any rules, right? So really, he shouldn't be mad at all.
Someone doesn't have to give me rules for me to know when I was being a shitty human, Gavin.
Of course not, but you made a mistake. You weren't bad on purpose.
I really wasn't. Either way, I need to get going. I wanted to swing by my house and get my phone charger. That would add an extra 10 minutes, but I couldn't go all day without a phone. Stupid thing hadn't been acting right since the last update, but I'd been busy with the festival and now with the holiday orders, so I hadn't bothered to get a new one. I might need to move it up my priority list after today, though. Although I couldn't really blame the phone for me losing track of time, even if I wanted to. I pulled in and parked my car beside the food truck. As tempting as it was to hide out here, I knew Bishop was waiting for me to come inside. I stepped into the truck just long enough to plug in my phone, but then I went to the back door of the garage. I took in a deep breath and headed inside, ready to face the music. The guys were still working, not eating, so it looked like I managed to beat the food here. I skirted my way around the garage and slipped into the front. I figured Charlie could tell me if Bishop was actually upset with me or not, but to my surprise, she wasn't there. Instead, Bishop was standing there talking with a customer. He glanced over to see who had come in, and then patted Charlie's chair, indicating that he wanted me to take a seat. For just a second, I considered playing dumb and heading back out to the food truck, but that wouldn't do anything but delay the conversation, so I slipped behind him and slid into her chair. He kept talking to the guy, explaining all the work they'd done on the car while placing a hand on the back of my neck and gently squeezing it. It was such a small thing, but so reassuring. He finished up with the customer, but as soon as the man was out the door, he turned to me.
Charlie should be back with the food any minute. Why don't we wait in my office?
Are you mad? I blurted out, tired of being worried about it.
No, baby, I'm not mad. But we do need to talk. Now you go in the office. I'll grab us a couple of bottles of water, and then I'll be right there.
Great. When in the history of ever had "we need to talk" been a good thing? Then I chuckled a little, remembering the last time I'd had that thought. It was when he told me he was a daddy, and that hadn't been so bad. So hopefully this wouldn't be either. I went inside and sat down in the chair I usually sat in while we ate, and waited. It didn't take long for him to come back, closing the door behind him. He handed me a bottle of water, and then sat in his chair behind the desk. He looked at me for a minute, and then shook his head.
Charlie will be back with the food any minute, but I need you to come over here, baby boy.
He held out his hand for me, and I didn't hesitate. I didn't care what Charlie did or didn't see or what she thought. My Papa Bear looked like he needed a hug, and I knew I needed one. I walked around his desk and took his hand. He smiled at me and pulled me into his lap, wrapping his arms around me.
I know my reaction wasn't logical, but when you didn't show up here and then didn't answer your phone, my brain immediately went to you stranded somewhere, or worse.
He nuzzled the side of my neck, and I snuggled in close. I'm really sorry, Papa Bear. I didn't mean to make you worried. I guess when I first moved out on my own, I kind of got used to not having to check in with anyone, and I just didn't think about it. But I really didn't know my phone was dead, or I would have answered my phone.
I understand, but we're going to have to set some rules, so we're both on the same page about this kind of stuff. I don't want you to think I'm trying to control you, because I'm not. You're a grown-ass man who's perfectly capable of running your own life. But I do need to know you're all right. Now, where's your phone?
I plugged it in out in the truck. I don't know what happened, but it was plugged in all night, and it still died.
Maybe time for you to get a new phone.
That's what I'm thinking. Your food is on my desk, Charlie called out, knocking on the door.
I guess we should eat.
He released me, letting me stand up. I'll grab the food since you got the water. Chapter 24. Bishop.
The rest of the week went by in a blur. Rory had gone home with me Wednesday after work, and our talk about him keeping me informed about where he was had gone better than I'd expected. He hadn't balked or seemed upset about having a couple of rules. Not that they were all that stringent. Only that he'd text me each morning and let me know he was up, and if he was staying home or going out. I emphasized the point that he was not asking my permission to go anywhere. He was simply letting me know so I wouldn't worry. He would also let me know throughout the day if anything changed. He also planned to get a new phone as soon as possible. I was pleased with the way things had gone. Not that we'd put it to the test yet, since he'd stayed the rest of the week, only going home to grab a few changes of clothes. For some people, being together all the time might be too much, but for me, it was perfect. I wouldn't want to actually work together, but I loved having him there all day, and I especially loved bringing him home with me each night. He'd finished up the last of the motorcycle cookies on Friday morning, and they were perfect. When he'd said he would make the cookies in the shape of motorcycles, I'd been on board with the idea, but I expected something cartoonish. These weren't that at all. They actually looked like motorcycles. I had no idea how he did what he did. It was almost like magic, but he was damn good at it. The only problem I saw with the cookies was they were too perfect to eat. We spent Saturday morning getting all set up for the poker run. The guys were off work, but Charlie insisted on being there. She said if I thought she was going to miss an entire morning of hot bikers coming in and out of the shop, I was crazy. I couldn't argue the logic. Although I didn't know how many, if any, of the bikers would be hot or single, I agreed to not only let her work, but for her to be the one to stamp the riders' scorecards. Mid-morning, Lucas, Ryder, Cooper, and Max came in, and Ben, Brennan, Gavin, and Travis were with them.
"Hey, guys," Rory said, lighting up at the sight of his friends. "I didn't know you were going to be here." "We debated," Travis said. "But then Daddy said when we finished with the poker run, we could go for barbecue. So I was in." "So you guys are all just riding along then?"
"Not me. I'm officially participating in the poker run this time." Ben motioned out front to where a row of bikes sat.
"Oh, cool. I've never driven a motorcycle before."
"Lucas taught me. I don't ride it all that often, but this is a worthwhile cause."
"Can I see your bike?"
"Absolutely. Let me draw, and then I'll show you." Charlie took care of getting Ben's card stamped, and I watched as all the boys traipsed outside the front door. "So, how's it going?" I asked. "Pretty good," Lucas said. "I'm glad I decided to ride this year. It's Ben's first poker run, so I wanted to do it with him. All the stops have worked out well, and assuming everyone completes the whole circuit, we should raise above our goal for the year." "That's awesome. Thanks for letting me be a part of it." "You and Rory both. These cookies are amazing. I would say it's too nice to eat, except I've had his cookies before, so I know I won't be able to resist," Ryder said. "Yeah, he's pretty amazing. Y'all go ahead and take some for the boys, too. He made plenty." My cell phone rang, and I looked at the caller ID to see a familiar number. "Hey guys, I need to take this. Charlie will make sure you draw and get your stamps." I stepped into my office to take the call. I'd left the owner of the Sprinkle Queen a message earlier in the week so I could find out if they had a plan yet for the food truck. I didn't want to rush them since I'd told them they could have through the holidays, but I also wanted to let them know they had options if they wanted to take them. "Hello?"
"Yes, this is Manny from the Sprinkle Queen. You wanted us to call. Is everything okay?"
"Everything's fine. I didn't mean to worry you, but I wanted to run something by you. Have you figured out what you want to do about the truck yet?"
"Not really. The shop is doing great, and the food truck was kind of a side hustle. Something we could do that we thought would be fun but make some money. On the one hand, I'm not sure if it is profitable enough to justify a new engine. On the other hand, even though the truck wasn't new when we bought it, that's still a lot of money to throw away. I don't know. I've done a little research to see how much the truck is worth without a working engine, but I know you guys did a lot of work to outfit it for your business." "Yeah, it was pretty much junk when we bought it, and fixing it up wasn't cheap. We got a good deal on it because the engine had high mileage." He laughed. "But you can see how well that worked out for us. What's up? You thinking about branching out into the food truck business? I gotta warn you, man, Austin is overrun with food trucks." Now it was my turn to laugh. "No, I'm not thinking about starting a food truck business, but my partner kind of is. He used it for the competition, like we talked about, and it worked out really well. So I was thinking he could just continue to use it right here, like as his permanent spot." "Oh, well, I'm glad it worked out. We would have to figure out a price for the modifications we made, but do you have an idea how much you're thinking?" From the beginning, when we picked up the food truck, I'd gotten the feeling that he didn't really want it back. I figured I'd take a shot and see if he was willing to bite. I tossed out a price that I didn't think would be taken advantage, but was low enough that it would be a good deal for a food truck. "Let me talk to my wife, man, but I'm telling you, I don't see any problems with this plan. Let me talk to her, and I'll get back to you on how much we'd need to add to that price." I felt pretty good about it when we hung up, but that was the easy part. Now I had to convince Rory to let me buy it for him. Rory. "Ben's bike was amazing. He said his father had left it to him when he died, and Lucas had redone it for him as a tribute, which just made it even more special. The more I got to know this group of boys, the more I regretted turning down Gavin's persistent invitations to spend time with them. They were really nice, and I could easily see why Gavin enjoyed spending time with them. We stood outside and talked for a few minutes until their daddies all came back out with cookies, and they acted like they'd brought them something special. I never got tired of seeing people love my cookies, and I got a kick out of how hard they always assumed the decorations were. Truth was, the motorcycles had actually been way easier than most of the ones I made on a daily basis. They were pretty much all flooding and very little line work. That was what always got me. My piping skills were probably my weakest, and what I needed to work on the most. A few more bikers pulled in, so I said my goodbyes and headed back to the shop. Bishop wasn't behind the counter. Instead, Charlie was the only one there. He took a phone call in his office. She pointed to Bishop's closed door. He'd been out here to greet all the participants so far, but Charlie and I could handle things for a while if he had something he needed to take care of. Not that Charlie actually needed me either. It didn't take long at all after the new group walked in before she had them eating out of her hands. She was joking and flirting and explaining why they should bring their cars here to Wilcox Automotive instead of taking them anywhere else. I wondered if Bishop had any idea what an amazing hype person she was. I was just about to hand them their cookies when Bishop stepped out of his office with a smile on his face. I didn't know what his phone call was about, but whatever it was, it hadn't been bad news. He spoke to the guys who'd come in, asking how their day was going and if they seemed to be getting a good hand. Once they got their cookie and their coupon, with a reminder from Charlie to be sure and use it, they were on their way. "Do you think we're about done?" Our cookie basket was almost empty, and I'd made what I thought was plenty, so surely it was nearing the end.
Probably.
He looked up at the clock to check the time.
They have until 2 to hit all the spots, and since everyone started at Dubs, it would make sense for most everyone to hit us early on. But you never can tell. Some people may have run the list backwards. There's nothing that says they have to go in order.
"And some might not even make it past the bar," Charlie said.
"That's true, too. And as long as they pay their fees, nobody cares. Either way, we have to stay until 2, but there's no reason you have to stay up here now that it's slowed down. I know you have orders to fill."
"I do, but I'm making good time since I'm using the truck, so I don't have to work today. I'm just up here to hand out cookies and talk to you guys."
"Speaking of the truck, I spoke with the owner, and you're good to keep using it through the holiday season."
That sounded suspicious. Why would they do that? I mean, it was super nice of them to let me use it for the festival, but why would they keep letting me use it? There was only one reason I could think of. "You had better not be paying them."
"Technically, I guess I am, but not really. I told them I wouldn't charge them storage as long as you were using it, so it isn't costing me anything, but it's saving them a ton."
Well, I guess that makes sense. Something about the way Bishop said that about me using the truck through the holidays didn't seem quite right. I didn't know what. His explanation about not charging them for storage on the truck made perfect sense, but I had a feeling I was missing a piece of the puzzle. I didn't know what he was up to, but it was something. Not that I was going to turn him down. I'd gotten everything down to a science when I was preparing for the festival. At first, I thought I'd hate doing the cookies in a methodical way, but I didn't. It let me get all the less creative parts out of the way so I could really have fun with the decorating. Plus, I really did have a bunch of orders to fill, and it would go much faster in the truck than it would in the kitchen in my apartment. But either way, that was a Monday issue, because I wasn't working today, and when 2 o'clock rolled around, I was going to spend some quality time curled up on a couch and binging some television. I was way too far behind on all my shows after the last month. The question was, which couch? I hoped it would be Bishop's, but if he had other plans, I could always go back to my apartment. We'd had a few more stragglers come in when it got close to the end of the time, but when 2 o'clock rolled around, Bishop locked the door and sent Charlie home.
"That was fun."
Bishop flipped the sign on the door to closed and turned out the light. It was. And what an awesome way to raise money. It didn't feel weird or gross like so many fundraisers do. It just felt like a bunch of people having a good time for a good cause.
It did. I'm really glad Lucas asked me to participate. I'm beat, though. I don't normally talk to that many people in a week, much less a day.
Well, darn. Maybe I'd be spending the rest of the weekend on my couch at my place after all. If he was tired of people, he might rather be alone. Yeah, it was a lot, that's for sure. Charlie seemed to have a blast, though.
She did. I really should have hired someone like her ages ago. Of course, if I had, it wouldn't have been her, and she's a perfect fit around here. Now, let's go home. I bet Einstein's been wondering where we are.
My heart jumped when he said, "Let's go home." I knew we'd only officially been together for a couple of weeks, but it felt much longer. Maybe because we'd spent so much time together with me working up here, or because we'd known each other forever. I didn't know why, and I didn't really care. What I did know was that when I was at my apartment, it no longer felt like I was home, but Bishop's house did. I couldn't say for sure if it was the building or the man, but either way, it was true. Chapter 25. Bishop.
I didn't want to bring up keeping the food truck to Rory until Manny got back to me with a final price, but for now at least he was planning to use it through the holidays, so I had a little time to figure out the best way to present the idea. I had a couple of ideas, but I didn't want to get ahead of myself. We took Einstein to the park for a while and then settled in to binge-watch a show Rory had been meaning to watch. We ordered Chinese for dinner around episode 4. I'd never been one to sit and binge-watch shows like this, but I couldn't think of a better way to spend a Saturday night. Our dinner arrived and I paused the show until we got situated. I answered the door to get the food while Rory grabbed us plates, silverware, and drinks. He was adept at using the chopsticks that came with the meal, but I preferred to stick with a fork. As soon as we were ready to eat, I reached for the remote to turn the show back on, when Rory spoke.
So, I've been wondering if you wanted to come to my parents' house for Thanksgiving. I mean, I know you may already have plans or whatever, but Dustin and I talked about it and thought you might want to come.
I turned and looked at him, wanting to be sure I was clear on what he was asking. Well, that depends on what you mean by come with you. If you mean would I show up to your family's home for Thanksgiving as your and Dustin's friend, I'd have to decline. But if you're asking me if I'd like to join your family for Thanksgiving as your boyfriend or your partner or whatever you want to call it, then I would say there was nothing I'd like more.
As either one of those, boyfriend, partner, person, anything but daddy. My parents were super cool about me being gay, but I'm not sure they would understand what it meant for me to be your boy.
Do you understand what it means?
I think I'm starting to, and I think I like it.
Good. Then, yes, I'd love to go to Thanksgiving with you. He kissed my cheek and started to eat, so I did the same. But instead of watching the show, I was thinking about what this meant. This wouldn't be a traditional meet the parents kind of thing because I knew his parents, and they knew me. But it would be exactly that in the fact that I'd be meeting them in a totally different role. I wouldn't be there as Dustin's friend. I'd be there as Rory's person or whatever. I really hoped they were okay with the change because even though the last thing I wanted to do was cause trouble in his family, I wouldn't give him up without a fight if they weren't. We finished up our dinner, but neither of us was interested in watching any more television. I took his hand and led him to the bedroom. I watched him strip, and my cock grew harder than I could ever remember it being. I took off my own clothes and kissed him passionately. My tongue possessed his the way I wanted to possess him. I pushed him backwards until we fell onto the bed together. I wrapped my hand around his cock and stroked it slowly while I leaned down and licked one of his nipples, blowing on it and making it pucker into a tight bud. I sucked it into my mouth and pulled on it until he was moaning beneath me. I think tonight is the perfect night to find out how you like fucking me, baby boy. What do you think? His eyes widened nervously, but he nodded his head. You don't have to worry about a thing, because no matter who's fucking who's in charge here? His body visibly relaxed, and he let out a sigh of relief.
You are, Daddy.
That's right. So you just lay back and let me take a ride. I grabbed the condom and the lube. He watched me studiously as I rolled the condom on his hard dick, and then slathered it in lube. Once that was done, I straddled his legs and lined up his cock to my hole, and then lowered myself down. We both let out a groan as he slid into my ass. Oh, fuck, I moaned. It had been a long time since I'd taken a cock. I knew that he'd been worried because he almost always bottomed, but he had nothing to worry about. My boy was a natural, and it didn't take long before we found a rhythm. I rode him hard and fast, and he was matching me thrust for thrust. I leaned forward, my hands gripping the headboard for balance as I moved up and down on his cock. I moaned and groaned, and I wasn't being quiet about it either. I wanted him to know how much I was enjoying it, and what a good job he was doing. I love your cock in my ass, baby boy. You're doing so good. This feels amazing. I rode him until my legs got tired, and then I dropped my arms down from the headboard and wrapped them around him, rolling us over so I was on my back, with his cock still inside me. Go ahead, boy. You know what to do.
You really like it?
He asked. I wrapped my arms around his neck, tugging him down to me, then reached up and grabbed the back of his head, pulling his mouth to mine. I kissed him hard for a second before releasing him to answer his question. I love it, baby. I absolutely love it. That must have been what he needed to hear, because he began thrusting his cock in and out of my ass as I let out a loud moan. Oh yeah, fuck me hard, baby boy, just like that.
It feels good, Daddy. It feels so good.
I watched his body tense and his face tighten. I knew he was getting close. I know it does, baby boy. I reached down and started stroking my cock, but I knew it wasn't going to take me long either. It surprised me I'd managed to hold on this long.
Oh, fuck. I'm ready to come, Daddy.
Do it. Come for me, boy. I growled, grabbing the back of his head again and pulling him back down, kissing him hard. He pulled back from the kiss and began thrusting in and out of me faster and faster. His breathing was turning to whimpering, and as he tensed up, I felt his cock jerk inside me, and then he cried out as he filled my ass with his hot cum. The sensation pushed me over the edge, and I groaned as my own climax rolled through me. He collapsed down on me and placed little kisses on my chest before snuggling in as my arms wrapped around him. "That was fucking awesome," he said, his voice still husky. "I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, baby boy." "I think we're going to have to do more experimenting like that, Daddy." "Do you now?" I said, giving him a little squeeze. "Yeah, I do." I chuckled, kissing the top of his head. "How about we get cleaned up and then get some sleep? We can experiment again another day."
Chapter 26. Rory. It had taken me almost right up until the last minute, but I'd managed to get all the Thanksgiving cookies ready just in time. Because of the festival this year, my orders had been mostly local, and Bishop had suggested I have people come to the shop to pick up their orders instead of me having to deliver them all. Everyone was leaving at lunch today since the day before Thanksgiving was traditionally a half day for pretty much everyone. I wouldn't be ready to go by then, but it would be close. I'd decorated enough turkeys and pilgrims and leaves to last a lifetime, or at the very least until next year. Bishop had made up some crazy story about needing to make sure all the invoicing was done before he took 2 days off for the holiday, but I knew better. Charlie handled all that now, and she did a fantastic job. There was no way she was behind. He just couldn't stand the idea of me being up here all alone. I thought it was kind of sweet, so I didn't push the issue. Before everyone left for the day, I gave them all the cookies I'd made for them. Ricky gave me a big hug for helping to make him the favorite son. I didn't know if cookies were all it would take to make that happen, but it was a sweet thing for him to say. As soon as everyone was gone, I went back out to the food truck to finish up the last of the orders. All I had left were the cookies for me to take to my parents' house. I'd been so busy trying to get the other orders filled, I'd left them to last. I mixed up the dough and got them in the oven. Once they were all baked, I could take them home to decorate. Well, to Bishop's house, anyway. I hadn't spent a night in my apartment since I didn't know when. While the cookies baked, I packed up all the stuff I would need to decorate them. It was close to time to take the cookies out of the oven when Bishop stuck his head in with a bottle of water for me.
"Hey, baby. Just checking on you out here. How's it going?"
"Good. I'm about ready to take the cookies out, and if you're ready, I thought we could leave. They'll have to cool completely before they can be decorated, so I'm just going to finish them at home."
"Are you sure? I don't mind staying up here if you need to do them first."
I chuckled at him and shook my head. "You didn't have to stay with me at all, you know. I'm just fine up here alone."
"I know, but I feel better if someone's up here. And I'm glad I stayed because there's something I need to talk to you about."
"Okay." Again with the talking. I swear this man was going to give me a heart attack, especially this time with as serious as he sounded.
"Don't look so freaked out. It isn't anything bad. It's something I've been working on since the festival, but I was waiting to get all the information before I came to you with it."
The timer went off on the oven, and I grabbed my oven mitts to take out the cookies. "Keep going. I can listen while I do this." I preferred that, actually, being busy when someone was about to drop something big on me. Whether the thing was good or bad gave me a chance to process.
"So I was waiting to hear from the owners of the food truck about what they were going to do with it."
He paused, which wasn't making me think this was good news. "And?" I really hoped he wasn't going to say they wanted it back sooner. I'd worked out a schedule to meet all of my mail orders, as well as my local ones, based on being able to use the double oven. I could do it without it, but it would make for some really long days.
"And they have decided to hang up the mobile part of their business and stick with the storefront, so they're willing to sell it to me at a great price. If you want it, of course. They can always list it for sale somewhere else, but I was thinking we could rebrand it Ginger Snapped and park it out front. Then you'd have a place to bake and a place where people could come to pick up their cookies. I researched it, and there are even these really cool add-on bakery cases you could put in the windows if you wanted."
I took the time to remove the cookies from the oven and transfer them to the cooling racks to think about what he was saying. Did I want to work out of the truck permanently? Yeah, I kind of did. Did I love the idea of working up here with Bishop every day? Yeah, I really did. Could I afford to buy a freaking food truck? Nope, not even close. I think that sounds great, Papa Bear, but I just can't afford it. My business is doing good. I'm making enough to pay my bills, and that's more than I expected this soon, but it isn't even close to doing well enough for me to manage a payment on a food truck. He started to speak, but I knew what he was going to say, and I put up my hand to stop him. You are not buying me a food truck. I love the idea, but not enough for you to be out that kind of money for me. But you like the idea? He asked. Of course I do. It sounds amazing. I love working up here around the guys, and Charlie's awesome. Plus, do you know how much easier it made my life to have a pickup location instead of having to deliver the cookies? But I want this business to be fun, not stressful, so I really don't want to get over my head with a payment like that. I had a feeling you were going to say that. So I have a solution. Oh, really? You have an idea that would mean you weren't buying me the food truck and I don't have to sweat the payment. I wanted to hear this. I didn't see a solution that would cover both. I do. What if we could eliminate your other bills so the only payment you had to worry about was the food truck? I stared at him, open-mouthed. How could you eliminate my bills? I don't really have anything except my part of the rent and the utilities. I know. So I'll buy the food truck from them, and you come and live with me, eliminating your bills. Then you take that money each month and use it to pay me back for the food truck. You want me to come and live with you? I asked. It wasn't that I didn't like the idea, and under any other situation I would have been very tempted to say yes. But I couldn't move in with him because it made sense. I needed it to be because he wanted me there, not to help my business. Baby boy, I need you to listen to me. If you don't want the food truck, that's okay. If you want to keep making cookies from home so you never have to put on pants, that's perfectly fine. But either way, I still want you to come live with me. My kitchen works just as good as the apartment kitchen. I swear, sometimes it was like he could read my mind. You aren't just saying that because of some crazy daddy thing where you want to take care of me. You for real want me there with you. I do feel the need to help you realize your dreams, and that's a daddy thing. But that's not why I want you to live with me. I want you to live with me because I'm happiest when you're with me. I like having you there. You being in my space feels more right than anything else ever has. He opened his arms and I stepped right in, letting him wrap me up in one of his amazing hugs. Baby boy, I love you, and I want you to share my home with me. I buried my head in his chest so he wouldn't see the tears in my eyes. He loved me. I'd been feeling the same for weeks, but I thought it was too soon, or maybe that I was in deeper than he was. But it wasn't, and I wasn't. I sniffled a little and tried to discreetly wipe my eyes with my sleeve. Then I looked up at him. I love you too, Daddy. And if you're really sure, I'd love to come live with you in Einstein. He laughed, tightening his arms, holding me close. Right. We can't forget about Einstein. Bishop. I helped him load up all the cookies and the decorating supplies that he'd need later tonight, and then we headed for the house. That had gone way better than I expected. I was prepared for him to put up more of a fight. Not that I was complaining. He'd agreed not only to work out of the food truck, but to come live with me. It really was the perfect solution, in my opinion. Not that I wanted or needed him to pay for the food truck. I would have happily purchased it for him if I thought there was any chance that he'd let me. But I knew my boy better than that. His independence had been hard-won, and he wasn't about to give that up. I really hadn't planned to tell him I loved him yet, but it was true. I couldn't even say for how long. It had kind of snuck up on me, but he was absolutely everything I'd ever wanted. Not only in a boy, but in a partner. I carried the cookies into the kitchen while he brought in the supplies. Once everything was inside, we spent a few minutes outside with Einstein, making sure he knew he was the very best good dog ever. Not that I had any doubts, but the rightness of having him here on a normal day, enjoying playing with my dog,
felt like confirmation from the universe that this was exactly how things were supposed to be. You have cookies to decorate. Why don't I go pick us up something for dinner, and you can get started?
That sounds great. But maybe something bad for us, like that new cheeseburger we saw advertised?
The one with the blue cheese that practically had your mouth watering?
Yep, that one, with fries.
I knew our plans for the food truck and our living arrangements would come up tomorrow, and there was no way I could let Dustin find out at the same time as everyone else. Hopefully, Rory would understand that. Burgers sound good to me. I thought I might give Dustin a call, if that's okay with you. I really kind of want to give him a heads up on what our plans are. Rory had started setting out all his decorating supplies, but when I said that, he stopped and turned to look at me.
I think that's a great idea. He probably shouldn't hear at the same time my parents do, and the last thing I want to do is cause problems between you two. So he should hear it from you, not me.
I strode over to where he stood and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you for understanding, baby boy. I know he's your brother, but his friendship means a lot to me.
He feels the same way. So you go grab our food and talk about me with my brother. Just don't let him convince you this is too soon or any kind of stupid big brother bullshit. What we're doing is our business.
Don't worry. There's nothing he could say that would change my mind. Now that I got you to agree to move in here, you're stuck with me. As soon as the truck was on and connected to my phone, I instructed it to call Dustin, and it didn't take him long to pick up the phone. Hey, man, he said. Hey, you home from work? I am. We got off at noon. I assume you are too, since you called. Yeah, Rory's still working on cookies, but we brought them to the house for him to finish. You ready for tomorrow? Nope, but hopefully things will go okay. Rory said when he told your mom I was coming with him, she seemed okay with it, but I'm still a little nervous. She called me right after and asked me a bunch of questions about what kind of man you'd grown up to be. But yeah, she's okay with everything. She always liked you, you know that. Yeah, but liking me as some kid hanging out with her oldest son and liking me as the man who's in love with her baby are two different things. Is that who you are, Bish? Are you in love with my brother? His tone was half playful and half big brother, but I wouldn't have expected anything less from Dustin. You know I wouldn't be coming with him if I weren't. I also wouldn't have asked him to move in with me if I didn't love him. For real? And he agreed? Yeah. Why? Did you think he wouldn't? Had Rory said something that made him think he wasn't serious about this thing between us? Nah, man, Dustin said, laughing. You've got nothing to worry about. My brother's crazy about you. It's just you can be a little forceful. I wasn't sure if he was ready for that on a full-time basis. We've had a lot of conversations about my forcefulness, and he's just fine with it. He's going to keep working out of the food truck, too. We're going to have it rebranded for his cookies and park it right out in front of my shop so everyone will see it. And I suppose you're going to tell everyone about this development tomorrow? That's the plan, but I wanted to give you a heads up. I appreciate that. I would say welcome to the family, but you know you've been family to me all along.
Chapter 27. Rory. I don't know why I was so nervous about today. I'd already told my mother that Bishop was coming with me as my boyfriend, and she hadn't seemed surprised at all. I'd expected more pushback about him being 10 years older than me, if nothing else, but she'd just said how glad she would be to have him back for the holiday this year. Terrence had called yesterday to let me know he wouldn't be coming because the guy he'd been seeing had surprised him with an invite to go to a bed and breakfast to spend the holiday weekend together. I couldn't have been happier for him because I knew he really liked the guy. We were supposed to show up at my parents' house around noon to eat at 2, so around 11:30 we packed up all my turkey cookies and headed over. The drive wasn't a far one. I'd been living in the apartment with Terrence and Devin for a few years now. Well, first with Terrence, because he was the one who'd had the apartment. It had been just us for a few months, and then we met Devin and asked him if he wanted the third bedroom. But still, even though I'd been living on my own for 3 years, I'd still always considered this my home. Today was the first time that I felt like I was visiting my parents' house, instead of feeling like I was going home. At some point in the last couple of months, Bishop's house had become the place my heart called home. That wasn't a bad thing, and I wasn't sad about it. It was actually a relief. I loved my parents, but home had been a place where people hovered and worried, and in the past, when I came back here, I felt like that helpless, sick little boy who needed people to hover and worry. But not today. Today, I had a man who loved me, a successful business that was growing, and a home that wasn't here. I might actually enjoy the holiday. Bishop grabbed the cookies before I could, and I let him because I knew he had to be nervous, and having something to do would help. After his talk with Dustin, he'd seemed less so, but this was still a big deal. He hadn't spent time with my family in years, especially not as my boyfriend. Dustin's car was already in the drive, which meant they were already there. I called out a hello as I opened the door and we went inside. "In the kitchen," my mom called from the back of the house. Bishop followed me down the hallway to where my mom and Rachel were busy finishing up the meal prep. When my mom saw me, she smiled and dried her hands on the dish towel she always kept tossed over her shoulder while she cooked. She came around the bar to give me a hug and took the cookies from Bishop. "It's good to see you, Bishop."
"It's good to see you, too. I've missed your cooking."
Which was, of course, exactly the right thing to say to my mother. She'd always been really proud of her cooking ability, with good reason. She was an excellent cook, and she was where I got my love of baking. "Well, then, you shouldn't have waited so long to come for dinner. We have everything under control in here, so you boys go join everyone outside. Your father's cooking a roast out there, and it smells wonderful. Just stay out of the smoke, Rory." I was proud of myself because I didn't roll my eyes even a little bit. "I will, Mom, and I have my inhaler just in case." I took Bishop's hand and led him outside, but before we went out the door, he pulled my hand, stopping me.
"Is that a legitimate worry? Smoke from a smoker?"
"It can be, but we cook out on our balcony all the time with no problems. I just stay downwind of the smoke."
"I never thought about that, but I can see why it might be a problem."
With his question answered, we went on outside to find Dustin, Quentin, and my dad sitting out there. "Where are the other kids?" I asked. I'd seen Quentin, but I hadn't seen the girls in ages, way longer than normal, but I'd just been so busy.
"They're watching a movie in the back bedroom, but I'm sure as soon as they learn that Uncle Rory's here, they'll be out here."
I brought cookies for them to decorate later.
"They'll love that."
I walked over and gave my dad a side hug, careful not to step into the smoke. My mom was the worst of the two for being overprotective, but my dad wasn't a lot better. He turned around to shake Bishop's hand.
"Good to see you, Bishop. Dustin was telling me you helped them find the car for him and Quint."
And that was all it took. They started talking about cars, and I knew between my dad, Dustin, and Bishop, they'd go on forever. Not that I minded. I took a seat and sat there listening to them, even though I had no idea what they were talking about. I must have zoned out at some point because Dustin poked me to get my attention.
"What?" "You don't think there's any reason to replace the motor in the food truck? Like, just in case you decide you want to use it for what it was intended?"
My dad was asking. "Oh, no," I shook my head. "I can't foresee a time where I'd want to use it that way. But if I change my mind, we could do it then, I suppose." Apparently they had been talking about me using the food truck permanently, and I hadn't even been paying attention. I watched my father for a minute, trying to judge his reaction. But I didn't need to because his words made his opinion pretty clear.
"I think that's a great idea, and so much more affordable than rent on a shop. Plus, you said it's already set up for baking, right? I never really liked you delivering the cookies. All these scams floating around nowadays. Someone could order a dozen cookies just to trick you into meeting them somewhere. Much better if they come to you where other people are. That's my thought, anyway." "I feel the same way. Plus, we're going to move it right out front," Bishop said, jumping right on that like the worrywart he was. "That way it'll be out in the open where everyone can see who comes and goes to the truck."
My mom walked up with a plate for the roast, setting it down on the table where I sat. "What are you guys talking about?" "We were saying I'm going to be using the food truck full-time." "It might work in the winter, but what about this summer when it gets hot and humid? You can't be out there in that truck in the heat with your asthma, and it doesn't make sense for you to invest time and energy into a location you can only use a few months out of the year. I really think it would be best if—"
"Rory has a plan, Tina," Bishop said, interrupting her, but with a very patient tone. As I was telling everyone out here, we're going to move the truck out front, so not only will it be visible from the road, but Charlie, my receptionist, will be able to see it out the front window from the counter where she sits all day. Plus, he'll be plugged into my shop for electricity, so if he needs to run the AC unit, he can. My mother huffed like she was going to argue with him, but my father jumped in before she had a chance. I think it sounds like a great idea. And there's a lot of visibility on that street, so it'll be good for your business. I could see on her face she wanted to argue, but she wasn't willing to contradict my father in front of us. It wouldn't surprise me if he found himself sleeping on the couch tonight, though. I'd been thinking probably after the meal while everyone was watching the game would be the best time to tell them I was moving in with him. But since we'd already told them about the food truck, I figured I might as well rip off the Band-Aid and tell them the rest. So the food truck isn't the only change. I looked at Bishop to make sure he was ready, and he just gave me a nod. I'm going to be moving in with Bishop. Really? My mom said. Where do you live? My dad asked. I own a house over on Rock Brook Drive, not too far from the garage. Well, it sounds like you boys have a solid plan then. Tina, hand me that platter. We do, I agreed. My mother hadn't said anything one way or another yet, and I wasn't sure if that was good or bad. My guess was she was still upset about not getting to tell me all the reasons the food truck was a bad idea. She reached to grab the platter and handed it to my father. She stood there for a minute, with her back to us, still not talking. When she turned back to face us, it was with a hesitant smile. Well, Bishop, if you already own a house, you probably already have everything you need. But Rory, don't forget your grandmother Walker's china is yours if you have a place to put it. We don't, Bishop said quickly. But I'll get a hutch or china cabinet. There's plenty of room in the dining room for one. I just never had any reason to get one. My mother reached over and patted his arm, and I knew she was thinking it was sad his family hadn't been the kind to pass down heirlooms or anything else. I also knew what she was saying by offering me the china, and her approval meant a lot. Thank you, Bishop. Now I need to get back to the kitchen. We'll be ready to eat soon. Bishop. This whole day had gone better than I'd imagined. Growing up, we never really did the big family thing for holidays. At least, not in a way that felt special. Pretty much what holidays meant around our house was stressed-out adults, either because there wasn't enough money or because there was too much alcohol. Once I'd left home and joined the military, I'd had some good Thanksgivings. Usually there would be some guy who had a wife who'd insisted on feeding everyone, so we would all get together and eat and watch football. It had been nice, but it hadn't been family. But Rory's parents had made sure I felt like I had a place here. The meal had been amazing, and afterwards, most of us gathered in the living room to watch the game. Rory hadn't joined us, which didn't surprise me because he wasn't a football fan. Instead, he'd brought some undecorated cookies and all his stuff for Dustin's kids to use to make their own crazy turkey cookies. At halftime, I'd offered to go into the kitchen to get everyone a beer, partially to be nice, but mostly because I wanted to check in with him and see how he was doing. It was easy to see why the kids were so crazy about their Uncle Rory. He'd even tricked Quentin into participating by pretending he needed help with the girls. They were all laughing and having a blast in there, making rainbow turkeys with sprinkles, and in one case, Quentin's, what looked like a zombie turkey. I got the drinks and made a stop to grab a quick kiss, which left the girls in giggles, and headed back into the living room. How are they doing? Rachel asked. They're having a blast. They adore Rory, so I'm not surprised. I took my seat and got ready for the game to come back on, when I realized Rory's father was watching me. He stood, motioning for me to follow, and headed for the back door. This would be the real test right here. Had they been nice not to cause a fuss on Thanksgiving? Did he plan to tell me he didn't approve of Rory moving in with me? I had no idea, but what else could I do but get up and follow him out the door? He took a seat in one of the deck chairs, and I did the same. So, you and my son, huh? Yes, sir. Me and Rory. He nodded slowly and then took a drink of his beer. You know, I always liked you back when you and Dustin were kids. You were a good boy. Thank you. I tried. Not that Dustin and I didn't get in our fair share of trouble, but it had never been anything bad. You're a bit older than Rory, but I don't guess that matters much. He was always mature for his age. Being sick like that made him grow up faster than he should have. Having to understand why he couldn't do what the other boys his age did, and knowing what to do if things went wrong. I didn't know what to say to that, because I didn't really think it was the illness that made him have to grow up quick, but more the way they'd handled it. But who was I to judge how a parent would react if they had a sick child? No, I don't care much about the age difference, he continued. What I care about is that Rory's happy. When we first found out you were dating, I was worried that this was just some dalliance. But I guess you don't set someone up with a business and ask them to come live with you if you aren't serious. Now do you? No, sir, you don't. I love Rory, and I intend to make sure he has every opportunity to be happy. That's as much as you can do, son. And if you keep that as your motivation, you'll do fine. He slapped his hands down on his thighs and stood. We better get back in there. We'll miss the game. And damned if I want to miss them winning a game. It happens way too rarely these days. I know, right? They need to shore up their defense if they're ever going to get back to being a Super Bowl contender. Hell, at this point, I think they just need to scuttle the bunch and start fresh. As the day wore on, his mother relaxed a bit. I think it was because of the way she saw me fuss over Rory. I wasn't doing it to impress her, but she did notice, and I could tell she approved. It had never occurred to me that my future partner's mother would find my daddy ways to be a plus, but that turned out to be the case. I was pretty sure I would take a full ration of shit from Dustin about it, but that was what friends were for, and I could tell he approved, even if he kept rolling his eyes and shaking his head at me. By the time we were ready to leave, I'd eaten more food than I think I ever had in one sitting. I'd survived my first holiday at the Gallaghers, and I'd loved every minute of it. It was nice being with Dustin and his family, and I kind of regretted not taking him up on his offers in the past to join them for the holidays. But Dustin wasn't what had made it special. That was all Rory, and when I got him home, I planned to show him just how special.
Chapter 28. Rory. The day had gone better than I'd anticipated. It had actually been fun. I'd helped the girls decorate their cookies, and once my mom saw me and Bishop together throughout the day, she seemed to settle into the idea of us being together. She didn't bring up the food truck again, but at one point she cornered me in the kitchen to let me know how sweet it was that he took such good care of me. Her words, not mine, and how she thought he was good for me. Part of me wanted to tell her I didn't need anyone to take care of me, but the truth was she was right. He did. And the best part was he did it in a way that made me feel special and loved, not incapable and weak. By the time we left, both of us juggling plastic containers of food for the weekend, I was ready to get home and curl up on the couch with my Papa Bear. However, my Papa Bear had other ideas, and we barely got the food put away before he dragged me off to the bedroom.
Baby boy, I've been wanting to touch you all day.
He reached for the bottom of my shirt and pulled it up over my head. Daddy, you've been touching me all day. And he had. I swear he used every opportunity to run his hand down my arm or place his hand on the small of my back or sneak little kisses all throughout the day.
Not the way I wanted to, though. Not like this.
He bent down and licked one of my nipples, then sucked it into his mouth, making my breath catch.
Or like this.
He slid his hand down, cupping my already hardening erection. Daddy, I whimpered, pushing into his hand.
Get your clothes off and get on the bed for me.
I scrambled to do as he said, tripping over my pants as I tried to remove them while I moved towards the bed. It didn't slow me down, though, and in a matter of seconds I had my pants off and was on the bed waiting for him. He made short work of removing his own clothes and crawled up on the bed beside me. I rolled to my side to face him and reached out to run a finger down his arm. That first time I came over here to stain the deck, remember?
I do.
You stripped off your shirt when we were painting, and all I could think about was how lickable your body was, and how fucking sexy your chest hair was. I brought my hand around, running it through the hair on his chest. He didn't tell me to stop, so I took my time and explored every inch of his body, kissing and licking him all over. "I love your tattoos," I said, before I ran my tongue along the lines of ink on his collarbone. He gripped me by the hips and flipped us over so he was on top of me. Looked like my playtime was over, and it was Daddy's turn.
"Personally, I prefer freckles."
He trailed his fingers down my neck and across my chest. I'd always hated those stupid freckles, but I was starting to appreciate them since Bishop seemed to love them so much. His tongue replaced his finger, and he licked a path from my neck to my navel, then back up, taking my mouth with his in a kiss that set my whole body on fire. His hand slid down to my cock, and he gave it a long, slow stroke.
"I love the way your cock leaks for me, boy."
"Please, Daddy, I need you inside me."
"Is that what you want? You want me to fuck you?"
"Yes." He pulled back and reached for the lube and condoms that we'd started keeping in a basket on the nightstand. No one else came into our room, and it just made sense to keep them within easy reach. He moved down the bed, popping the cap on the lube as he went. I was practically vibrating underneath him as he got me ready. By the time he slid the third finger inside my ass, I thought I was going to lose it. He watched as he fucked my ass with his fingers, moving them in and out of my body, and the satisfied look on his face, combined with the sensations every time he would curl his fingers up to brush my prostate, was almost too much. But at the same time, it wasn't enough. I was so close to coming, but I held back, wanting to feel him inside me. He pulled his fingers all the way out, and as much as I hated the empty feeling that followed, I shivered in anticipation of what was coming next. I watched as he rolled the condom on, took his cock in his hand, and ran the head through my ass cheeks and over my hole. I whimpered with need, wanting him inside me. He positioned himself and pushed his cock through the ring of muscle. I cried out, my eyes rolling back in my head. He kept going, slowly pushing inside my body.
"Fuck, baby boy. You feel fantastic."
He leaned down so that his body covered mine, kissing me again, and I'd never felt as cherished or loved as I did at that moment. Our eyes locked as he began to move, slowly thrusting in and out of my hole. He smiled as he looked deep into my eyes, and it was as if he could see all the way into my soul.
"I love you, baby boy."
"Oh, fuck, Daddy. I love you too." He braced himself on his elbows and increased the speed of his thrusts, pounding into me harder and faster, building the tension within me. I moaned and whimpered as he fucked me. "Yes, yes, yes," I chanted. He reached between us and started stroking my cock in time with his thrusts. The sensations were overwhelming, and I knew it wouldn't be long before I exploded.
"Come for me, boy," he growled.
I let out a long, deep groan and felt the waves of my orgasm wash over me. He made a strangled sound as he joined me in bliss. He collapsed beside me, and I shifted so my back was to his front. He wrapped his arms around me, pulling me tight against him, and we lay there together until our breathing returned to normal. Chapter 29. Bishop.
We spent all day on Friday lying around the house and eating leftovers. Rory's mother had sent us home with plenty of food and an entire pumpkin pie. Rory planned to go to his apartment on Saturday. Not only did he need to get some clothes, but he wanted to talk to his roommates and let them know he would be moving out. Then he would be headed back here Sunday morning so we could go over to Ryder and Brennan's house for a second holiday get-together. Gavin told Rory that Brennan loved to have everyone over to their house, and since the weather was still mild, he was hoping we would be able to eat outside. I was looking forward to spending the afternoon with the guys, but mostly I was thrilled with the way this little group of boys had claimed Rory. I remembered the way they all were together that night when I first met them at Club Verde, and I wanted that for him. This was the first 4-day weekend I'd taken off since I opened Wilcox Automotive, partially because until I hired Charlie and Mitchell, I was never caught up enough on work to manage it, but also because I didn't have any reason to take off. Now I did. Between Thanksgiving at the Gallaghers, spending time with Rory, and this get-together with friends, it was almost like I had a life outside of work. I spent most of Saturday doing chores around the house. I blared music and kept busy, trying not to think about how empty the house felt without Rory here. I'd already gone to bed, so I didn't hear him when he came in, but I felt him when he slipped in next to me. I rolled towards him and wrapped my arms around him. "What time is it?" I mumbled.
"Just a little after midnight," he whispered. "I didn't mean to wake you. I just couldn't fall asleep without you."
"Well, you're home now, baby boy, so go to sleep." He snuggled in and let out a long, happy-sounding sigh, and I got it. I understood exactly how he felt, because this was the most content I'd ever been in my life. The next morning, Rory got to work in the kitchen first thing. He was making cookies to take to the Friendsgiving lunch today.
"Did you know," he grumbled, looking up at me, "that I can make things other than cookies? I even suggested that I bring something other than cookies today, but Gavin about lost his mind."
"They do love your cookies."
"I know, but I'm so tired of making them. Do you have any idea how many cookies I've made in the last month? Tons, that's how many. Fucking tons."
"I don't think someone has had enough coffee this morning."
"Probably not."
"Why didn't you just tell them you wanted to bring something else?" I knew he was right. He had made a ton of cookies, and he wasn't done yet. He still had a bunch of Christmas orders to fill. He let out a heavy sigh and turned to face me.
"Because it's the first time they've asked me to come to something like this, and I wanted to make a good impression. I really want them to like me."
"Sweet boy, listen to me. They already like you. You don't have to do anything to earn their friendship. Let's think about this for a minute. Do you have cookies already made that you could take today?"
"Yeah, I have some in the freezer at the garage."
"Okay, why aren't you just taking those?" I could see he was thinking about it, but I already knew the answer. "You thought you needed to make them special for today, didn't you? Like when you brought me the cookies when you helped with the deck." He nodded his head.
"Yeah, I mean, that's what I usually do. I try to make them fit the person or the occasion."
"And that's really nice, baby. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but just for today, after you have, as you put it, already made tons of cookies, I think you can cut yourself a break and take the others, don't you?"
"I have some of the chocolate chip ones that you don't decorate. I guess I could take those."
"I think that would be a smart choice. Ricky loves those cookies, and I bet your friends all will too."
"Okay, but I need to go get them now so they have time to thaw out."
"Why don't we go out for breakfast and we can swing by there on our way?" Later that day, I was pleased to see that I was right, and everyone was just as thrilled with Rory's chocolate chip cookies as they would have been if he'd spent his whole morning customizing a batch for them. That was because I knew the secret to his success. His cookies tasted fucking fantastic. Sure, the time he spent decorating them was awesome, and they were amazing to look at, but in the end, what people wanted was a delicious cookie, and he delivered that every single time. All the boys were crowded into the kitchen, eating and drinking what I assumed was Brennan's famous sangria, but I didn't see any of the other guys. I was sure they were around there somewhere, though, if all the boys were here. I was about to ask when Ryder came in. "Anything else you want me to carry out for you?" he asked.
"Just these for now."
Ryder took the dishes that Brennan handed him. "Luckily, it's warm enough outside to eat. We don't have room in here for everyone." Brennan looked up at him with a warm smile, then turned to me to explain.
"We turned the dining room into an office so I could work from home, but I'd rather eat outside anyway. Here, he has the guac and salsa. Can you take the chips out? You can just follow him."
I took the bowl of chips from his outstretched hand and followed Ryder out of the kitchen, through a room that was obviously Brennan's office, and out a set of French doors onto a covered patio where Max and Gunnar were sitting. "This is a nice setup." I nodded a hello to the two men and walked over to a long table by the house that was already covered in appetizers, setting down the chips next to the 2 bowls of dip Ryder had placed there. A television was mounted on the wall over the table with a football game playing, which made sense if Brennan liked to entertain as much as Rory had said he did. I was a yard guy, and I was proud of mine, but Ryder's was just as nice. It was enclosed with a privacy fence and had a few large trees that I was sure provided a ton of shade in the summer. The other guys were out there playing a game of cornhole, and it looked like they were having a good time. A large dog that looked to be a lab mix of some kind was lying on the ground, watching them play. "Hey, Ryder, it's your turn," Cooper called from where the rest of the guys were standing out in the yard. Bishop, man, good to see you. I waved hello, took a seat with Gunnar and Max, and listened while they talked about how their football teams were doing and what they needed to change for the next year. It didn't take long for them to draw me into the conversation. I was more of a baseball guy myself, and had never been a huge football fan. But I didn't mind it. And after all the talk at Rory's place on Thanksgiving Day, I knew enough to give my opinion without sounding completely clueless. Max and Gunnar were watching the game and talking amongst each other, while the other guys laughed and joked while they played cornhole. It was amazing how quickly things could change. Just a few months ago, I thought I had no life outside my garage and no plans for Thanksgiving. But look at me now. Surrounded by good friends, while the boy I'd always wanted was inside helping his buddies get everything ready for us to enjoy a second holiday celebration. Life was pretty damn good. Rory. Bishop had been right, of course, and everyone was thrilled with the cookies I'd brought. I joined them in the kitchen where they were gossiping and sipping sangria. Personally, I was sticking with soda. I'd had enough of that sangria to last for a while the last time I tried it. "So, now that the festival is over, will you be back in class?" Gavin asked. "I should be. I got a ton of orders for the holidays, so I'll still have a lot of work to do. But guess what?" "What?" he asked, and I noticed everyone else had stopped talking, and they were all listening, waiting to see what I had to say. "I'm keeping the food truck." "Seriously? Are you going to hit the road?" "No, it doesn't have an engine, remember? I'm going to keep it parked at the garage and bake out of it. Bishop said he had a friend who can do the wraps so we can get it rebranded Ginger Snapped. Then we can park it out front and I won't even have to deliver the local orders. I can have people come pick them up instead." "That's awesome," Ben said. "That sounds perfect for you." "Right? But that isn't all." I could hear the excitement in my own voice, so I knew they could as well, but I was so happy I couldn't contain it. "Go on," Simon said. "Tell us the rest of it then." "He asked me to move in with him." Gavin hopped off his stool and rushed to me, pulling me into a hug. "That's so awesome. I knew the first time I saw him he was a good daddy. I just didn't know he would be your daddy. I'm so happy for you." With my news delivered, the talk moved to what everyone was doing for Christmas. Gavin said he and Cooper were going to spend the holiday with his uncle in River Gorge. Most of the other guys had family plans as well, and I was sure I would too. My mom went all out for Christmas, and I was actually looking forward to it for a change. Just like everything else, sharing it with Bishop would make it twice as special. Brennan didn't let us help him with much, but it didn't take him long to get everything finished up and in the oven. Then we all grabbed our drinks and went outside to join the Daddies while everything cooked. Travis made himself at home in Max's lap. That was fine for them. I wasn't sure I was comfortable with it myself. Instead, I took a seat on the outdoor couch next to Bishop. "Brennan says it won't be long before the enchiladas are ready." When we'd agreed to come today, Brennan had insisted that friends didn't let friends eat turkey 4 days in a row, so we were having Mexican food for our meal. And honestly, he had a good point, because I was pretty much turkeyed out and enchiladas sounded perfect. "Right, probably 45 minutes or so," Brennan said. When we'd come outside, I went straight for Bishop, so I didn't notice the dog that was out in the yard with the guys who were playing cornhole, but as soon as he heard Brennan's voice, he was up and headed our way. "Frisco, you good boy. Have you been helping them play?" The dog barked and turned in circles, and Brennan laughed. Anytime he hears the words good boy, he thinks a treat's coming. Frisco barked in agreement and wagged his tail in eager excitement. Brennan walked over to the table and grabbed something off a plate. "Just one, and don't you tell on me." He plopped down on a chair and ruffled Frisco's fur. "Ryder doesn't want him to have people food. He says it's too rich for him. But just one shouldn't hurt. I could make him some dog cookies like I make for our dog Einstein. He loves them." "He does," Bishop agreed, giving my leg a reassuring squeeze. "What are you guys talking about?" Keegan asked. "Rory was saying he could make dog cookies too. Isn't that cool?" "That is cool. If you decide to sell them, let me know. I would love to buy some." "Buy what, sweetness?" Owen asked, walking up behind him and wrapping one arm around him. "Dog cookies. If his dog cookies are as good as his people cookies, Talk will love them." "Talk?" I asked. "That's our dog."
Oh, well, I don't have any plans to sell dog cookies, but I make them for Einstein all the time, so I would be happy to make extra.
Well, we could at least pitch in for ingredients and stuff.
How did your cornhole game go? Gavin asked as Cooper took a seat and pulled him down into his lap.
Good. Owen and I won this round.
Ryder and I will get you next time, Lucas insisted. Ben was sitting next to him, shaking his head and rolling his eyes. Ryder and Brennan had taken a seat next to us on the couch, and Brennan leaned over so only I could hear what he was saying.
They take their cornhole really seriously.
Not very long ago, I'd never dreamed I would find my place with this amazing group of friends, and I sure never dreamed I would have a daddy of my own. But I knew as I sat here, surrounded by all of them while they joked around and teased each other, that I wouldn't change a thing. Everything was exactly as it was supposed to be. Bishop shifted in his seat so that I was leaning against him, and he could see the game on the television better. I smiled at him and leaned close so he could hear me. I love you, Papa Bear. He brushed a gentle kiss across my temple.
I love you too, baby boy. I love you too.
This concludes Bishop by Jacki James. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Copyright 2022 by Jacki James. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jacki James and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. before he dragged me off to the bedroom.
"Baby boy, I've been wanting to touch you all day."
He reached for the bottom of my shirt and pulled it up over my head. "Daddy, you've been touching me all day." And he had. I swear he used every opportunity to run his hand down my arm or place his hand on the small of my back or sneak little kisses all throughout the day.
"Not the way I wanted to, though. Not like this."
He bent down and licked one of my nipples, then sucked it into his mouth, making my breath catch.
"Or like this."
He slid his hand down, cupping my already hardening erection. "Daddy," I whimpered, pushing into his hand.
"Get your clothes off and get on the bed for me."
I scrambled to do as he said, tripping over my pants as I tried to remove them while I moved towards the bed. It didn't slow me down, though, and in a matter of seconds I had my pants off and was on the bed waiting for him. He made short work of removing his own clothes and crawled up on the bed beside me. I rolled to my side to face him and reached out to run a finger down his arm. "That first time I came over here to stain the deck, remember?"
"I do."
"You stripped off your shirt when we were painting, and all I could think about was how lickable your body was and how fucking sexy your chest hair was." I brought my hand around, running it through the hair on his chest. He didn't tell me to stop, so I took my time and explored every inch of his body, kissing and licking him all over. "I love your tattoos," I said, before I ran my tongue along the lines of ink on his collarbone. He gripped me by the hips and flipped us over so he was on top of me. Looked like my playtime was over, and it was Daddy's turn.
"Personally, I prefer freckles."
He trailed his fingers down my neck and across my chest. I'd always hated those stupid freckles, but I was starting to appreciate them since Bishop seemed to love them so much. His tongue replaced his finger, and he licked a path from my neck to my navel, then back up, taking my mouth with his in a kiss that set my whole body on fire. His hand slid down to my cock, and he gave it a long, slow stroke.
"I love the way your cock leaks for me, boy."
"Please, Daddy, I need you inside me."
"Is that what you want? You want me to fuck you?"
"Yes." He pulled back and reached for the lube and condoms that we'd started keeping in a basket on the nightstand. No one else came into our room, and it just made sense to keep them within easy reach. He moved down the bed, popping the cap on the lube as he went. I was practically vibrating underneath him as he got me ready. By the time he slid the third finger inside my ass, I thought I was going to lose it. He watched as he fucked my ass with his fingers, moving them in and out of my body, and a satisfied look on his face, combined with the sensations every time he would curl his fingers up to brush my prostate, was almost too much. But at the same time, it wasn't enough. I was so close to coming, but I held back, wanting to feel him inside me. He pulled his fingers all the way out, and as much as I hated the empty feeling that followed, I shivered in anticipation of what was coming next. I watched as he rolled the condom on, took his cock in his hand, and ran the head through my ass cheeks and over my hole. I whimpered with need, wanting him inside me. He positioned himself and pushed his cock through the ring of muscle. I cried out, my eyes rolling back in my head. He kept going, slowly pushing inside my body.
"Fuck, baby boy. You feel fantastic."
He leaned down so that his body covered mine, kissing me again, and I'd never felt as cherished or loved as I did at that moment. Our eyes locked as he began to move, slowly thrusting in and out of my hole. He smiled as he looked deep into my eyes, and it was as if he could see all the way into my soul.
"I love you, baby boy."
"Oh, fuck, Daddy. I love you too." He braced himself on his elbows and increased the speed of his thrusts, pounding into me harder and faster, building the tension within me. I moaned and whimpered as he fucked me. "Yes, yes, yes," I chanted. He reached between us and started stroking my cock in time with his thrusts. The sensations were overwhelming, and I knew it wouldn't be long before I exploded.
"Come for me, boy," he growled.
I let out a long, deep groan and felt the waves of my orgasm wash over me. He made a strangled sound as he joined me in bliss. He collapsed beside me, and I shifted so my back was to his front. He wrapped his arms around me, pulling me tight against him, and we lay there together until our breathing returned to normal. Chapter 29. Bishop.
We spent all day on Friday lying around the house and eating leftovers. Rory's mother had sent us home with plenty of food and an entire pumpkin pie. Rory planned to go to his apartment on Saturday. Not only did he need to get some clothes, but he wanted to talk to his roommates and let them know he would be moving out. Then he would be headed back here Sunday morning so we could go over to Ryder and Brennan's house for a second holiday get-together. Gavin told Rory that Brennan loved to have everyone over to their house, and since the weather was still mild, he was hoping we would be able to eat outside. I was looking forward to spending the afternoon with the guys, but mostly I was thrilled with the way this little group of boys had claimed Rory. I remembered the way they all were together that night when I first met them at Club Verde, and I wanted that for him. This was the first 4-day weekend I'd taken off since I opened Wilcox Automotive, partially because until I hired Charlie and Mitchell, I was never caught up enough on work to manage it, but also because I didn't have any reason to take off. Now I did. Between Thanksgiving at the Gallaghers, spending time with Rory, and this get-together with friends, it was almost like I had a life outside of work. I spent most of Saturday doing chores around the house. I blared music and kept busy, trying not to think about how empty the house felt without Rory here. I'd already gone to bed, so I didn't hear him when he came in, but I felt him when he slipped in next to me. I rolled towards him and wrapped my arms around him. "What time is it?" I mumbled.
"Just a little after midnight," he whispered. "I didn't mean to wake you. I just couldn't fall asleep without you."
"Well, you're home now, baby boy, so go to sleep." He snuggled in and let out a long, happy-sounding sigh, and I got it. I understood exactly how he felt, because this was the most content I'd ever been in my life. The next morning, Rory got to work in the kitchen first thing. He was making cookies to take to the Friendsgiving lunch today.
"Did you know," he grumbled, looking up at me, "that I can make things other than cookies? I even suggested that I bring something other than cookies today, but Gavin about lost his mind."
"They do love your cookies."
"I know, but I'm so tired of making them. Do you have any idea how many cookies I've made in the last month? Tons, that's how many. Fucking tons."
"I don't think someone has had enough coffee this morning."
"Probably not."
"Why didn't you just tell them you wanted to bring something else?" I knew he was right. He had made a ton of cookies, and he wasn't done yet. He still had a bunch of Christmas orders to fill. He let out a heavy sigh and turned to face me.
"Because it's the first time they've asked me to come to something like this, and I wanted to make a good impression. I really want them to like me."
"Sweet boy, listen to me. They already like you. You don't have to do anything to earn their friendship. Let's think about this for a minute. Do you have cookies already made that you could take today?"
"Yeah, I have some in the freezer at the garage."
"Okay, why aren't you just taking those?" I could see he was thinking about it, but I already knew the answer. "You thought you needed to make them special for today, didn't you? Like when you brought me the cookies when you helped with the deck." He nodded his head.
"Yeah, I mean, that's what I usually do. I try to make them fit the person or the occasion."
"And that's really nice, baby. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but just for today, after you have, as you put it, already made tons of cookies, I think you can cut yourself a break and take the others, don't you?"
"I have some of the chocolate chip ones that you don't decorate. I guess I could take those."
"I think that would be a smart choice. Ricky loves those cookies, and I bet your friends all will too."
"Okay, but I need to go get them now so they have time to thaw out."
"Why don't we go out for breakfast and we can swing by there on our way?" Later that day, I was pleased to see that I was right, and everyone was just as thrilled with Rory's chocolate chip cookies as they would have been if he'd spent his whole morning customizing a batch for them. That was because I knew the secret to his success. His cookies tasted fucking fantastic. Sure, the time he spent decorating them was awesome, and they were amazing to look at, but in the end, what people wanted was a delicious cookie, and he delivered that every single time. All the boys were crowded into the kitchen, eating and drinking what I assumed was Brennan's famous sangria, but I didn't see any of the other guys. I was sure they were around there somewhere, though, if all the boys were here. I was about to ask when Ryder came in. "Anything else you want me to carry out for you?" he asked.
"Just these for now."
Ryder took the dishes that Brennan handed him. Luckily, it's warm enough outside to eat. We don't have room in here for everyone. Brennan looked up at him with a warm smile, then turned to me to explain. We turned the dining room into an office so I could work from home, but I'd rather eat outside anyway. Here, he has the guac and salsa. Can you take the chips out? You can just follow him. I took the bowl of chips from his outstretched hand and followed Ryder out of the kitchen, through a room that was obviously Brennan's office, and out a set of French doors onto a covered patio where Max and Gunnar were sitting. This is a nice setup. I nodded a hello to the two men and walked over to a long table by the house that was already covered in appetizers, setting down the chips next to the 2 bowls of dip Ryder had placed there. A television was mounted on the wall over the table with a football game playing, which made sense if Brennan liked to entertain as much as Rory had said he did. I was a yard guy, and I was proud of mine, but Ryder's was just as nice. It was enclosed with a privacy fence and had a few large trees that I was sure provided a ton of shade in the summer. The other guys were out there playing a game of cornhole, and it looked like they were having a good time. A large dog that looked to be a lab mix of some kind was lying on the ground, watching them play. Hey, Ryder, it's your turn, Cooper called from where the rest of the guys were standing out in the yard. Bishop, man, good to see you. I waved hello, took a seat with Gunnar and Max, and listened while they talked about how their football teams were doing and what they needed to change for the next year. It didn't take long for them to draw me into the conversation. I was more of a baseball guy myself, and had never been a huge football fan. But I didn't mind it, and after all the talk at Rory's place on Thanksgiving Day, I knew enough to give my opinion without sounding completely clueless. Max and Gunnar were watching the game and talking amongst each other, while the other guys laughed and joked while they played cornhole. It was amazing how quickly things could change. Just a few months ago, I thought I had no life outside my garage and no plans for Thanksgiving. But look at me now, surrounded by good friends, while the boy I'd always wanted was inside helping his buddies get everything ready for us to enjoy a second holiday celebration. Life was pretty damn good. Rory. Bishop had been right, of course, and everyone was thrilled with the cookies I'd brought. I joined them in the kitchen where they were gossiping and sipping sangria. Personally, I was sticking with soda. I'd had enough of that sangria to last for a while the last time I tried it. So, now that the festival is over, will you be back in class? Gavin asked. I should be. I got a ton of orders for the holidays, so I'll still have a lot of work to do. But guess what? What? He asked, and I noticed everyone else had stopped talking, and they were all listening, waiting to see what I had to say. I'm keeping the food truck. Seriously? Are you going to hit the road? No, it doesn't have an engine, remember? I'm going to keep it parked at the garage and bake out of it. Bishop said he had a friend who can do the wraps so we can get it rebranded Ginger Snapped. Then we can park it out front and I won't even have to deliver the local orders. I can have people come pick them up instead. That's awesome, Ben said. That sounds perfect for you. Right? But that isn't all. I could hear the excitement in my own voice, so I knew they could as well, but I was so happy I couldn't contain it. Go on, Simon said. Tell us the rest of it then. He asked me to move in with him. Gavin hopped off his stool and rushed to me, pulling me into a hug. That's so awesome. I knew the first time I saw him he was a good daddy. I just didn't know he would be your daddy. I'm so happy for you. With my news delivered, the talk moved to what everyone was doing for Christmas. Gavin said he and Cooper were going to spend the holiday with his uncle in River Gorge. Most of the other guys had family plans as well, and I was sure I would too. My mom went all out for Christmas, and I was actually looking forward to it for a change. Just like everything else, sharing it with Bishop would make it twice as special. Brennan didn't let us help him with much, but it didn't take him long to get everything finished up and in the oven. Then we all grabbed our drinks and went outside to join the Daddies while everything cooked. Travis made himself at home in Max's lap. That was fine for them. I wasn't sure I was comfortable with it myself. Instead, I took a seat on the outdoor couch next to Bishop. Brennan says it won't be long before the enchiladas are ready. When we'd agreed to come today, Brennan had insisted that friends didn't let friends eat turkey 4 days in a row, so we were having Mexican food for our meal. And honestly, he had a good point,
because I was pretty much turkeyed out and enchiladas sounded perfect. Right, probably 45 minutes or so, Brennan said. When we'd come outside, I went straight for Bishop, so I didn't notice the dog that was out in the yard with the guys who were playing cornhole, but as soon as he heard Brennan's voice, he was up and headed our way. Frisco, you good boy. Have you been helping them play? The dog barked and turned in circles, and Brennan laughed. Anytime he hears the words good boy, he thinks a treat's coming. Frisco barked in agreement and wagged his tail in eager excitement. Brennan walked over to the table and grabbed something off a plate. Just one, and don't you tell on me. He plopped down on a chair and ruffled Frisco's fur. Ryder doesn't want him to have people food. He says it's too rich for him. But just one shouldn't hurt. I could make him some dog cookies like I make for our dog Einstein. He loves them. He does, Bishop agreed, giving my leg a reassuring squeeze. What are you guys talking about? Keegan asked. Rory was saying he could make dog cookies too. Isn't that cool? That is cool. If you decide to sell them, let me know. I would love to buy some. Buy what, sweetness? Owen asked, walking up behind him and wrapping one arm around him. Dog cookies. If his dog cookies are as good as his people cookies, Talk will love them. Talk? I asked. That's our dog. Oh, well, I don't have any plans to sell dog cookies, but I make them for Einstein all the time, so I would be happy to make extra. Well, we could at least pitch in for ingredients and stuff. How did your cornhole game go? Gavin asked as Cooper took a seat and pulled him down into his lap. Good. Owen and I won this round. Ryder and I will get you next time, Lucas insisted. Ben was sitting next to him, shaking his head and rolling his eyes. Ryder and Brennan had taken a seat next to us on the couch, and Brennan leaned over so only I could hear what he was saying. They take their cornhole really seriously. Not very long ago, I'd never dreamed I would find my place with this amazing group of friends, and I sure never dreamed I would have a daddy of my own. But I knew as I sat here, surrounded by all of them while they joked around and teased each other, that I wouldn't change a thing. Everything was exactly as it was supposed to be. Bishop shifted in his seat so that I was leaning against him, and he could see the game on the television better. I smiled at him and leaned close so he could hear me. I love you, Papa Bear. He brushed a gentle kiss across my temple. I love you too, baby boy. I love you too. This concludes Bishop by Jacki James. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Copyright 2022 by Jacki James. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jacki James and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.